Testing. Are we live? Oh, wow, that came in fast. Yeah. We are live, baby. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Today is going to be an exciting one. We have a lot on our plate, but if you are watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel if you ever miss anything. But today is going to be a doozy, baby. I don't know. The Friday freakout, call it what you want. You got your bank earnings in today. Citi, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and only one of them, Wells Fargo, ended up doing good. JP Morgan actually had its worst down day from an earnings since 2011 now, so we'll see how it opens up. But that has been giving a lot of support to the market, so this one's going to be interesting. You got a couple of other moves from various names, a lot of upgrades and downgrades. I think more downgrades than not. You're watching people freak out again. Yesterday's close was very, very interesting. So we are below a key level already. If you guys remember what we were talking about yesterday, you got like one more stop in there. We're going to see how it plays out. But first step of earnings season, it's a little bit, you better watch that. You better watch out. You better not cry. You give it a quarter, we'll still be at highs. Buy calls and puts. He knows if you buy spot puts. Anyways, but it's going to be exciting. We're going to have a lot here. I hope you guys are locked in. I hope you're ready, and I hope you're having a good morning, baby. Good morning. Hey, how are you? Get ready. A lot of the banks, they have earnings. They have their conference call after the market opens, okay? So just get ready. You're going to get a lot of bank moves. Okay, a lot of bank moves. Okay, good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, Chris Tucker? You from Rush Hour, bro? That's awesome. What's up, Gary? Good morning, baby. What's up, Charles? Oh, Charles, good morning. Pat Studley, good morning. Kurt McGart, Alyssa Baker, Mr. Marburger. Oh, good to see you there in the morning, baby. What's up, Captain Underpants? Alexander Ray, with our chest to the sun, baby. Good morning. Oh, Brock, good morning, Brock. Let's go. What's up, real estate? What's up, real estate? What's up, Cavius? What's up, real estate? What's up, Mr. Fortiani? Oh, Mr. Malone. God bless the Maz, baby. God bless you. What's up, Mr. Lozano? Good morning. Good morning. Brenda, Muhammad, Scorpion, Robin, Mr. Bono. Oh, let's go. Andres. Oh, Patrick Parker. We got Patrick Parker in the morning, baby. Oh, wow. Look at that. Good morning. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this sheep. Let's get this sheep. Let's get this sheep. Oh, you feel it? Oh, it's volatilities here. I hope you feel good. You're going to feel good today, okay? You're going to keep your head on today, okay? You're going to keep that helmet on. Just let's go give you some. What's up? Good morning. What's up, Sassier? What's up, baby? What's up, Wesley? Oh, yes, let's go, baby. It's game time. So I hope you have a wonderful morning. I hope you're locked in the game. Post anything if you see it. And honestly, it could be a long one. It could be a short one. It could be a quick one. Just I hope you enjoyed and understand there is still another day, and Monday, the market is closed, okay? So don't forget that. Keep that one in mind. And let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's have a good one. Let's have a good one. So starting off here with the earnings, JP Morgan posted a decline in trading revenue that was steeper than expected, in both commercial and consumer loans fell from a year earlier. Shares dropped pre-market after the firm reported a 16% slide in fixed income trading revenue. Analysts had been expecting business to fall 13.5%. Dealmakers posted their best quarter ever on a booming M&A market. Citi, their revenue from fixed income tumbled 20% from a year earlier, worse than estimated, and slipped 3% in equities even after it predicts it would rise by that amount. The surprise came as CEO James Fisher laid out changes to the bank structure, giving investors a clear view of the divisions handling money for the wealthy corporations where the firm aims to grow. Stock has fallen. Wells Fargo, they said loans ticked up after weak demand for much of 2021. Period-end loans rose 1% in the fourth quarter year earlier, driven by a jump in borrowing and corporate investment. The firm also reported net income of $5.8 billion, beating expectations. Again, I think Wells Fargo is the only bank to have good guidance and to beat so far. So keep that one in mind. Equity futures slipped as bank earnings started after Fed officials signaled they combat inflation aggressively. Treasury yields rose across maturities while the dollar was steady. Oil headed for a fourth weekly gain in its longest winning streak since October. Bitcoin retreated. Dogecoin surged after Elon Musk tweeted it could be used to buy Tesla merch. BlackRock became the first public asset manager to hit $10 trillion in assets, propelled by a surge in fourth quarter flows into ETFs. Investors poured a net $104 billion into ETFs in the 3 months ending in December, highest since the first quarter of 2015, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Fed newbies: Joe Biden will nominate Sarah Bloom Raskin and Vice Chair for Supervision Lisa Cook and Philip Jefferson as governors. People familiar said Cook would be the first black woman on the board. The appointments, subject to Senate confirmation, may tilt the FOMC towards fewer hikes in 2022. Interesting. As for the hikes, current Governor Christopher Waller agreed that this year is a good baseline, but if inflation stays hot, the case will be made for 4, maybe 5. New York Fed Chair John Williams weighs in this morning. Kathy Wood's ARK Innovation saw a $352 million exit on Wednesday. Data compiled by Bloomberg shows the biggest withdrawal from Wood's main fund since March 2021. Outflow follows a miserable start to the year. The fund is now down 15% in 2022. Google will spend $1 billion to buy its leased officials office in London. Meta Platforms faces a UK class action suit claiming Facebook exploited personal data and abused its dominance. Meta said users have meaningful control of what they share. SAP's cloud sales beat. The software company firm will buy back shares of up to 1 billion euros. VW said production plant in Tianjin has been shuttered since Monday due to COVID, and CITIC Securities plans to raise $4 billion through a rights offer in Hong Kong. Citi deals: the firm will sell its consumer banking operation in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam to support Singapore's UOB for $3.6 billion, including retail banking and credit cards, but not the institutional business. In Mexico, President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, that's a long name, wants Citibanamex, that's a Citibank Mexico, to be owned by local investors. His finance ministry said the sale won't necessarily be fragmented. U.S. retail sales fell more than expected in December, dropping 1.9 month over month after raising a revised 0.2 in November. Consensus was for a 0.1 decline, up later. Industrial production and manufacturing output may have expanded at less than half of November's pace. University of Michigan consumer sentiment for January seen dipping to 70 from 70.6, with one-year inflation expectations unchanged at 4.8. Goldman and Bank of America bankers are among execs struggling to return to Hong Kong. Citi said 99% of its employees compiled with the vaccine mandate. LG Energy Solution priced its shares at the top of the mark range at $10 billion in South Korea's biggest IPO on record. That's today. 9:15, you're going to get industrial manufacturing production. 10 a.m., U.S. November business inventories and consumer sentiment. 11 a.m., Fed Williams is speaking. 1 p.m., Baker Hughes rig count. And that is it. That is it. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be exciting. I hope you're ready. The market's volatile. It could switch at any moment. The Senate blocked a measure to impose new sanctions on Nord Stream 2 pipeline after the administration warned it may disrupt allied unity with the confrontation over Ukraine. The measure failed on a vote of 55 to 44. It needed 60 to pass. The Senate is set to return Tuesday to debate Democrats' election overhaul legislation before a series of key procedural votes. Demand for the Fed's overnight repo jumped by the most since the end of 2021. Turkish inflation is nearing a peak and government isn't worried about the lira. UK economy surpassed its pre-pandemic size in November for the first time with a surprisingly strong growth before Omicron struck. Germany's economy contracted as much as 1% in the last quarter of 2021. GDP shrank between 0.5 and 1. The Bank of Korea hiked interest rates for the third time this summer, raising interest rates by 25 basis points to 1.25. The BOJ is debating on how to begin messaging an eventual rate increase, which may come even before it reaches the 2% inflation target. China export strength continued in December as the trade surplus reached $94.5 billion, wider than consensus for the full year. The surplus hit $676 billion. Exports beat while imports fell. North Korea appears to have fired 2 ballistic missiles in what would be its third rocket volley test in less than 3 days. It vowed a stronger and certain reaction to the U.S.'s attempt to halt its weapons program. China's annual crude imports fell for the first time since at least 2005. Let me say that. Damn, China's annual... Dude, that's awful. Holy crap. China's annual crude imports fell for the first time since 2005. FGE sees potential run rates causing limited upside for imports in the early months of 2022. Nation is sucked in record quantities of overseas coal and natural gas last year. Iron ore and steel imports slipped in December, while China bought in more soybeans and copper. China agreed to the U.S. in late 2021 to release an unspecific amount of crude from its national stockpiles starting February 1st. That is when they're going to be doing it. StubHub is exploring going public via direct listing. Starboard discloses a position in Mercury Systems and urges it to eliminate or revise its poison pill, ratcheting up pressure from U.S. defense manufacturer. Banks are starting preliminary work on potential financing packages for an acquisition of Boots Drugstore. May require £4 billion of debt. Oh. Alibaba's Fresha Post said to move funding at $10 billion value. Ant-backed Akulaku said to move SPAC merger. Moelis said to win another top Dubai IPO role. Bosch and loan files for U.S. IPO via Morgan Stanley. Tiger Woods backed SPAC files to seek sports and health targets. Meta platforms, Twitter and YouTube and Reddit are being subpoenaed to turn over posts and videos for the January 6th Capitol riots. Blackstone will spend $1 billion to buy rental houses and lease them out at below market rates, calling a private sector answer to soaring house costs. Home Partners of America, a single-family rental company bought last year, will provide tenants who meet an income threshold a 10% discount on rents and the option to buy their homes for less than the market price. Okay, that's good. 10% less. That's like you, so you get like last year's price. Half of that. Jack Dorsey's Block is building a Bitcoin mining system and hired a team for the effort. Macau plans to give a maximum of 6 licenses for tenure, extended at 13 years apart for the much-anticipated changes to local casino laws that aim to tighten government oversight. It also wants to increase the proportion of local ownership in casino firms from the current 10% to 15%. So very, very bullish for all of the casino stocks today. Electricité de France plunged as much as 25% on record after the government decision to force the utility to sell more power at a steep discount. Mars raises profit forecast as disruptions lift freight rates. Amazon brand startup Thrasio launches $500 million India push. Canada is praying a tax credit for investments in carbon capture to cut greenhouse gases. Microsoft to review board's Gates probe on harassment policy. TSMC shares near record high on spending and growth outlook. JP Morgan, you already got those earnings numbers. Apple price targets rise as analysts see strong 2022 setup. Disney falls after Guggenheim downgrades on earnings growth pace. Microsoft hires external lawyers to review sexual harassment policies. Honeywell rated at a new hold. Behringer at price target 230. LinkedIn accused in lawsuit of operating monopoly on networking. Biggest South Korean budget airline defers Boeing MAX delivery. Chevron price target raised to 167 from 150 at Truist. Novak Djokovic, Australian guy, Australia clapped him. If there's one thing you could bet on 2022, it's surprises. Spidey strikes back. A single page of artwork from 1984 Spider-Man comics sold for $3.3 million yesterday. Squid Game effect. Netflix viewers devoured the series have turned to South Korean shows, including Kingdom and My Name. Past 6 months, South Korea contributed more popular Netflix programs than any country other than the U.S. Wow. We love South Korea. There it is, man. Sirhan, convicted of killing Robert F. Kennedy in 1968, was denied parole again by Gavin Newsom. On this day in history, Humphrey Bogart died from cancer in 1957 after a Hollywood career that made him a cultural icon. Born on Christmas Day in 1899, he's best known for Casablanca and The Big Sleep, but his finest acting came in The African Queen, for which he won an Oscar, and then The Caine Mutiny. During the film The Big Sleep, he divorced his third wife and married co-star Lauren Bacall. He could be described as cantankerous. I don't even know what that means. Calling the 1954 movie Sabrina a crock of crap. In 1999, the American Film Institute named him the greatest male star of classic American cinema. Look at that. Humphrey Bogart. They don't know about Bogart, bro. Oh, they don't know about that. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, look at the time. Look at the time. Tell me that's not perfect timing. I think it's perfect timing, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. It's game time. So it's going to be a wild day, ladies and gentlemen. And before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Big shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! time, baby. Oh, no. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. It's game time. It's game time. Good morning. Oh, 6:30 in the morning. Oh, that's beautiful. It's time. It's time. Send in the Jets. Send them in. They've been sent. Are you ready? It's going to be exciting. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be scary. You're going to be like, we'll see. Maybe we get a rip. You're down almost 1% to open up the market. So we got about 2 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to like the video. I need you to love yourself. I need you to just be ready to go. You know what I'm saying? I hope you just got a couple of quick ideas real quick, and you're going to be good. And I will tell you, the bank stocks, they are going to be having their earnings calls while the market is open. Okay? Do you guys understand that? So that means you're going to get moves as they're going to have their analyst calls while the market is open. So just keep that in mind. So I'm going to be watching all the banks, JP Morgan, Citi, Wells Fargo, Uber. We have puts on that. I want to see if that one comes down. SAP, they were earnings winner. BABA, we made a play on, and then Win in the banks. They have been doing good. So let's see what's about to happen next. Okay. Yes, it is normal for banks to do that. That's just what they do here. So they report Friday morning, and the conference calls come on a little bit later. You know? Don't worry. So, call it out. You got about 1 minute left, baby. 1 minute left. There's going to be a couple plays there. Let's see. So, banks, casinos. We'll see what tech does in the meantime. Oh, excuse me. I'm here, baby. First half of it. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Well, some of the banks are already down. Some will be good. I mean, Wells Fargo might go up. JP Morgan is the one that had its worst earnings worst earnings move since January 2011. So we'll see. Looking at Tesla, AMD, Nvidia, GM. Good morning, or GM, the stock. We'll see. Citi, I got the sale. I like Citi too. They are down, and then Uber, and then we'll see SAP and BABA. We will see SAP and BABA. It will be exciting. Friday Senior, baby. So get ready. Market's about to open. Couple seconds. Call it out. A lot of things are moving. Don't freak out. Round one. Fight. Let's see. So market's going to be opening up down almost 1%. 0.75% at the open. Let's see. Huh? Oh, bro, these guys are scammers. These guys are scammers. So watch the banks. I want to see how they came up. But some of the pre-bro, I've just saw so many orders come through at the open. I'm like kind of surprised. Usually they let the option chains like sit there for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like they let it marinate. Let me see. There's Uber. I want to see if those plays come back to life. Let me know. Baba's green. Yeah, wins up 7. Again, watch the banks. They can move at any moment. Bonds are down. I thought TLT was up a little bit. So we'll see. You're down about – NASDAQ's only down 0.3, believe it or not. I think this is a bigger effect with banks and everything else. Yeah, banks – because honestly, I thought tech would be down a little bit more. I really did. I really did. Let me see. What date is that? No, it's not filling me. Come on. Come on. JP Morgan's coming down. So is TLT. MGM's up 4. MGM's lagging behind. That could actually be a good one there as far as the casinos. Am I on the right date? No. I was tripping out. Everything kind of getting clapped there. I'm putting in a bunch of orders. I'm not getting filled on anything. Being pretty conservative, though. I am trying to get some deals on here. Again, I'm sure probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour, it should get a lot more volatile. Again, JP Morgan's still selling off. Yeah, why are they scamming me like that, bro? XLE slightly. There's a big XLE put the other day. Wells Fargo's up. See if it keeps going. I mean, it might be good. Okay, I made a play. What'd I get those at? Oh, man, I guess I think it's too much. Let's see. QSR, I'll have to take a look at that. Again, I want to see even where some things end up, but coming down here, 0.77, first 4 minutes. It held up a little bit. Watch the banks. TLT's going down with it. Hey, happy on the days. XOM. Oil, we'll see how that plays out. That one will be interesting. JP Morgan at the bottom. XOM is ripping. Low ticker gas in. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went for a win call. I got. Excuse me. I went for a win March call. And then, yeah. I only spent like $200 for it. I got multiple quantity, but I didn't have to spend too crazy. Again, small playing some of the news that we just got with there. I mean, there is JP Morgan. I don't know. JP Morgan's going to be an interesting one because you could go for this one would be a good continuation off the bottom, but then also if they get clapped, you will get clapped. Win March this year. Like, it's a 2-month contract. Yeah, Roblox did come up a little bit. We'll see. No. So the Uber puts came up. They're up a little bit. They're not fully back to life, but we just need those to actually move. The Intel, that old Intel put is actually ended up turning up. So that's good. Win has a little mini bounce there. Yeah, Disney got downgraded. Intel's bouncing off that. Even the SPY just bounced. I thought the road low. So there's the win. Again, watch the bank stocks too. I would keep banks ready, or I could at least put up the. Let me see if I could get the earnings calls. All right, so 7. So JP Morgan starts in 10 minutes. Wells Fargo starts in 25 minutes, and then Citigroup starts in an hour, 25 minutes. So literally it's going to go JP Morgan first, then it's going to go Wells Fargo, and then they'll probably move in tandem. So JP Morgan earnings call in literally at 45. The Apple upgraded. Uber bounce. I don't want Uber to bounce, sadly, if there is downside. But the market's actually coming up. I mean, NASDAQ is about to go green, believe it or not. Dow is getting clapped because of banks, but the NASDAQ is actually it's only down 0.1% right now. Josh, can you scream so I get hyped? Do you need me to scream to get hyped? Or, like, is it necessary? Or, like, you got to flip this switch, baby. Yeah, LVS is up. That's why we made a play on win. All the banks, I mean, they got really good China news. So pretty much China's going to allow them to increase their, like, people could own more China or foreign names in casinos, and then it's going to give them a more gambling license, or it's changing a couple of the factors that plague them. So we'll see. So someone remind me at like 640 something, at 642 or something. We should pull up the banks and see what happens with their TLT at the low. Roblo. Look at you, man. Look at you. Look at you and look at you. There you go. The play from yesterday is up. It's up 23%. I'm still riding it out there. Again, I don't know. We didn't get the data today, but I'm actually surprised to see him like that. It's good to see. It's good to see. You know what I'm saying? TSM, they're going straight up. Micron as well, too. Even Intel just bounced. Shit, I should have sold out the put. The put went positive, but then it just flipped on me. And then where's the Microns then? Macron, where are you? Let's see, Ford. Is the market closed this Monday? Yeah, market is closed on Monday. So a lot of things are ripping right now. Yo, the Dow or NASDAQ just went positive. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Amazon taking off. That's great, actually. Yeah, Amazon's up now. Yeah, Micron James. Micron James. In the paint, baby. In the paint. Get him in there. JP Roblo again on the high. Let's see. Citi. Citi actually bounces. Wells Fargo has to be leading. See, Wells Fargo doing good. I mean, again, they were the only good earnings. It looks like JP Morgan and Citi want to come up, but those have a lot to work. I'm surprised Citi's not down more. Honestly, if Citi's Citi might be a decent one. We'll see. That one, again, Citi's earnings is going to be at 8 a.m. But if Citi's not down, like JP Morgan is down really, really bad comparatively. They're down 2.0 right now. But JP Morgan's down like, I don't even know. I don't know. PBIG going. Scammers, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're always scamming. No, I could wait a little bit. Do I have one more play? I'm going to wait. One more play, we wait. One more play, we wait. Micron, Roblo. Stay up there, Roblo. Do it for the kids. Do it for the kids. Win is flipping. I need to check where the contract went. Think about December retails. ASON up 3. It's good to see some of these moves at the very least. I mean, it's not. I mean, today could still be a lot worse, and it felt a lot weirder. So this is good. Starbucks clap, PayPal. I mean, SPY just hit the top right there. Literally, the SPY kind of looks like Roblo. We'll see. Airbnb is even up there a little bit. So you definitely have some names moving up here. What time is it? 42. So let's see. Okay, I got an idea. have an idea. Where is it? They just scam me. Are you serious, bro? Oh my gosh, they just jumped that on me. Bro, they just jumped a bid on me. That's disgusting. No, I'm just going to keep my bid. So they're either going to fill me or not. It's a good deal, man. I give you good deal. Take it. Take it. Okay, they're not taking it. Not taking it. I'm going to pay for it. Bro, why do I keep getting scammed like this? Oh. You're scamming, man. So SPY's coming up. Novak's on the high. They are scammers, bro. I had this thing. It just went up like, they just moved it up like 2 or 3 cents on me. Okay, now they keep moving it up. There it is. They gave it to me. They let me scam myself. Those are scammers. All right. Bro, that was such a scam. It's still holding the same price. We'll see. But I had it literally like 2 or 3 cents lower. JP Morgan CEO. Well, do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a JP Morgan January 21st put. So again, their conference call is starting right now. You're already getting a couple headlines here in the chat. So some of those puts were up a lot more. The play moved so big already on me. I mean, they were pretty low initially. Rate hike means that the Federal Reserve will be raising interest rates. So again, JP Morgan's the lagger right now. They're about to have their call. Some of the other ones, I mean, I'd watch Citi as well too. But even if we get any downside for the rest of the day, I think that one will be good. So the premiums were definitely lower. They were I got them at the same price as yesterday, but I should have got them cheaper. Dude, I could have had that play for like 12 cents, and then it just didn't fill me, and I got filled at a ridiculous price comparatively. But we'll take it. We will take it. Again, this is just based off whatever they say at the conference call. That play could instantly turn into a dud. So if they say something positive on the call, that's it. Facebook running, good. We need that. As long as tech stays up. Tech is up about a quarter. NASDAQ is up a quarter. SPY is still down. TSM is on the high. So is Micron. Market is closed on Monday. Yeah, fully. So you won't see us back here till Tuesday. Citi is at 8 a.m. So Citi is going to happen at what? I think like an hour 15. Wells Fargo is at 7. So Wells Fargo's in another 15 minutes. And then that's it. So tomorrow's actually Tuesday next week. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But no, I can't hang out, man. We got to get some work done. We got some house flips, bro. I got to get outside. And I got to go see people. And not really. I just got to go walk through these houses. We got to get some contractors in place. I don't know. I'm not as like I don't make a show about it like LT, but you know, LT is gonna be there, so hopefully he brings a camera. He's ready to go. TLT's coming down. Amazon's still at the high. Apple even too. Apple's kind of coming down a little bit there. XLF dailies are cheap to the downside. Ooh, it kind of looks like Citi. Interesting, because I think Citi will be the one that'll really deter. If JP goes down and Citi, then XLF will get totally clapped. Honestly, I think that's what's giving us stability here. The fact that Citi kind of bounced from the low, and so did JP Morgan. That's why the market is chilling out. Again, you got to realize how big of a support the bank stocks have been to the market in the last month. So you guys remember, or even the beginning of the year here. So that's why whatever these bank stocks do, it's very, very critical. When they're just chilling out there. Netflix, Chicle. Netflix, he has not been able to hit a green day in a long time. The USOs are doing good. The Uber puts are only down 20% now. Oh, where is Uber? Netflix earnings is next week, I'm pretty sure, on the 20th. At a 469. This 469 today, that'd be an epic bounce. We'll see. I mean, I think it's going to depend on how these conference calls go. Uber's hitting a low. It's like if JP Morgan's, if this doesn't end up any worse, I mean, that could be some good news. And then if Citi, if they can make it do good. I bought Uber puts because we flipped the calls like 3 times. And then I got it for earnings because I planned to buy more calls, but the stock was up. So I used that opportunity to buy puts. And we were down on those for a couple days. So now those come back to life. We make our move from there. Microsoft again, big tech is all up right now. Even Nvidia's up 1%. So I mean, the Nasdaq is strong. I think this is everything in the middle that's messing things up. By Shiba, I saw Shiba, or no, was it Dogecoin? Dogecoin was the one that went crazy because of Elon. MasterCard, yeah, 1%. We need him to. He does good on some of these days, but I mean, lately, it's been a wild ride. Uber's dropping below remember those old premiums. I don't know if I'm going to average down on them because I'm only down like 10% on them, but they came back to life. That could have been a move there. I'd watch it. If Uber bounces, I mean, if we get a good average down, those could be decent. Oh, the Walmarts are up 37%. I did not know that. Yeah, Walmart's killing it here. So some value plays are still holding up very, very nice. TSM, Micron, the chip makers. Yeah, TSM's up 1% now. That's actually really good. You touched on retail sales. We covered it in the morning. It dropped. It was supposed to be expected 0.1 decline, and it was like 1.9 decline. It was a very, very weak metric. Very, very weak metric, and it's weird with some of the consumer credit card data that we got. Why Roblo not go? He was the leader there in the morning, but I mean, we have seen Roblo flip very, very several times. Much flip. STC. Qualcomm on the high too. Remember, Qualcomm was a big leader as well. So TSM, all the chip makers are going up. Again, that's what it would look like yesterday, and then they flip. So if this could hold up, I mean, that's the trend you want to see. Wells Fargo up 2, Citi staying pinned. Value to growth rotation. kind of. I mean, all it is today, I think, with the banks. So the banks is creating a little bit more, it's creating more pockets for people to move money. Because again, I mean, people move their money into banks, and now only 1 out of 3 of the bigger ones, even comparing to BlackRock, even 1 of 4, a quarter of them did good. The rest are kind of like, not so much. So that's that's where I wouldn't call it a full blown rotation as much as it is kind of people moving around a little bit with everything going on. Yeah, Microsoft's up 1%. Starbucks under 100. Wow. Dude, I don't know why Starbucks is doing so bad. Like, does that make sense to any of you? I really wish I could. I don't know if it's the unions, the guidance, but that's actually very the yield is probably still going to be like 0.5 or something. What is it? 2%. 2% on Starbucks? It's the union. It's because they have no straws. I know. I feel you. A lot of Starbucks have been closed early. Yeah, I think it is probably simple. Bro, have you ever? I haven't seen. I've only seen like 1 or 2 of them closed. But the worst is when like you go there and I'm like, hey, do y'all got water? They're like, nah, we ran out of water. I'm like, what? I'll be like, y'all got cups? They'd be like, nah, we ran out of cups. I'll be like, I get a double smoked bacon. And they're like, nah, we don't got double smoked bacon. All we got is the white cheddar, just cheddar, just like literally. We got Parmesan cheese, bro. I'm like, what? I hate it every time, bro. I'll be at the drive-thru and I'll go down the list. I'm like, I straight up inventory check them every time. I'm like, this is bullshit, man. They don't even have egg bites. They're like, we just have an egg. We could give you a hard-boiled egg, but you have to cook it yourself. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, sign me up. And then a latte. Thank you. JP Morgan says 6 to 7 rate hikes. It's going up. They're going up. That play is actually holding up there. Again, it was kind of near the bottom. They could have gone lower today, but they scam me so hard. I had that play at 12 cents. Bitcoin ripping. That's what you need. That's what you need. Snap keeps dying. Everything keeps dying, man. But yeah, Snap below 40. Snap is going to be the earnings one. The earnings will make it or break it. I can't believe, dude, I really can't believe. Starbucks is very attractive. If that goes below 100, shit, I don't know. I wish we have to give it time for the deposit. I would have added that. 2% is kind of low dividend, but I'm a big fan of Starbucks. So if it gets cheaper, I mean, what was it at? You could save 17%, 20%. JP Morgan coming up. SPY's coming up too. This is a very, very nice. I'm telling you, this is a straight up bounce. I mean, SPY's about to go green now. You're only down 0.03. NASDAQ's up 0.5%. It's really banks and value names struggling. Netflix is kind of getting volume here off the bottom. TSM is absolutely ripping it. 1.4. Micron is up now 0.6. They just got a candle. Qualcomm's another one that's fired today. Qualcomm's up 1.8. And NVIDIA. So chip makers. NVIDIA's up 2. That's all you need. I did not see this day playing out like this so far. It's still early. I don't know. I wonder if this was a squeeze. I feel like everybody started grabbing puts at the open, and some people were getting worried, and I think it kind of turned into a move. But we did gap down, so you're literally just back to yesterday's close. So it looks like a big move, but think about it. We just fought that hard to get back to open or yesterday. It's a little surprising. We will see. We will see. McDonald. Intel. Bro, those Intels hustled me. So JP's going up. The option's still holding the 15.16. Where's the Uber? Microsoft on the high and Costco. So again, big tech is absolutely ripping right now. Citi 657. So I think Wells Fargo is about to start. Wells Fargo conference call begins in about a minute and a half here. Oh, wait, can I put them live? I wonder if I could play it in the audio. No, I could if I probably wanted to. I have the live blogs, but it doesn't have audio. Just the headlines. Honeywell initiated at 228 price target or cut by Morgan Stanley. So Wells Fargo starting to drop. Facebook on the high again. Wells Fargo's call is about to start. Apple going ham. I think Honeywell just got a price target. It may have been from the morning. Apple 0.69. Microsoft is actually leading. So Microsoft is up double the pace of Apple. I think our leaders here today are Microsoft and Amazon. Amazon's like Apple. Let's see. Facebook. Facebook, too, is really, really doing well. Whoa, Wally World, yeah. Then that old Wally World play is up like 50% almost. But Wally World is a big, big leader here on the day. Let's even check Walgreens. Spies has gone straight up. I mean, ever since the cash open, it's just been a run. Abbevie just got a ton of volume. They're coming off post X dividend. Yeah, Microsoft leading. Qualcomm is a strong. I think Qualcomm and Nvidia. Qualcomm, Nvidia, TSM. Those are your chip makers that are running hard right now. JP Morgan calls. You can if it keeps going. Let's make sure they're not just too expensive. I mean, wait till like kind of just use the premium trick to make sure, as long as the chain's decent. I mean, both ways wouldn't be bad. I got the puts just because I figured that they were gonna be, the stock's already 6% down, and then those puts that I got were cheaper than not, and then we have other bank calls, so feel like it would balance out. But I think both ways, again, post earnings, I wouldn't be surprised to see like Wells Fargo, JP, or Citi. One of them is gonna have like what they're gonna say something during this call, and we've seen it happen a couple times. Consumer sentiment 68.8, estimate was 70. So I don't know. We've seen the market flip negative on consumer sentiment, but preliminary January consumer sentiment came in well below expectations. That's pretty ugly. Again, it usually doesn't do that, but it's what's it called? It's going to be it's going to be a toss up. OVS breaking out. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get you the chart. Why does it say? No, that's, yeah, 68. Yeah, so I don't know, Mark. We've seen the market react negative once to bad consumer sentiment. So that's where it is. Here's where it was expected, but it came in a little bit below that. Interesting. Amazon about to flip red. A couple things just moved off of that. Like you did get some moves. There's even TLT. Amazon about to flip red. They already did. Yeah, they just did, actually. Let me see. Where did that SPY put go? That January SPY puts are literally down from yesterday. Remember the SPYs? Or those ones 2 days ago? Dollar just skyrocketed. That could be off the consumer sentiment here. Watch what happens with the market. Hold on, because the dollar's actually up today. If you would see Roblox a new low. I forgot Roblox got upgraded yesterday, but it's not gonna help them. Not today. It looks like. Yeah, another low at 79. That was ugly. The premiums are still high, but I mean, you need the earnings or that catalyst. I think by Monday we'll get it. I hope. Uber coming down, XLF premiums moving. JP Morgan, TLT to the low. So you're getting a really weird dollar effect and the bonds, and then now you're giving up the tech move. Tech is about to go negative. It's only up 0.05. You were just up 0.5%. So things are moving pretty big here. XOM, yeah, oil's still doing good. Where are we at? 460. Yeah, you're like, dude, you bailed. It was real. That was the level from yesterday. We will see. We'll see. I mean, VWAP ticked up off that. Bonds are selling off pretty low. I mean, bonds are actually down a lot. 1.2 right now. This is a big, big move actually for TLT. And Nancy plays down like 40%. Snap new low 2%. Ford bounce. Wells Fargo a little off the bottom. XOM ripping. Let's check PSX too. Yeah, they're doing great. Oil MO running up. If that could be the value move. Some of them were a little bit subdued there. See if it flip-flops. We've seen that a couple times this week. The Roblox puts, I already took profits on them. That's why I wasn't able to get back into them. Ten-year rip. It's actually really big. Oh, the snap cover call. Yo, we actually could do something with that. I forgot. That one's actually that might end up working out great. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to see. It's like 18. Wells Fargo's moving up again. Their call should have been started like 5 minutes ago. Win is hitting a high. Win is actually rocketing right now. Ugh. The Win just have a huge. It's the spread. The spread says we're up 80%, but I think it's just a big spread. SPY's bouncing. If we get a bounce off of this and the market doesn't play along with the bonds or anything else, I mean, it could be good. This was the consumer sentiment. That was actually that's just another economic data miss. But we will see what happens with that one. Ford is even on the high. It's making a move. Okay, BA. Yeah, Boeing's even coming up. Remember the other day too. Boeing had a nice hold. JP Morgan, they finished the call. They said they concluded it. Interesting. So the call is now over. No reaction. The dollar go up if we missed on that data. It's hard to say. You might get a lot of buy the rumor, sell the news type of vibes. Essentially, where it's dollar's been kind of doing opposite. So a lot of people right now are forward looking on the dollar in a weird way. So this could, bad data. Anything loosening up, you might see the dollar weaken because people are going to be thinking about the future with it, and then any bad data, you might see it go up. But I'm not even trying to look at it too much. I'm noticing what's moving the dollar, but quite frankly, I can't tell you just yet. That's why I'm watching it, because I just want to see what sort of correlation does it pick up here with the market, or how does the market respond. So it hasn't moved too much today. It didn't go any lower, which was a little bit of a good sign. But then the one thing that did move drastically is young TLT. So that's what we got to wait for. I did not sell the Roblo calls from yesterday. No, I'm going to be holding those coming into to Monday. So I was expecting data either today or on Monday for Roblo, mid-month update. Jamie Dimon said he ended the call saying good luck to everybody. I think Citi, what did Citi say? The Citi CEO, she said the earnings were decent. The XOM plays, yeah. Every single oil play hit. If you got any of the oil plays, you should have made anywhere from like 100 to 500%. And we had the weeklies, we had the short terms, and then I'm still holding. I got USOs; those are still up. I think those are up like 20, 30% now. And then the PSXs are probably like 200% now. 230. So the oil, and then oil. There's a couple of oil plays coming up here too. And then I lost 20% on the UNG from yesterday. Yeah, UNG is down 20% on that. Remember, I went for the shorter term one. Yeah, LVS. I mean, Win is up 10%. Win is up, and then the calls we got are holding good. It's just fat spreads though. The market is closed on Monday, 100%. SPLK, UNG still getting clapped. Oil's doing good. TSM, yeah, TSM's been on the high. It's TSM, Qualcomm, and NVIDIA. So TSM 1.74, Qualcomm 2.9, NVIDIA 1.7. But it's looking good, especially if you got some of the, if you held that cheaper premium from yesterday, that thing should be ripping. Faude. Where's Tessie? Tesla's even up. That's good. Facebook. AMD. The Amazonian. That one's an interesting one too. Micron's at the high. Micron's lagging. TSM, another high. AMC on the high. Wow. Hold on. Small caps. AMC's about to go green. And even then, yesterday. Oh, is it about to hit below 20? Yesterday was the sale. Adam Aaron, or whatever his name. Adam Aaron. Why you got two first names, bro? Shit. Man, I don't know what to call. What do I say? Anyways. But that's good if they come back up. Intel dead. I got 3 first name. Yeah, but that's, if those come up, that'll be very, very good for small caps, or even just the sentiment here. Let's see. Nasdaq's back up to a quarter. How much lower do I think PFE could go? I haven't looked, honestly, but if it goes, I mean, I feel like I'd want to buy PFE if it's dropped from some of those highs there. Yeah, so it's like, I think they're actually holding up very good. I think it might be, unfortunately, like Myrna and all that, like you may get exposed to a lot of volatility, but thankfully Pfizer's a little bit more stable, so that's, but I think it can move, but I thought it was down lower. If it was down lower, I might have even considered purchasing it. TSM now, almost 2%, they're at the high. I'd watch, chip makers are the real winner right now, I would say. Let's see what we got. Let's see. SPY, energy is leading, tech is leading, and communications. Surprise, again, financials, real estate, material stocks. A lot of the defensive names that people have been rotating into, those are the underperformers. Again, financials and communication, that's almost 5% collectively on the Dow. And then energy is the only one leading. Energy, materials, info. Actually, Dow is a lot more stronger, even though the percentage points is lower. But the Dow is just getting whacked by the bank stocks. SDC, SGD, SDC is up 20%, hitting a high. Ford, big pop. And people, it seems like, I don't know, some people kind of getting excited here. Big move on the bonds. I don't know if there's going to be a normal correlation and bonds stay down and stocks go up. I mean, there's a wide move to be happening here, but I don't know. It's still very, very early. It's only been 45 minutes. It's 45 minutes, and we're fighting the level that we called yesterday. So look at that. This is the lows from that Thursday, Friday, right? These were our 2 lows and even near the close. So you're like right there fighting it. So we need to break out above that. Happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate you. And I wish you a happy birthday as well. You know what I'm saying? Where's the other one? Yeah, Ford is positive now. Let's fire. Liberate. Some Netflix pre-earnings. Fire. They're fire now. I mean, I grabbed them when they were down 70% lower. Then they dropped another 60%. I don't know how that happens. That means it's down like 99.2%, but I don't know, in a couple of days. But they're at least cheaper than that. TSM crazy still. You guys love that one, huh? That was a good pay. I mean, I can only imagine what that weekly is from yesterday. All right, it's actually back up to this price, so could be similar. But that's good, though. A lot. Again, chip makers are a very, very big bright spot here for the market, at least today. Any plays? Yeah, we did Win and JP Morgan. Those were our 2 plays today. I don't know if I grabbed anything else. The wins are up 80%, but they're just because there's a fat spread. But you could probably walk away like 30 or 40 off of it on the bid, I'm assuming. And then the JP Morgans, they've just went negative now, just because of the spread. DWAC on that. A lot of meme stocks are kind of going up. Small caps are starting to move, but DWAC is on the high now. No, I didn't sell the UNG. I'm going to hold those. I'm down like 20% on them, though. They got clapped. They got clapped with the move, but oil's still doing good. I don't know about natural gas. Bank of America's at the high. My Ubers went positive. So that one's a good one because now do you see if that play's moving? Yeah, mine are down 15. If you had a good average down, we only bought them at 13, but essentially these should come to life. They're already back to life, but I'm assuming if it keeps selling off and we get like an earnings move, those could be fire. But we will see. Walmart dropped a little bit. Micron is kind of just lagging a little bit. They're going to switch off. Again, Qualcomm's a big leader too. So they're up 2.6. Baba bounced, Win. Bank of America, Credit Suisse, a couple of the banks here on the high. So again, the banks are the ones that have a lot to recover. JP Morgan's not. It might break out there. Again, our premiums went down a little bit there on the puts. We'll see. How you know my birthday's on the 17th, baby? Happy birthday. Arda. Free 90. Free 90. We love. Happy birthday, baby. On our second Friday. Is it the second Friday? This is a wild second Friday. What were the Roblox numbers yesterday? So you've probably seen it. You've probably woken up to Roblox making a big percentage. It's killed it 2 times and it's helped it 1 time. But pretty much every middle of the month, they give the user report from the month before. So they're going to say, essentially, we haven't got December's monthly update where they're going to say, we had this many people playing, this many active users, this was our booking. So they give monthly reports on how people are using the platform. Humana and Citi both positive. JP Morgan moving up now. Amazon. Airbnb slipped a little bit. SPY hasn't dropped, though. I mean, that's at least a good sign. UAL, JP Morgan coming up now. Apple on the rise. Yeah, Apple's holding up 0.69. Microsoft was the leader, but it looks like they're catching up. It's allowing everything to. As Facebook might overtake. Netflix even went positive. Yeah, SDC still going up. Came down a little bit. It had like a little move again right there. In that last like 10, 20 minutes, there was just like a little small cap wave where a couple of random runners actually picked up pretty big. So the initial reading of the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey more or less backs up the gloomy backdrop suggested by retail sales. Confidence was lower than expected at 68.8, with both current conditions 73.2 and expectations 65.9, falling short of expectations. The median inflation expectation over 5 to 10 years hit a new high at 3.1, though the average expectation dropped somewhat 3.5. On a slightly more positive note, the components noting that this is a bad time to buy big ticket items like homes and durables because the high prices have appeared to peak, but naturally they remain extremely elevated. All in, there's not much new info to be gleaned here. Prices remain elevated, which is a significant issue for certain household cohorts. And then more bank updates. Financials leading S&P lower. JP Morgan and Citi tumbling in early trading after earnings flagged higher expenses. JP Morgan is the worst performer in the index, shedding more than 5%. The biggest bank shows slow wage and inflation pressures are taking a toll on sentiment across equities, energy, and tech stocks. However, are climbing. Top tech firms Microsoft, Apple, along with chip stocks, Nvidia, and AMD lead gainers in the sector. Disappointing retail sales also show the impact of Omicron in addition to higher prices. Apparel firms have had a series of warnings about COVID hurting operations and profits earlier this week. All sound terrible. It does also. It's kind of, I guess it's not. I mean, Wells Fargo did good though. That's the thing. So that one, I mean, that little thing highlighted on the bad, but for like JP Morgan wasn't too hot, but Wells Fargo was hot. So it's like it's a mixed bag. And then the retail sales, like I said, most retail companies kind of warned for it. Tesla gas, Wells Fargo moving. Yeah, Wells Fargo is moving earlier too. Yeah, there it is. Tesla through the high. Wells Fargo's even hitting it. Like, so again, Wells Fargo's up 3.5% now. Even Win is on the high again. So that's good, Tesla. So now the bid adjusted on the wins. Those wins are 100% now. Or about, it's saying higher. But you could get almost 100% on the bid. So SPY's breaking out. I mean, this is a very, very key level. If we could get strongly above here, I mean, I don't think we're safe, but it'll put you in. That's just a lot stronger of a move here. So nice rip. Tesla starting to go up. Oracle's Santander compensation or sales cut to 53 million from 77. Bean stocks ripping lately, new rotation. It could be. It just depends. Like, it just depends on these earnings. Like, do you see how important earnings is today? Like, today you have a mixed bag, and now look at what happened. The earnings for banks ended up being bad for at least, 75% of them. The 3 out of 4 of the main banks right now, they did bad. But notice it's causing that rotation because as you get the earnings, people are going to start making their judgments of, okay, did I make the right rotation or not? Essentially, I mean, the last 2 to 4 weeks, everybody was buying banks. This was supposed to be your safe haven, and now they didn't really have the right earnings there, so it's causing a little bit more of a mix-up here and causing some of those names to run. So I don't know if that's the answer just yet. What I'm trying to say is that as we get into next week and more earnings, that's what's going to start confirming, okay, what sort of rotation are we getting here, or what is the market really reacting and positioning for? TSM, another high. So we just hit that little high and came back, but there's a couple of individual names still rocketing up there. Materials use inflation again. They might, and again, those are down though today. So that's part of the names that some people rotated into, and they're not too hot here today after the banks. Las Vegas Sands, this is the biggest increase since 2009, 14%. KBH, they got kind of clapped, but I think that's because real estate stocks in general, those were not hot. Mine's not hot. Suggest selling the LT to buy my first home. I live in, easy, without a doubt. No hesitation. Tell me you don't see it. Look at the last 6 months. There's been a lot of volatility and a lot of assets. The only thing that has stayed stable has been property. So, I mean, if you got good, you built the long term, you got enough in there. It doesn't mean you have to quit stocks. I mean, you definitely keep rebuilding the long term, but you will not feel disappointed with a property. Trust me. I mean, if anything, I mean, you've seen so many fluctuations, all of that. It's like, you know, a lot of people got jokes with when some things move, but not the real estate. You know, the real estate, any money that was made, you know, you firmly have it held down. So the stability and the leverage. TSM again. Yeah, we got TSM up here on the top right. My house 2014 356 sold for 530. Good work, baby. Looking 6 deeks. 17 19th off. We'll hit you up, Mr. Jake. We are going to need that water heater. But if LT's in touch with you, we're going to be doing some work on that stuff. So we will, you know, I don't know if we're going to have people. I don't know if we could start any work on the property, but I don't know how close you are, if anything. But I'll have LT hit you up. Let's see what's popping. Let's see what's popping, baby. I can't wait. I can't wait. My fiance hasn't buy. I'm telling her we should. Thanks for confirming. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly just go, like, literally go show your fiance a chart of the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Bitcoin, and any other investment you could think of. And you'll notice, I mean, and on top of it, real estate is still lagging behind some of those assets still. But you'll see it. There will be a lot of, you know, the stability is just unmatched. And it's right there. And you'll see, I mean, depending on what sort of loan, as long as you're not going to be paying a crazy amount of interest doing like a hard money loan, it's a very, very wise decision. And then, I mean, factor in how much you guys are already spending on rent. All right. Take your rent amount. I mean, if you're paying $2,000 a month, $1,000, like you're in LA, I'm assuming you're spending $2,000 a month minimum. You know, that's $24,000 a year that you're not getting. At the very least, you could write off the interest with the loan. You know, even if you're on W-2, you could get that money back on a tax return. But then it's like you at least keep the money. That at the very end of the day, it's like, you know, your worst case with real estate is that it just doesn't go up in value. That's it. Your worst case, you buy that house for whatever price it is today. You sit in it and live in it for a year. You pay your rent, and then the valuation still holds up the same. It's not a recommendation, but, you know, I mean, I would do that without a doubt. Like, I don't think, like, again, I've been doing it the whole, that's what I've been saying. I mean, just the level of, I don't even hesitate on it when it comes down to that. If you find a deal, like if you could get an offer accepted on a house and you can find something good, that's it. You lose on commission if you want to sell. I mean, in this market in real estate, unless you're buying a house in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, you have to be a very special type of bear to lose money on real estate. In the sense, like, you have to actually, like, you have to, like, try. You have to buy you have to be like Zillow. You have to buy at a super high price and then be like, yeah, okay, no, I don't, like, I can't hold it this long for 6 months, 12 months and try to sell it quick. And then, like, you know, that you got to just really, and then push it out there and say, okay, I'll just take a loss, get me out of here. That's when you're going to get clapped. Problem is that I'm down on LT. I don't want to sell a loss. If you have a property, I wouldn't even care. If that makes, again, it's all if the deal is secured. So once you have the deal, I would not even care if I'm even taken out at a loss. It would be unfortunate, but at the same time, as long as the capital's being used, that's the thing, people, you got to realize. You're gonna take that money and recycle it into leverage. So it's not that's I don't know. That's how I kind of view it. A little reversal here. Yeah, SPY broke. This was a big level, and if you know, you broke it out, but not really. I mean, we broke past it, but then it came right back down. So watch, if the banks lose steam, that's probably going to be the kicker here. If chip makers go down, that'll be bad too. Uber Roblo dumping. At least Roblo didn't hit the new low, but Uber's hitting new lows. Yeah, TSM's up 3 now. That one still keep going really big. They got off Wells Fargo. The Ubers are right at break even. I can't believe Sam. Bro, Sam got like, bro, Sam was disgusting. That cost out, that hit me another 4K today. And this was just because of they like got upgrades, bro. They got upgrades and then or they would like they maintain their price target or they would maintain coverage and then they would just lower the price target by like $10 and then it was just a series of what's it called? It was a series of the analyst like upgrade, but it wasn't even like it was just weird. I didn't think they were that bad, but like some of them were like look, yeah, this is all today. Like, look at this. This is weird. Oh, no, that's Roblox. So Roblox got an upgrade yesterday, too. I don't think anybody... I was like, man, that they ain't giving no love. They got an upgrade with a $100 price target from Morningstar. And then Sam, here it is. See, look at... This is all today. Do you guys see this in the last 2 days? So everywhere, literally, it was just like nobody, I don't think they raised or lowered their price target, but literally hold, outperform, buy, equal weight, neutral, outperform, neutral. Not one cut and the stock went down 5%. That's why I was like, what? That's crazy, bro. It's okay. Still, it's got a long time. Can you explain capital gains on real estate? It's just like stocks. The difference is though they take out your taxes in escrow. People don't know that. So like if I sell a house flip and I flip the house, my taxes they don't even give it to me. So if I make like let's say I make $100,000, they're gonna take automatically 45,000 in escrow or something like that. So then my check will say 60 grand. SPY coming down another leg lower here. Gonna be one of the. It really might. Again, we didn't get through to that one level. The premiums are just in a very awkward state here too. And it makes sense with the market because you're getting 50-50 right now. It's like the premiums are down from yesterday, but up. Down from yesterday, but yesterday was higher. Still. I know what I'm gonna hit. It's holding though. Shit. It's time for squats yet? Not yet. Square is still up, or was it? Microsoft still holding. Let's see if oil dips. That'll be bad for the market. What are you hitting? I don't know. It's kind of contrarian, but I think I'll take it. Here, hold on. I'll just keep it small. Okay. Damn, how are we looking? All right, the play it's going up a little bit already. I'm doing the repeat of yesterday. Doing the repeat of yesterday. Do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a TSM put for January 21st. I did not the daily. I grabbed one extra week, but just literally just flipping the exact opposite of what we did yesterday. So again, they ran up. I'm assuming. That's why I didn't want to do it because I'm like, all right, it's holding up today and it has a lot of strength. But my logic is here: if we do really get some sort of dump, I mean, it was the same thing. Those puts were going for like $2 in the morning. So they just went up, and then that one green candle whacked them. It's going to be a wild ride on that one. But I kept it small. I kept it below $200, just getting some small exposure because now, again, we have the JP Morgans. The Ubers are coming back to life too, and that was a decent-sized position. So we'll see where it goes from there. Where's the damn dollar? See, and then remember those FXYs. You guys remember that one? Yeah, that's if the yen strengthens. Dollar, though. But dollar bounced today. That's at dollar's even hitting a high, so that's at least good. You could kind of see that correlation today here. TSM about to show me. It's fine. It's good. It's not. That play will help you if you're bullish on TS. It's like a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? So I throw a small 108. It's like yesterday, right? It's like if you hit it, it's fine, but it's like a sacrifice because like then he'll eat up my puts and then he will thrive off of my put premium. Like I don't know how. Like does that make sense? Yeah, and always strengthening. Listen, think about what you just said because I feel you. But like, tell me, does this surprise you? Because I did this yesterday. I was even tripping out for a little bit. But like, because think about you just said the yen is always strengthening, like facts, right? But like, look at this. Did you notice from September and even from December, all it did was weaken? Isn't that crazy? I was tripping out. And then so lately it's came back down, the yen, but it's not. It's very, very weird. I mean, this was kind of a worrisome, but I was like, yo, it really weakened, like, which is surprising. So now we're getting the strengthening cycle. That's it. The Swiss franc has actually has been getting clapped because of Russia. So Russia, when Russia, like Ukraine sanctions and all that wild shit, it starts to hurt Swiss. And they start to pull out their money from the Swiss banking system. So it's had a very interesting effect. Why is it surprising? Because usually the Japanese yen is a safe haven currency, and it's a very strong currency. So like the comment was said before, they're like the yen is always strengthening, which is usually facts. But it's more like the yen. I would say you have a 60-70% chance of strengthening than you ever have of weakening with it. So that's where that's where the clapping is coming in from. But it's showing you, there's wild currency valuations, and even then currency volatility and how everything is playing out. It gets crazy. I have a tinfoil, honestly. I think I might make a video for it. I have a couple of crazy ideas that I think we might see in 2021 or 2022. JPMs, they're down, but they're like at like right below break. It's like the spread. So they're down, but it's 12 to 14. We paid 15. It's a fixed currency. It kind of is to a degree. It's not fixed, but it acts as if it. And then again, with a lot of countries, we have either we have agreements with other countries to kind of peg to that currency, or they do that in general. So that's what's even been happening here with the dollar as of late too. Once our currency gets a little crazy, some governments will be like, hey, fuck it, just follow the dollar. That's what they'll do, because then that way, if you peg yourself to the dollar, if the dollar changes rapidly like it has, it makes sure that at the very least the balances stay the same. So then if everybody adjusts in the same direction, it stays the same. That's why it's safe haven, because they're manipulating it. Yes and no. It's just that it's half Japan's country, as a culture, and what has led to them. They save a lot of money. They have, like, their savings rates are through the roof, and it's been like that for generations. But then the other half is the modern monetary theory, and what the government does to support the market and keep strength in the currency. U.S. is in touch with Ukraine over cyber attacks. SPY is now below VWAP. Which one did I get? Spreads are not. Yeah, no, the spreads are, and the puts are awkward. So you're literally gonna. That's why it's like I'm still taking. Like, I'm taking the TSM. I took the JP Morgan. I might even grab another I like the JP Morgan still, because again, it's already down a lot. But it's like, if we really do sell off, I mean, you have to think, the minute we start hitting lows, if it does turn into fully risk off again and breaking those levels, I mean, I'm expecting even the good ones to go down. But it's still but you're going to pay premium. That's why it's like I'm going for, like, JP Morgan still at premium, but we have confirmation of an event. TSM at the very least is up 3%. But the other problem is, like any of the puts or anything, it's like they went up yesterday. Like Apple, Microsoft puts, they went up yesterday. So even if they're a little bit up today, those puts came down from yesterday, but then yesterday's price was a 30-40% increase. So it puts us in a very interesting situation. Amazon leading on the way up or down? Mm. 20 minutes till Wells Fargo. The FXY, they are creeping out. That's why, I mean, again, I was expecting a little bit more volatility earlier but then it did that weird weakening, but you could see it. It's just like currency is getting mad volatile. So, I mean, the fact that it's up here, if it does start to get to the higher ends, that's where, that play has till what, June? So there is a lot of time on that play. But either way, I mean, we'll see with the currency. It's all about currency, I'd say. The Uber puts should be back or barely back, or like right below break even. Yeah, so yeah, they're back. So it's at the same price on the ask, on the bid. So remember, these were down 50% with like the Wells Fargos. What do you think about Michael Burry selling all his stocks? Sick? Is he really in the red? I think he just doesn't. I think he's just keeping things low key. He might believe it, but I mean, I wonder what he's gonna do with some of the other bond moves. Because, I mean, we're still very early with a lot of stuff. What happens to MO? I'm up 300. I don't know. You still holding that one play? We flipped a lot of the MOs, so if you're still holding them and they're up, take advantage of them. But we've had a lot of good hits on MO. TLT bouncing a little bit. SPY kind of coming down now. It's struggling. We're getting back to the open. NASDAQ is now down a quarter. SPY down 0.4. Dow Jones down 0.8, and it's led by banks. We basically got nowhere since September. Yeah. It's like someone said this to me yesterday. I think it was Lending Tips. It's like everything is caught in a current, if that makes sense. If you really look back and zoom out, you'll see like everything has been in a current where it's like investments entered this like wave, and we just keep going around and around, except for real estate. That's what we were discussing. But that's where it's like we've been doing a lot of movement to kind of stay in the same place, really, and now it's been a lot of rebalancing, and then also too a lot of new information, a lot of new expectations, everything else. Yeah, Wells Fargo earnings was actually fire. They deserved it. You know, like them being up right now out of all the banks and then even the run up, like Wells Fargo was like just dope. To explain the puts with Uber when you have long-term shares, we were just trading getting ready for earnings. So I'm flipping them. I mean, so just because I own something in the long term doesn't mean I won't buy a put on it. Like you even saw me with Roblo. I wish I had more puts on it, but I flipped out of the other sets. So that the idea with Uber was simply pre-earnings play, and we hit it a couple times. I mean, before I grabbed puts on Uber, I hit 2 different calls, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so here since December, we had one call, flipped it, another call, flipped it, another call. Another call, flipped it. Again, 100%, then just grabbed the puts and still holding. So I hit one, two, three calls on Uber, and then I grabbed one put. So you see, so I wrote it up on the way up and did those moves with it, and then now leading into earnings, I got to play in there to get some downside because again, it has some meat on the bone there. SPY's coming down a little bit. TSM coming down again. That plays volatile as hell. So the TSM puts, they go up, and then the minute there's a green candle, it just shoots back down to break even. Hopefully Microsoft calls that, or just, again, week of earnings, day before. At the very least, you should get a day or two before. That should be good. NVIDIA coming down fast. NVIDIA was a leader. I mean, but again, if the chip makers start, remember, that's all everybody was calling out today. Yeah, NVIDIA's already given up 2%. Qualcomm's giving up 1%. Micron's already in the red now. Intel's actually staying pinned, but barely. Apple's VR headset launch risk being delayed till 2023. I don't know. Why is that even bad news? Was anybody planning to get an Apple VR headset? I don't know. Headset development snags likely to push back. Had planned to announce VR AR headset as early as June, facing overheating camera software challenges. I mean, it could be a play. I mean, honestly. Medellin, I don't know. It's bringing down Apple already. TSM is dropping, but that's I don't know. I don't know how to take that one. Like it gets obviously it comes in as a headline and you're getting a move, but it's like was that even priced in? Was anybody like I think the real money right now with Apple is pricing in services, but I don't know if anyone was pricing in the headset. I didn't even know they had a headset. Yeah, Wells Fargo real winner today. Wells Fargo, JPM. JPM's holding on though. He's holding on. There's an app store in that headset. True. Under the glasses. I don't know. That's interesting, but that just came across now. People reacting to that. So here's another one. They said University of Michigan sentiment could not have been worse. While the unexpected drop in retail sales for December can somewhat be explained by consumers being forced for holiday purchases and supply chain bottlenecks, not only was the January preliminary index dismal, it was the second lowest in a decade. Consumers expect to have their disposable incomes eroded. That's negative for risk assets and stocks in particular. Report underlines that while the data continue to point forward a decelerating inflation rate, the 4.9 they anticipate in 2022 is more than twice the 2.1 that they anticipate in income gains. Jeez. Inflation will essentially mean pay cuts as wages fail to keep up. The UMich survey follows the 9th straight drop in real average consumer earnings. This trend is especially worrisome for equities. A handcuffed consumer means lower spending, lower earnings, and lower stock prices. So literally, even if your survey, isn't that a weird survey question? They're like, how much do you expect to make this year? 2.1%. Okay. So how much do you expect inflation to be? 4.9%. What? That's hard. That's hard to swallow. If you really like think about it. Inflation tax, a little mini bounce there. Watch chip makers, see if those kind of come back up. Even then, see if the banks continue to lead. Wells Fargo absolutely killing it. Every single green move kills. I know, it's funny. It's like, bro, it'll go up like 30, 40%, and then you get one green candle, and it's like break even. It's like, what? That's crazy. Did I like my video? I did not like my video yet. I did right now, though. Okay. I got it. I got it. Don't worry. Don't worry. We good. Win is still holding up. I mean, SPY's at VWAP. This is a decent level. I want us back up there, though. Well, in full cash and share mode. I mean, as long as you got the share, I'm down with it. I'm down with it. Are you ready? Are you ready? You feeling good, Chad? I slept in. It's okay. It was a tiring day. I almost slept in today, too. I didn't almost sleep in. I just woke up, and, like, some days you're tired than not. And I was like, I was like, I should just sleep a little longer. And then I was like, put it in drive, baby! But it was a struggle. It was a struggle. But we made it. So as long as you made it, that's all you need. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. In my opinion, when's the crash gonna come? I was gonna make a video on it. So let me make a video on it and post it to the main channel and watch it. Because I'm gonna go over a couple of. I have a couple of ideas. I have tinfoil. It's not tinfoil though. It's like it's economics. It's just macro. I have a macro play. I think it's kind of brewing up here. But I got a macro play. You know, I don't think you're in it, but I think you're. I mean, if there's a couple of signs right now that if it plays out a certain way, I wouldn't even call it a crash. Let me rephrase that. It's just the next volatility, like the next volatility event. It seems like there's a couple of things that you can find in it, and it's everything from China all the way down to what you're getting here with the Fed. So we'll see, baby. We'll see. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how you feeling, man? We are at 1,000 like resistance. So before we get the day going, honestly, you're right in the middle. Today could go either way right now. We already got some pretty bad data from the banks. Got some good for the casino, good for the chips. It's a mixed bag, but we are at 1,000 like resistance. So let's just get this popping. Let me just hit you, man. Your Frizzle's favorite Frizzle from Canada. Oh, that's not it's a Frizzle's favorite Frizzle. Hard. How is John Williams? John Williams is he's slightly more hawkish usually. Williams has said some things, but then he has also like I think he's middle. He's like middle leaning hawk. Oh wow, 200 likes already. Wow. That's crazy. Yo, that's wild. So hey, if you hear me, hit the like button. Check in with me. Let us know that you're here and listening, okay? We'll give it a couple more seconds. SPY is flushing there off that little bounce. I mean, if it starts to flip the other way, today is going to start getting messy here. Let's see. Those SPY puts are up 23% now. Yeah, the SPY, no, premium just came back. That shouldn't have been like that. The SPYs were at break even. So now the SPY puts just shot up 23% on that candle for the next week. So fear just hit the chain, low key. But check in. Wow, 13. Okay, I'm gonna just tell you, listen, man, if you hear my voice, you have a purpose. Okay, you're living right now in 2022, bro. You get to witness all this. You should have been born in 1812 if you weren't meant for this moment. That's all I'm saying, okay? So here's your positive message of the day. Very, very simple. Are you ready? Very, very simple. I need y'all to adopt this year. I need you to understand whatever you're going through right now. You got to adopt what I'm about to share with you. Okay, this is how you're going to grow. This is how you're going to be mature, and this is how you're going to get what you deserve. I'm telling you all the opportunities. Stay in the game. Put the helmet on. This is part of your helmet. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Okay? All right, here it is. When a photographer can't change a scene, they change the angle and lens to capture the best of that scene. Similarly, when you can't change a situation in your life, change your perspective to get the best out of the situation. Wow. Let's go, baby. I don't know if they feel me. Hard. I see you with it. You with it? I'm with it. I can do it. I'm with it. Wow, that's all you need. All you need. Change a little perspective. You can't change the scene, but you can change the lens and the angle. Just switch up the angle a little bit, baby. How you see we got just work the angles. Oh man. It's good. Feeling blessed, baby. Amen. So let's go. Get ready. Welcome to 2022. Welcome to the second week of January. Why does it hurt so bad? It hurts me. It's game time, baby. It's game time. Wells Fargo 52-week high. That one would have been a good. I should have just bought that one instead. But I was worried about the banks. I was like 3 out of 4. I was like 3 out of 4 banks failed. It sounded like a Trident commercial. I said, banks, why you do that, man? Everybody kept buying you. We love them. Josh, I just want the REIT. I do want them. The mountains you're carrying are the ones you're supposed to climb. Amen. We told them. So SPY's coming down a little bit, or it's fighting here. Just get ready. TSM leveled out. Some of the other stuff, like Wells Fargo's hitting a high. Banks chilled. Win is on the way down. Apple was a leader. They had that VR news. Apple is now negative. They were up. Microsoft still holding 1%. Netflix was briefly green, but now it's back down another 1% on the low. Facebook is positive at 1%. Google is positive at 0.5%, and then Amazon went red by 1/3. Morgan Stanley next. So Apple, a little bit of a bounce there. Where's Tesla? Tesla's still green, barely 0.5%. Google lawsuit on advertising practices. Chris Pertab. Mr. Pertab. Welcome, baby. Or not. I love it. AT&T communication. I feel like were communication names down today? Yeah, AT&T looks like it's going positive. This dirty dog. Look at him. AT&T destroyed us for so long. He's like, I'll come back today. Nah, after hideous. Premiums are moving crazy. Let me see, where's that SPY put? So I'm glad we still have these SPY. Remember that SPY call is down 14 now, and then the SPY put is up 8. So those have flip-flopped. But these were negative still in the morning. So even after we started lower and they were negative. So I'm using these as my place marker. That's my dirty desktop. Don't judge me. I'm sorry. That just means we working, man. That just means we working. I've cleaned that desktop so many times. It just comes back. Okay? Do you know how many fucking dope screenshots I got for you? Y'all don't feel me. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got these. Like, we could talk about these. Let's talk about tech lagging on the market. You know what I'm saying? What do you think's on the desktop? I got to go for, like, peak inflation. We got to break it down. This is with the CPI. You can see the trend, man. Come on. I'm telling you, this is very valuable, how the Fed performs after rate hikes in every single industry. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to cover that. Then we got to go over the CPI expectations. Are you following with me? I don't think you look. We got Airbnb profits. We got to explain why Airbnb is the greatest stock in the world. We got ECMIs and market impacts. You know what I'm saying? Then we got to talk on gains when the S&P was returning following a 20% year. You know what I'm saying? Then we have to talk more about tech. You are already prepared, though. You were already prepared. You know what I'm saying? Then we got the green across the board. We have to look at the different industries. There's a lot. There's a lot. Pretty picture, volatile. So, yeah, that's what's on the deck. Look at that's a lot of pictures. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. They do have Airbnb in China. It's cool. I heard it's not the best, but you can't complain. Did I say buy Airbnb? No, I just said it's the greatest stock in the world. There's a big difference. That's it. Bro, run the Uber analysis. What do you need? Uber's already just setting up for earnings. That's it. It's in that range between 40 and 44. We play if it gets upside, it's going to react to the industry and whatnot. We had the put plays. We sold out 3 different calls, all hit, and then now we're holding the put. So pretty much, I'm going to wait till earnings. I want to see that put go up in value, and then depending on how low it could get, I might be down to set up another call play coming into earnings. But their earnings is towards the end of the year in February or beginning of February, so it takes. There is going to be some time in how the market's been trading. I am a little bit worried about getting too early on some of these earnings plays because I've already got clapped on a couple. This whole chat room is looking for a lot of Riolos. Well, where do you fit in then? You know what I'm saying? My king. Tell me. Yeah, I'm going to call you my king now. You're better than us all, man. So just show us the way. Show us the way. IBM is up. Remember, they got that downgrade and that other volatility. Just scalping day to day. And there you go. Then you'll fit in great. You'll fit in great. And Lord Tarp. It's good. I love all of you. And you guys have to realize this. Like, for the OG Chads, like, I realized it, man. Like, you have to realize anybody, like, hating on you in the Chad, or even if they hate on me, I realized they're all Judases. Like, because, like, low-key, like, YouTube don't like us anymore. So, it's like, if you end up on this stream, that means you've been here and you know it. And then, like, I know by the names and how they talk, but that's it. Oh, romanticize! I love you more. I love you more, baby. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. But then, so that's why. So it's like, these are your brothers. These are your fellow disciples. They just went Judas. That's all. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know you have another, and everyone, like, so it's love, though. That's why. So it's fine. It's fine. If you're new, you should feel special, honestly. That's why if you are new, we got to get you a long term. We got to set you up. We got to make sure you know the lingo. That's it, because you got lucky. You got lucky, especially if you're there. TSMs. Bounce. TSM. A lot of things are bouncing there. It looks kind of nice. I tell everybody, amen. It's all word of mouth, baby. All word of mouth. You are responsible for the next generation of chats. That's it. We love it. We love you. That's why we need long terms. And just watch little by little. Just wait till you look back 2 years. Again, every year after, and be like, wow, that's another year of the long term. And then you'll see how it holds up. And then especially if it's vol, you'll see. You'll see. So that's why I get the long term. It speaks. Was considered an OG in the Chad. I think it's, I don't know. There's no consideration. It's just more like you feel it in your heart. I don't know. Like you just know. Like it's not because like you can't tell a OG they're not a OG. Does that make sense? So like if you went to an OG in the Chad and said like, oh, like you're not an OG, like they wouldn't even stress it. Like they like you know what I'm saying? But like they were like, bro, I was here for TOT. I was here before TOT. You only know about TOT number 2. I know about TOT number 1. They'll be like, man, you don't have, bro. I was number 4 on the 11 at 11. What the hell you saying, bro? You don't even know where to find the OG Uncle tracks. Like, you know what I'm like? It's just like if you know, you know. Like it's just that's it. And then I'll say some jokes like you'll understand certain lingo. Okay, like you'll understand that like hey like a real OG would know that like if I said I'm gonna sign up for Weeble today, what should you know what I'm saying? Like y'all should have my back if I said that. Okay, and get me assistance ASAP. He's right behind me. They're right behind me. Help me. Sign up for Weeble. It's good. It's help me. I'm not saying this. I need help. It's a great it's like they definitely don't give your information out to. No, it's fine. I would totally give my social security detail. Fucking help me, please. I don't know. Spy's coming down. The spy did not like that joke. Okay, we're back to business. It's gonna come down here. If it does, just watch for the break. That was a lot of volume right there. That came in. What are we at here? 30 million. 13 million in volume. I mean, it's only been an hour and a half. So TSM's still going though. That's the difference. So tech is selling off more on this. Tech is down 0.27, Dow down 0.9, S&P about 0.5%. Yeah, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, they're starting to go. XLV and healthcare leading down. Let's check. No, that broke. It looks even transport's down. We'll see. I mean, it's not. I'm just getting ready for the flush. That's all. If it doesn't flush and it just does this stupid little game of like these little pops, but then keeps you at the same place, you want this to stay stable. You do not. We need to get out of flush zone and it'll be straight or at least burn enough time. Fed Williams speaking. One comes up and one comes down. Started with one, but that shit compound.
There and back again.
John
we again
William.
Find ourselves in a period of extraordinary difficulty.
So he could clap the market.
The
Again, he might be the only one.
States and around the world are resulting in new peaks of COVID infections and hospitalizations.
He sounds like Elon if Elon was socialized like a normal adult.
Services workforce.
That's crazy.
This is a reminder.
I'm gonna go pee. Hold on.
The path of the economic recovery continues to be driven by the course of the virus. In my remarks this morning, I'll share more. I'll show more about what we're seeing in the incoming data and how it relates to the economic picture, both in the United States and the world more broadly. I'll also highlight the significant progress we've seen in the labor market and my outlook for inflation. Finally, I'll discuss the Federal Reserve's recent policy actions and what they mean for the future. Now, before I proceed, I need to give the standard Fed disclaimer. And that is, the views I express today are mine alone and do not necessarily reflect those of the Federal Open Market Committee or others in the Federal Reserve System. Now, when I look at the economy, it's through the lens of the Federal Reserve's dual mandate. So these are the two goals that are set by Congress: the maximum employment and price stability. And given these goals, my focus is to study and understand the wide range of developments that affect employment, unemployment, and inflation as they play out in real time. Now, as we start a new year, it's worth highlighting the key economic developments of last year, which were defined by a very strong recovery here and abroad. Now, we don't have all the data yet, but I expect that US inflation adjusted or real gross domestic product increased by about 5.5% last year, which would make it the strongest growth rate between fourth quarters in over 35 years.
Watch Citi. Citi's earnings call has started. So get ready for that. Remember, they were bad.
They've contributed to a sharp rise in inflation. Inflation in the United States, based on the personal consumption expenditures price index, will likely exceed 5% in 2021. And inflation rates are elevated in many other countries too. Now, looking ahead, I expect that the current Omicron wave to slow growth in the next few months as people once again pull back from contact-intensive activities. I also expect that the Omicron wave will temporarily prolong and intensify labor supply challenges and supply chain bottlenecks that we've been experiencing. Current staffing challenges for essential service workers in the healthcare, transportation, and education sectors will likely have a ripple effect too. But once the Omicron wave subsides, the economy should return to a solid growth trajectory, and the supply constraints in the economy should ebb over time. Now, considering the effects of Omicron on the economy in the first part of the year, I expect real GDP to increase around 3.5% this year. And while this is not quite the blockbuster growth we saw in 2021, it's still well above its long-run trend and supportive of continued improvement in the labor market. Of course, experience has taught us not to be overly confident in predictions about COVID and its effects on the economy, and uncertainty around the economic outlook remains high. So now I'll turn to the employment side of our mandate, where the picture improved dramatically over the past year. About 6.5 million jobs were added last year, and the unemployment rate plummeted by 2.8 percentage points. In fact, with the unemployment rate now at 3.9%, we've retraced 96% of the COVID recession rise in less than 2 years. Now, this is light years faster than the more than 7 years it took for unemployment to retrace to the same degree after the global financial crisis. And with the economy registering solid growth, I expect the unemployment rate will continue to come down further to about 3.5% this year. Now, the strength in the labor market is seen in a wide variety of indicators, including job openings, quits, and wage growth. And the labor market has been especially robust in recent months for workers at the bottom of the wage distribution. And female labor force participation in employment have improved, especially for women with young children. Now, one of the foremost concerns surrounding the outlook is inflation, which rose considerably last year. There are two main contributors to the current high inflation: very strong demand, especially for goods, and supply bottlenecks. And both have been prevalent throughout the pandemic. The shutdown of factories, particularly those in Asia, and widespread lockdowns led to disruptions to logistics networks, elevated shipping costs, and prolonged delivery times. Now, a new index that's created by the New York Fed research staff shows that global supply chain pressures shot up last year, reaching historically high levels. Now, these challenges are not just top of mind for companies selling their goods or consumers waiting for their purchases to be delivered. Elevated prices have real-life consequences for so many, particularly for those who are struggling to cover the rising costs of food, housing, and transportation. The circumstances we're facing today are unlike anything we've experienced in the past. Typical historical episodes cannot be used as reference points for current conditions. As an example, the very large increases in prices we're seeing today are primarily for durable goods. And this is a striking turnaround from the past 25 years when those prices had actually been trending lower. Now, in contrast, even with recent increases, prices on services and non-durable goods are fairly close to their longer run trends. And even though the Omicron wave is posing new obstacles, some supply issues are starting to work themselves out as the economy adjusts to the changing circumstances. Now, just as the pandemic has followed its own script, I anticipate that the dynamics of inflation will also be very different than previous cycles. With growth slowing and supply constraints gradually being resolved, I expect inflation to drop to around 2.5% this year, much closer to the FOMC's 2% longer run goal. And looking further ahead, I expect inflation to get closer to 2% in 2023. Now, these developments in the labor market and for inflation inform the Federal Reserve's policy response and recent actions.
This is the key level. You're either going to have a little mini bounce or it's going to flush from here, but this is right where we open. And that's below yesterday, about 1/3% now. And tech is down 0.5%. They were leading 0.3 in the morning.
Maintain the target range until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the FOMC's assessments of maximum employment. Because of inflation developments and the notable improvement in the labor market, the FOMC has also decided to reduce the monthly pace of its net asset purchases. And with our actions, we have started the process of adjusting the stance of monetary policy away from one of providing maximum support for the economy. And this movement in policy reflects the gains the economy has made since the beginning of the pandemic and the evolution of the risks to the achievement of our goals. The next step in reducing monetary accommodation to the economy will be to gradually bring the target range for the federal funds rate from its current very low level back to more normal levels. Now, given the clear signs of a very strong labor market, we are approaching a decision to get that process underway. The timing of such decisions will be based on a careful consideration of a wide range of data and information, with a clear eye on our maximum employment and price stability goals. As we turn a page on the new year, it's clear we have not yet reached the end of the pandemic story. But despite the challenges, I am hopeful of a continued strong recovery this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John. I think we should probably start at the topic probably on most people's mind, where you mentioned something about inflation. That's everybody's concerned about kind of which direction this will go. So there's a backdrop. Consumer price index, as you know, hit a 39-year high of 7% in December. The PPI had a November record of 10-year record. In December, came down a little bit, but not much. Yet people don't seem to be that worried about it. I mean, the survey by the University of Michigan of consumers showing thinking that this is temporary. The 10-year Treasury note still at 1.7%. So why are people so comfortable, number one? You may have seen the article by Jason Furman this morning saying we shouldn't be so comfortable, that demographic change is going to make this permanent. We have fewer people coming into the workforce, fewer immigrants, retiring baby boomers. This is something, a long-term trend. So what's the difference between people being so comfortable in the short term versus other people who think this is just sort of something secular?
Well, obviously inflation is very high and far too high, and we wouldn't want to see it persist at very high levels. We have a 2% inflation goal. So that is, it is very much on my mind and my colleagues' minds. I just re-emphasize, we have a dual mandate: maximum employment, price stability. Maximum employment, I mean, we're very close or near that. It's inflation that is obviously the thing that we need to make sure we see inflation come down. Now, I do think there's a lot of uncertainty around the drivers of inflation and the outlook for inflation, so we need to be humble about that. Looking at the market expectations and the private sector expectations around inflation, I think that perhaps they're looking at a lot of these factors that are driving the inflation right now is still related in one way or another to pandemic effects. So for example, the issue we're seeing around freight costs around the world, shipping costs, clearly are driven by some imbalances of moving goods around the world, and those will be resolved eventually. So and other factors like the significant rise in used cars and new car prices, they won't continue to go up at high rates forever. So I think there's a number of reasons to expect that inflation won't stay high for a long time. Importantly, we are, of course, very focused on making sure that we see inflation come back down. So I think that's another important factor. I think one of the reasons inflation expectations have been well anchored, longer term inflation expectations that you're referring to, is we have at the Fed a commitment to achieving 2% inflation on average over time. I think we've delivered on that commitment over decades, and we've committed to do that in the future. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Volume picking up on the downside. You're breaking the low. Put premiums are now most expensive of the day,
and other factors,
which is wild. They're up 40% now. Now the puts are starting to come up a little bit more.
It's really on central banks, whether the Fed or other ones around the world, to make sure that we create conditions that bring inflation to 2% and average to 2%.
So John, as you know, Fed has been criticized for, I guess, reacting too slowly to inflation. And Chairman Powell used the term transitory a lot when he talked about inflation. He doesn't use it anymore, dropped that term, but nonetheless, it certainly feels like that's the consensus. It's somewhat transitory, but did that thinking delay action, and what's the ramification of waiting so long?
Well, you won't be surprised what I'm about to say is that we're data dependent. We're driven by the evidence and the analysis that we have. And if you go back and roll back the clock a bit, what we saw was a lot of earlier last year. So it's in January. It's like earlier in 2021. We did see a lot of increases in prices, very concentrated in specific goods that were affected by COVID, by everyone basically buying, moving into homes and buying things for the home, and a pullback from services. But then as things got better with vaccinations and people started going to restaurants and traveling again, we saw those inflationary pressures actually come down for several months. So I think that that narrative was actually playing out more or less as expected, that those effects really were reversing in some cases. That used car prices coming down. We saw lumber prices coming down. So I think that was, from my perspective, the analysis of that these drivers of inflation would be transitory. Then what we saw in fall, obviously with the Delta wave, is a reemergence, if you will, of the demand for goods, the pullback in labor supplies, and the reemergence of some of the supply chain issues. So, we've seen a shift back and forth last year of what was happening. I do think that with the, the evidence we have now, clearly some of the factors driving, supply shortages around the world, labor supply issues are obviously more persistent than, at least I previously thought. Getting through COVID is taking longer here and abroad than we had hoped. Vaccines didn't, obviously a huge improvement, a huge driver of better health and better economic outcomes, but we still have now we have the Delta wave, now we have Omicron. So I think a lot of it is really not so much about inflation's behavior, but the drivers of inflation have been more persistent, and that's why I and most people expect inflation to be higher now for this year than we had previously thought. So to me, it's really about the data driving kind of our policy decisions, and I think that the policy decisions we were making throughout last year were consistent with what we were seeing in the data. As the data changed, as the drivers of inflation and the economy changed, as unemployment came way down, obviously we needed to move our policy consistent with that, and we've done that, and we'll continue to do that.
One of your colleagues at the Philadelphia Fed, Patrick Harker, has publicly predicted 3 or 4 rate hikes this year. Goldman Sachs has outstanding 4 times, for sure. I don't know if we can nail you down.
Market can move on his answer to this. We'll see consensus.
Well, first of all, we'll be driven by the data, driven by our goals, especially making sure that we have control inflation, bringing inflation back down. I don't know exactly what the path of the federal funds rate will be this year or next year, because it'll be driven by the data. That said, I think that my colleagues, when we put out our projections for the federal funds rate back at the December meeting, everybody saw rate increases starting this year and continuing gradually over the next couple of years. I think that's completely sensible given the improvements in the economy, given the high level of inflation. So, my view is we'll see about exactly the timing and
kind of dovish.
The pace of
he's one of them who refused to answer.
That's
pretty
the
much
path we're heading to, and that's completely appropriate. I mean,
everybody was willing to shoot off 3 and 4 hikes. He didn't.
That we continue this process of removing the accommodation that we put in, which I thought was very helpful to help the economy recover since the pandemic. But it does make sense to remove that accommodation over the next few years.
He said it makes sense to remove, but he's not. He's saying no to the 4 hikes. So it's kind of bullish. 10 minutes till European close here.
With over $8 trillion in portfolio bonds. So I guess realistically, how fast could that happen? What's the natural level? How are you thinking about the slope of that curve?
Well, like rate decisions, those haven't been made, and those will be made by the committee, and we'll have think through all that. I do think here's how I think about it. We've learned a lot from the normalization of the balance sheet from the last time. We clearly have found that we can control short-term interest rates through the various tools that we use, including administered interest rates. So I'm very confident that when it is time to adjust, monetary policy, we have the tools to move interest rates as we desire, but also we have the ability to manage balance sheet normalization, smoothly, when we decide to do that. I do think the situation is different from last time in some ways. One is our balance sheet is much larger. You mentioned that, and the other is, we have a much more kind of balanced portfolio of Treasury securities, shorter term, medium term, and longer term treasuries. And so, clearly, what we'll want to do, from my perspective, is think carefully about the balance sheet normalization when that's the appropriate time, as part of our broader strategy of adjusting the stance of monetary policy to achieve our goals. First and foremost, it's a tool of monetary policy. So you want to think about that in terms of achieving those goals. And I think the second is, the primary tool of monetary policy, we've decided this, a number of times in the past and said this publicly, is the federal funds rate. So we really want to think of the federal funds rate as our primary tool that we're adjusting, to changing circumstances, and rather have the balance sheet normalization when it occurs to be happening in the background, if you will, to be happening in a predictable and reasonably, well understood way. And so those are some of the things I think we've learned from the past experience and have worked, well. And we'll take, when think about what's the timing and the appropriate pace of that. Those are all decisions the committee will make with the very clear focus on our maximum employment and price stability goals.
All right, let's turn to one of the biggest innovations in a monetary system in a while, digital currencies. And so some central banks are issuing their own digital currency. We kind of got beat by El Salvador and I think Mexico. So will there be a digital dollar? And if there is one, what's the impact on the other digital currency? And does it materially change the cost of exchange of money and value?
Well, this is such a fascinating set of topics you're bringing up. And of course, it also covers, stablecoin and crypto and central bank digital currency. So there's so much to think about. And it's an area that we're very focused on here at the New York Fed, the Federal Reserve System, and around the world, discussions around thinking about how is technology fundamentally affecting our people's ability.
Again, he is the head of the New York Fed, and used to run San Francisco. So those are like the top Fed hubs, more or less.
A lot of things in our financial system that where technology potentially can be a game changer in the efficiency, the speed, and the security of things like that. So I think we're going to see a lot.
Yeah, they are very giggly together. I don't know why.
Change in financial services.
Good morning, Stephen.
In terms of starting with digital, I have to say this. Already payments are digital. When you look at the trillions and trillions of dollars that move through our FedWire systems, those are it's a digital system, and that's true of the vast majority of payments today. I do think that the big question out there is how does new technology, whether blockchain or other kind of variants of that, does that create a great an opportunity to lower the cost of transactions, to make them more convenient, and also to make sure that they're secure. So there's, I think when you think about stablecoin or central bank digital currencies, these are issues that need to be, are actively being studied, thought about, both in terms of what's the proper regulation for the private sector to secure. To make sure that they're secure, obviously satisfy anti-money laundering and other issues, but also to to make sure that they're safe and sound. But also from the central bank digital currency point of view, I know we haven't made any decisions around that, but it's watching what's going on around the world, studying does this make sense to add this to our payment system? These are going to be important questions. I think they'll be coming up this year. To my mind, I think technology is, really changing a lot in financial services. So I expect this will be a very important topic, and we'll, be very engaged in it. And in terms of, thinking about a central bank digital currency, I just think it, does bring up a lot of, very important questions about how do we make sure that we're creating, a very safe, efficient, and potentially more inclusive payment system. So, but nothing's, like I said, right now, I think Alyssa is still actively under study. I'm not worried about being behind the curve relative to what may be happening in China or other countries. I mean, obviously the US dollar and the US economy is very prominent in the global financial system, global economy. I think a lot of these things, it's more important to study this, get it right, and make the right decisions than rather than trying to be in a race to be the first or second or third.
One of the concerns of people who watch the Fed closely is potential mission creep, as you know. So when you stood up all those facilities in 2020, which were needed, they're getting into the lending business, they're administering PPP, they're doing a lot of other things. And now more recently, Chairman Powell talked about climate stress tests for banks, and that's quite a new role. So is the mission creep a result from pressure from outside groups? Could this distort bank regulation, monetary policy? I guess where does this end up as things keep evolving?
Well, you mentioned the 13.3 or the emergency lending facilities from 2020. I think one of the things is those were emergency programs, clearly thought of when the Federal Reserve Act was created, so that the Federal Reserve could act in a case of emergency. But because they are for an emergency, they are only used for a short period of time, and then the programs were ended when they were no longer needed, and successfully so. So I think that's an important thing to remember on those, is that those were there only for an emergency, brought out and then put back away. So we're, the second thing on climate, I do think on climate and other issues like that, to my mind, it gets back to our core mission. So what's the core mission of the Federal Reserve? We have a mission under understanding the economy and monetary policy. We have core responsibilities around the supervision, regulation of financial institutions, mostly banks. I think we have an important mission around in the arena of financial stability, and making sure that we not only understand but have the financial system, but have a strong and resilient financial system. And to the extent that climate change or climate policies or all the things related to that affect the economy, affect the financial system and the risks in the financial system, and potentially financial stability, those are things we need to be expert at. These are things that we need to be actively involved in, only into the to support our ability to carry out our core mission. So to my mind, we're focused on our work. We're not changing our mission. We're not changing what our our goals are. It's really, when you think about climate, it's about how do we make sure that we have the expertise, the data, and obviously the policies and things that will help us achieve our goals. And with climate, I think that's just going to be an important part of understanding and the economy and the financial system.
I'm going to ask one more question, and then we'll turn it to the audience. But I had to touch on
turn it to the audience. Not a recommendation. Do not trade it. You will lose money. I grabbed a HD call for March. So I grabbed a March play. It covers earnings, but I'm also just trying to just buy the dip as well here too. HD is kind of broke below a key level, so playing that. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation.
Monetary system, and how do you compare yourself to other agencies, I guess?
Yeah, so cyber, I think is one of the greatest risks to especially around financial stability, and like you're saying, it's a growing issue. It's not a receding issue, and so we are very focused on obviously first and foremost our own systems. We do run the payment, a significant part of the payments in the U.S. economy. We carry out monetary policy. We carry out auctions for the Treasury Department for the government debt. So we are very focused in our own systems around making sure that they're very secure, but also you just had a little
pop and drop on the euro close here, but euro is now closed. Watch out, bonds are starting to move.
There's obviously rising concerns of cyber around that. So in terms of making sure that supervised banks have really very strong programs and in place around that, and working closely with the other obviously government agencies and with other entities to make sure that everyone's bringing their best, getting the best talent, best programs in there. I think that what's maybe a little bit another issue, I was going to say maybe underappreciated, but maybe that's not true, but is the financial stability aspects of that too. When you think of cyber, you really start thinking about what would happen with a major cyber attacks and how those connect with across institutions, across countries, and things like that. So again, we're very focused on studying those issues and working closely with others to continue to strengthen around cyber related kind of issues.
Okay, great. We'll take some questions from the audience now. So can we get that process started?
Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, to ask a question, please click on the raise hand icon on your Zoom window. When you're called on, accept the unmute now button and proceed with your name, affiliation, and question. To view the roster of CFR members registered for this meeting, please click on the link in your Zoom chat box. We'll take our first question from Jay Bacow.
Hi, Thank you very much for taking the time. It's always a pleasure to hear you speak. Jay Backow at Morgan Stanley. My question for you is around the possible normalization of the balance sheet. And how do you think about quantifying the impact of that on financial conditions? Thank you.
Manny, I love you. When this
Okay,
is
so
done, I'm
we've
gonna give
gone
you a
from
shout out there, but
Charles's hard,
congrats.
questions
And I love you.
Another hard
And
question.
Horn.
You know, that's I think we obviously, the way I think about this is the Fed's holdings of longer term Treasury securities, mortgage-backed securities, puts downward pressure on longer term interest rates. So it is an important tool of monetary policy, and I think is one of the factors that's holding down long-term rates here and abroad. I mean, this is a global phenomenon of central banks doing QE. So when you think about an expectation or eventual normalization of the Fed's balance sheets to more normal levels, I think the way I think about this is over time, you know, some of the relaxation of that downward pressure on long-term yields or term premiums, if you will. In terms of quantifying it, I think that's really challenging. That's the hard part. I think directionally, I would expect as we normalize the balance sheet, you would see the term premium move back up somewhat from very depressed levels, and longer term rates move back up. I think, knowing how big of those effects would likely be, or what's the, if you will, the steady state level of the term premium or longer term interest rates, that's pretty uncertain. Coming out of the last period of normalization, we think about 2018-19. I mean, long-term rates weren't that high even after we had normalized the balance, finished the normalization of the balance sheet. So it's something that I view that there's a natural process that as we normalize the balance sheet, we'll see long rates move up somewhat, and it would happen, I think, if kind of over time. It's harder to know exactly how big those effects are. So I think we just have to be humble about being overly precise in our knowledge of these effects. But again, I see this as something that is a part of the process of normalizing monetary policy. It's both about normalizing the balance sheet over time, but also, obviously the short-term interest rate of the Fed funds circle.
Take our next question from Tara Hariharan.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Tara Hariharan and I work for a hedge fund called NWI in New York. Dr. Williams, thank you so much for your comments. Here's a question for you. Real interest rates in the US are quite negative. For instance, 5-year real yields are now minus 1.31%. Do you see the Fed targeting real rates as a focus of the policy normalization process going forward? Thank you.
Well, yeah, you're highlighting a really important issue. I mean, often we talk about nominal interest rates, and the target Fed funds rate is obviously a nominal interest rate. But the way I think about the economy, it's really that real or inflation adjusted interest rates are what matter. And you think about 5-year yield, like you mentioned, it's really about the expectations of inflation over the period of over the next 5 years. So it is striking how low real yields are, not in the short term, because of course that's a factor of the Fed policy of interest rates being very low and inflation being well above 2%. But it is a striking feature that you got 5 years or even the 5 to 10 year yields, real yields are still quite low. And that's a question to me about, well, what is the market thinking, or what are market participants? Obviously, it's not one person thinking about that. It's not, to me, a decision of monetary policy. It's more of information we get from that. So I think we do have to focus, when we think about our monetary policy actions, about real interest rates, not just focus on nominal interest rates. And it's one of the reasons I think we do need to raise interest rates over the next few years is not just to get nominal rates up, but to make sure we're getting real rates back to more normal levels. But I do think that there's an interesting question out there of why even today, after yields have gone up somewhat over the last few weeks, real yields, even 5 to 10 years out, are quite low. I think one of the big questions that we have to continue to analyze is, as we get out of the pandemic period, which I'm hopeful that we'll do that, is what has changed structurally in the global economy. we came into this the pandemic with a very low natural rate of interest, or R star. We came in, with demographics and other factors that were kind of holding down growth and holding down real interest rates before the pandemic. And then, coming out of this, are we going back to that situation of low interest rates and relatively low growth, or is the pandemic fundamentally changed some of those? Right now, I don't think we can answer that, but the signal you get from financial markets, at least, is that expectations of interest rates quite far out in the future are really quite low. But my view of this is that's highly uncertain. That's not really a driver of policy decisions right now, but it's definitely something that I'm watching closely to think about what's happening further out. But your question is really right. Should we be focused on real rates and not just nominal rates? I completely agree with that.
Okay, next question.
Take our next question from Paul Shared.
Thank you very much, Paul Sheard from Harvard Kennedy School. Thanks very much, John, for your very insightful remarks. I wanted to just ask you if you could share a little bit about how you're thinking about the average inflation targeting framework in the context of these new conditions. It looks a little bit like that framework has been sort of overtaken by events, given that it was envisaging moderately above 2%, not much above 2%. So how you were thinking about at what point you would feel that you've sort of got back to average 2%, given the high readings? And perhaps the second part of the question, if it turns out that quite high inflation continues for a much more extended period, would you be thinking about targeting moderately below 2% inflation for a period? Or would that be a point at which you'd think about, changing the framework and updating it in some way?
So, I would just be clear that when we wrote down the framework of an average inflation rate of 2%, and when we highlighted that since inflation had been running below 2%, we'd want it to be moderately above 2% to get the average to 2%. In no way was that thinking about an inflation rate of 4 or 5%. I mean, clearly this is a major shock to the global economy, a major movement in inflation that we've seen the last year, and we're still seeing right now. So that's in no way or shape or form is this like about a moderate, exceeding 2%. So how do I think about this? So to me, how do I think about this? So this is really basically, a set of, I was gonna say demand, supply shocks, but also COVID related shocks. So there's just a lot of factors that have been moving inflation both down earlier during the pandemic and moving it dramatically up in the last year. So the real question, I think, is not is this moderately above? No, this is way above. It reflects a number of shocks. It's thinking ahead over the next several years. You said, like you're asking. I mean, I would still want to come back to, I want inflation to be on average 2%, not in a mathematical sense of average over 3 years or something like that, but inflation expectations anchored at 2% looking forward. So as we come out of this, to get inflation to 2% clearly is a goal. But the second goal is to make sure that inflation expectations also converge to a level consistent with 2%. So that's how I'm thinking about it. And when you ask the question, well, if you overshoot, do you undershoot? In my view, we chose not to do some kind of version of price level targeting that would have a feature like that you would mechanically have to undershoot because you overshot. It's really the framework that, as I think of it, is making sure that on average that we deliver 2%.
Yeah, someone in chat posted it, but I can't figure it out. There's something going on with Intel, or it just looks like it, but there's nothing confirmed. You can see LRCX as well too, but they're already at 3%. But something's going on with Intel.
Comparing standard inflation targeting to our average inflation targeting. One of the things that comes out of that research is in response to, say, supply shocks, you basically respond the same in these two kinds of frameworks. So there's nothing, we didn't really change anything about how do you respond to like a major supply shock. Like we've experienced. So that, this is not, what, kind of situation we're dealing with.
Yeah,
now.
there it is.
It's
You
not
can
like
see it
we were-
moving. Troy
it's
posted the
different
news
where
right
we
there.
were average
But you're
inflation,
watching this thing move, so
kind of
keep your eye on it,
targeting,
even
or flexible
LRCX.
average
But
inflation targeting,
we're
or
right below
flexible
VWAP, and I
inflation
was
targeting.
highlighting it
This is
here.
just a major supply
We're at
shock,
the lower
and
end of
the
this
goal
range.
really
So
is
this was
to bring
the other
inflation
close
back
that we
down,
had Tuesday. This is going to be a
2%.
key level.
So that's
I mean, the
how
top is the bottom here. So just watch how it
Okay,
plays out.
great. Next question.
Take our next question from Tim Ferguson.
Thank you. I'm a business journalist in New York, and I'd like to focus for a moment on the Fed's relationship to fiscal policy, Dr. Williams. There was for better or worse, a huge stimulus passed and implemented in spring 2021 that may or may not have had a bearing on the inflation rate since. Do you think, in retrospect, the Fed accommodated that fiscal stimulus appropriately, or was there something surprising about it that you and the Fed have learned from that experience? Thank you.
Well, to be honest, when you think about 2020 and 2021, and even now, I mean, we've all been dealing, whether the Fed or governments or everybody, dealing with just extraordinary and unusual circumstances with a high degree of uncertainty. So, when you ask, have things played out differently than you expected? The answer is yes, because it was just very hard to know back in March of 2020, or even, March of last year, how the situation would play out. I think the good news, and I don't want to lose track of this, is that the recovery in jobs, the recovery in incomes in the U.S. and in many other countries has been far better than most people expected. I think if you go back to early 2020. So the good news is we've been having a stronger recovery, and like I mentioned, much faster, stronger recovery than we had from the global financial crisis. So I think that is good. That is a surprise. That is good news. Obviously, the inflation, the supply chain bottlenecks, some of the labor shortages, those were worse or bigger than anyone, I think, anticipated year and a half ago or 2 years ago. In terms of whether fiscal policy is properly calibrated or monetary policy is properly calibrated, I mean, this is the kind of I think I first of all, I'm not going to comment specifically on the actions of fiscal policy, because those are decisions made by others. But I do want to just remind us that there was a moment of crisis last spring, in 2020, and through much of this period, and what we saw was basically all parts of government, and central banks, including the Fed, acting aggressively to forestall what could have been a much more severe economic and even potentially financial problems. And so my view is, from a monetary policy point of view, we're not not trying to act in a way to support fiscal policy or impede fiscal policy or anything. It's really that we're focused on our goals of maximum employment price stability. I think we've been helpful in helping the economy get back on its feet to some extent. I think fiscal policy played a huge role. But for us, it's really about focusing on our goals, and as we move policy forward, making sure that both we, achieve our maximum employment goals, but also, very importantly, bring inflation back to 2%. So to me, it's not, fiscal policy is part of the story. It's an important part of the story, but it's not really a driver of the monetary policy thinking or decisions for us. It's just a factor that's in the economy, and we just need to make the best decisions we can to achieve our goals.
Great. Next question.
Take our next question from Merritt Jano.
Good morning, and thank you so much for these remarks. Could I invite you to say just a little bit more about the digital economy? You are really an expert here, and I know the Fed and the New York Fed is thinking or developing sort of sandbox experiments around CBDC, and thinking also the Treasury is speaking about regulation of stable coins. Could you say a little bit more about what you think the next steps are to develop confidence around the evolution of these alternative payment systems?
Absolutely. It's I'm actually glad you asked that. I think on CBDCs, I should just be clear, there's been a lot of research, and there's been some great work done at the Boston Fed, working with MIT, thinking through the technology, understanding, conceptually all the issues around this, rather security, around efficiency, how cost? How would it fit in with other payments? So there's been a lot of great work. This is all the kind of work we do, you know, I'm very proud of in the Fed, of trying to understand things as opposed to
Yeah, it's a pretty big bounce, and even
decision on something. This is
what they said in the chat there. It's this is being led by the chips for sure.
Again, you know,
But you're getting back to a higher level now, so we've
that's
broken out the
an
range.
issue that,
Now we need to
you
get
know,
past
the Board of Governors
pretty much the
will have
low
to think
there from
about
that Tuesday. You're
whatever
past there,
decisions they want
so
to.
the
But
high
what
is
I-
pretty much the top range.
what
If
I
we break
have
out of there,
seen
it'll
in
be
this
good.
research
Otherwise,
is, you know,
just
the
be on watch though.
technology
That's a big move.
is available to be able to do, you know, digital payments. I think that a lot of the research has also shown that it can be done in relatively low cost and without, you know, some of the negatives associated with certain, you know, cryptocurrencies, which have, you know, use a huge amount of energy or other of those problems. I mean, if you do think about the digital currencies, like a central bank digital currency, or even a stable coin, that can be done very cheaply, very efficiently, you know, potentially. Okay, so what's the real issue to me? So with stable coin, the issues get back to the classic issues of any kind of, you know, payment system or asset is really gets to investor protection, you know, for people who are buying these, that they, you know, they're safe, and, you know, and there's good transparency in information, obviously consumer protection and payments to make sure that, you know, people are not being taken advantage of, they have the information, you know, the laws are met. I also worry about security and cybersecurity. Charles brought, you know, that topic up. I think those are the issues that you think about. I also think about financial stability. So one of the things about stablecoin, and you know, I do think that technology is a game changer. So we need to be thinking about the you know, these new technologies and how they can be used. But the one issue with stablecoin is really thinking about, are we recreating some of the issues around financial stability that we've seen in the past with other, you know, kinds of you know, products. And the example with stablecoin I think of immediately is money market mutual funds, or specifically prime money market mutual funds, which can, you know, during a moment of stress, investors run out of that, which has created a huge, you know, financial stability issue for us, and, you know, for the global economy, but for the U.S. economy in 2008 and 2020. So we really want to make sure, and I think that's the focus, you know, of the various parts of the other regulatory agencies like the SEC and the U.S. Treasury, is to make sure that when we create an environment where, you know, you have digital currencies in the private sector, that these can meet all the requirements that you would have for, you know, in terms of investor consumer protection, and also design not to, you know, add, you know, financial stability risks to our economy. So I think there's ways that can be done, but again, I think those are the things that, from a policy point of view, that I think are really important. Similarly, with the central bank digital currency, you want to make sure that the design of it has that same set of features, that it supports efficient, you know, safe payments, and doesn't create unintended financial stability risks. So those are I think the things that I would prioritize.
Okay, great. Next question.
Take our next question from Vincent Reinhardt.
Thank you, President Williams. Vincent Reinhardt, Dreyfus and Mellon. You have historically been associated with estimation of the equilibrium real federal funds rate. What do you think it is now? And if you are somewhat hesitant to tell us, what does that say about its focus on monetary policy over the last 2 decades? Thank you.
Well, Vincent,
Is that his voice, or is that just the lag?
It is I do think it's an important concept. In my view, going into the pandemic, was that the neutral federal funds rate was in real terms was probably around 0.5%, 0 to 0.5%. So in nominal terms, with a 2% inflation rate, in that range. I think what's hard about the pandemic, and this isn't just true about R-star, but it's true of pretty much anything, is that during the pandemic, separating kind of underlying, structural or longer term, factors from the short-term swings in the economy is just very challenging. I mean, this is in a way, it's a classic statistical problem of, separating, trend from cycle, and, the movements in GDP, inflation, employment are, way beyond historical experience. It's much more similar to a period of, natural disaster or war. And so I think we just have to be humble about the ability to take the incoming, GDP data or inflation data and immediately read from that mechanically a statistical model's view of the natural rate of interest, or quite honestly, a lot of things. So I tend to go back to what I think of as the drivers, whether it's on the natural rate of interest or trend growth or the unemployment rate or things like that, and think of like, well, how have they changed? Instead of trying to look at the model and say, what am I learning from the every quarter data? What am I seeing in the drivers? And so demographics, I don't think demographic trends have really shifted at all. They move slowly anyway. And those were an important driver. I think productivity trends haven't, it's not obvious that those long-term trends have changed. Maybe we will learn that they have in some way, but right now I see that. And the global demand that, obviously Ben Bernanke and many others highlighted years and years and years ago, global demand for safe assets, that doesn't seem to have changed either. So when you think about the various drivers that economists around the world have identified as drivers of globally low interest rates, I think those are still with us. And so, again, I guess my base answer straight, my base case would be that the neutral interest rate is still low as it was before. One thing I would mention, because I know there's this argument that the retirement of the baby boomers and things is shifted that, and we're going to now have a higher R-star or maybe even a higher inflation trend. From my reading of the literature, and it's not so much about the baby boom generation in the U.S. or other countries. It's really about the slow birth rates, the longer lives that people are having around the world generally, that's driving the demographics. So I still think the demographics are pushing down neutral interest rates globally. But again, as you know, as we all know, these are highly uncertain kind of estimates, and we have to be humble about knowing exactly what they are.
Okay, I think we have time for a couple more. Next question.
Take our next question from Grace Gu.
Hey, Dr. Williams, thank you for the very illuminating conversation. So I have two questions for you. The first one is you are describing policy tightening as having two tools. One is the interest rate tool, which is data dependent and active. Another one is a balance sheet runoff tool, which you described as somewhat passive. What's your thought on the timing and the pace of the balance sheet runoff if it were to happen on the background? And the second question is on financial conditions. So despite the backup of yields over the course of the last few months, financial conditions overall is still at a very easy level. And one of the purposes of policy tightening is to potentially tighten financial conditions somewhat so that we can cool down the economy. So I'm curious to your thoughts of how you can interact with the market to bring some tightness to financial conditions. Thank you.
Right, and on the first question, again, this is going to be the topic of normalization of the balance sheet is in the future. I mean, right now we're in the process of tapering the asset purchases, which will be done, by the middle of March, and this be ahead of us. I think is the next decision for the FOMC about removing accommodation that would be about liftoff or raising the target federal funds rate. And my own view is I see the beginning of the process of the normalization of the balance sheet is coming after that. In terms of how do you do this in a way that's predictable and is in the background, as you were asking, I think that's really the topic that we'll have to talk about, learn from experience about designing in a way that is removing accommodation, but is not doing so in a way that's not either disruptive to markets and also doesn't require a lot of adjustments along the way. Although we always have to be flexible, that we have to adjust things when conditions change. I think your second question is really is one that obviously we're very focused on. The financial conditions are very strong here and around the world. We see asset prices at high levels. We see credit spreads very low, very narrow. And so when I think about monetary policy, of course I'm focused on employment and inflation, but it's clearly financial conditions are one of the big drivers of the economy. And it is true, right? Monetary policy primarily works through through the effect on financial conditions. So the way I see it is we have partly very favorable financial conditions because of the actions of central banks, also because the economy is doing well, and I think people are optimistic about the future for this year. So I think there's a lot of positive views around that. But as we adjust monetary policy, as I expect we will in terms of the Fed funds rate, and eventually, on the normalization, I would expect that to influence how accommodative overall financial conditions are. We have seen movements in financial conditions as we've taken actions, as people anticipated we take actions, and I would expect that to continue. But your statement is right on, that financial conditions are still very accommodative. And I would expect that to be less accommodative over time as we shift policy.
Okay, one more question.
Take our next question from Hani Findakli.
Thank you very much, and thanks for this very good discussion. My question also relates to real interest rates and the Fed balance sheet. There's a common narrative historically that the Fed can only control short-term rates, and that long-term rates are determined by markets. And my question is, the fact that the Fed balance sheet have grown from $1 trillion in 2008 till current levels, having doubled twice over the last several years, has that inadvertently put the Fed in control and manipulation of long-term interest rates? And second, to the extent that you speak about the normalization of balance sheet, of Fed balance sheet, what does normalization mean to you? Is there a target of, for example, Fed balance sheet as a percent of GDP or other things? And where do we go? Do we go back to 2019 level? Or do we go back to earlier times?
Yeah. So again, great questions and highly relevant ones. I'll do a quick answer because I see we're low on time. We have not ever been targeting long-term interest rates through this period. We've been making decisions on our asset purchases in order to influence the longer-term interest rates, as I said, but not trying to achieve a certain level of long-term interest rates. As you suggested, long-term interest rates are being determined by market forces, and it's an important source of information for us. We've influenced that in a way, but not trying to target that, and I think that's been our approach, and it will continue to be our approach. In terms of what's the end state of the balance sheet after normalization, that's again a topic that we're going to need to discuss and think carefully about in the future, and then communicate that to people. Going back to the experience of the last balance sheet normalization, one of the things we introduced then was this notion of an ample reserves a framework, which basically means that we're not trying to get back to a 2007 balance sheet. We're trying to get to a level of reserves where interest rates that are, the level consistent with efficient operation of monetary policy, and the setting of the short-term interest rates is really controlled by these administered rates, like the rate we set on the reverse repo facility or interest on reserve balances and things like that. So again, these decisions have been made for what that end state looks like. The experience we had from before, I think is I think very informative to my thinking, that having an ample set of reserves way below where we are today in the financial system is the right one, and then we can control the Fed funds rate through our administered rates. But again, that's well off in the future.
So our guest today has been John C. Williams, Dr. John Williams, who's President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Thank you for those insightful comments. Great discussion. Thank you for your stewardship of the New York Fed as well, and the impact that you had on the U.S. economy and the global economy for that matter. I just want to.
Okay, they just cut it off. They said, "That's good, John. Thank you." He was extremely dovish. I don't know. That's what I got out of it. It was very, very dovish. I don't know if that was the market reaction as well as the European close, but it could have went a totally different way. Totally, like he was the most dovish out of any of them that we've heard so far. So I think it's good. It is good for the most part, but we're at a very key range. I don't know if you guys noticed it. And honestly, I was comparing it to the dollar. So literally, if the dollar's up, we are getting a nice correlation over the last 3 days here with the dollar. But pretty much the dollar's back up to kind of middle of the day Wednesday, and pretty much that is the that is the same range that we're looking at here today. I mean, literally the top of today and the bottom of today is literally the top and bottom of this range from Wednesday, right? Or Tuesday, excuse me. So the dollar is like right back up to here, right? You guys see that? So the dollar's right near there. That's where the SPY is, and that's where we topped out. But this is pretty much, it might be the range for the day. I mean, it is a Friday. We're coming into a long weekend. I mean, we're going to see how people decide to hold with it. But I really think between this bottom and this top, I mean, we may stay here for a while, and then any break above or below, it'll really let you know really how the market's feeling, and it's going to let us know if the correlation with the dollar is there. So if you guys are watching this, this is the big issue with it, is that if anything, it's just showing the correlation with the dollar is actually high right now. So between the market. So that's why if it goes crazy, or again, how it's playing out is that essentially if the dollar is going to go down again, it might bring down the market with it. So or if it goes up, it'll bring the market up with it too. So yeah, sake time. All right, well, that's a good update. I mean, nothing else has happened. There was the chip stocks. Value stocks are going crazy as well. So you saw Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and a couple of others. They're actually doing very, very well. I made a play on HD for earnings. So that one didn't move too much. That's the only other update. And then chip makers, Intel and LRCX, we got that one out there, and it was pretty good. Pretty good to see. That's what gave us some liftoff here. But just watch if we break this high. That'll be very, very. It'll be somewhat bullish, but we may stay in this range for a little bit, and it's already 9 o'clock. So, yalla, sake time.
The expertise
Happy
we
Friday.
have in the U.S. government, but I can see if we can
man,
detail
girl,
that more
you got the
specifically.
red
Chris, go
on
ahead.
today. Well, you look lovely, Jen. Okay, so hopefully we don't get any other weird comments in the chat. But you look lovely. You look very 13152 today. I might add. Doesn't she look like 13?
To protect voting rights, turn the tide on global warming, lower prescription drug prices, reform police departments, raise the minimum wage, tackle student debt, and have gotten none of it.
Our message to them is that we're still fighting for absolutely every component of what you just listed. And that right now we're dealing with the realities of the fact that we have a very slim majority in the Senate and in the House. That makes things more challenging than they have been in the past. I would also note, and I bet a lot of Americans who have conveyed their advocacy for a lot of those issues the president cares deeply about, have also cared deeply about getting the pandemic under control, have also cared deeply about ensuring schools are open across the country, that small businesses are functioning, that our economy is up and running. And those have been the top issues basically in every piece of data we've seen across the board. So the message from the president to them is he is committed to continuing to fight. You heard him say this week that voting rights, the rights of people to express their views at the polls is something that is fundamental to him, and he's going to stay at it.
One last thing. Do you have any news for us on the president holding a formal news conference?
I just announced one at the top. Chris, we've just caught you. You have. It's okay. I now relate to your teachers in high school and what they may have experienced, but it's okay. Yeah, there you go. It's to be fair, it is a Friday and a very busy news week, so everybody should take any pressure off of Chris. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. And we have not met before, so welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you. Is the president planning any sort of staff shakeup or changes at the White House given recent setbacks, including inflation at a 40-year high, the Supreme Court blocking the vaccine mandate, and the collapse of voting rights legislation?
Well, I would say the other way to look at the last year is that 200 million Americans are now vaccinated. More than 80% of Americans have received at least one dose. If you look back to a year ago, only about 35% of people were willing to do that. Through the president's action and leadership, we have made vaccines available across the country.
That's the highlight.
Boosters. We have.
I want my lows paid.
To the global community, 400 million doses than any other country in the world. We've had record economic growth in this country. We have record low unemployment rates in this country, and we are getting out of a pandemic and the economic downturn tied to it at a rate that is faster than anyone thought would have happened. We have confirmed more judges that look like America, that are diverse like this country, than almost any other administration in history. And I guess the truth is, an agenda doesn't wrap up in 1 year. We are going to continue to fight for every component of his agenda and his plans for his presidency that he outlined when he was running for president.
Can you confirm that a coronavirus emergency spending request is coming, and what details?
So this is like a recent key level here for Airbnb. It's breaking below. So again, we were talking about this level the other day.
People have as we continue to fight.
It's kind of breaking down. There's still more lows that could hit, but that's not good.
Continuously throughout the pandemic.
That's at least slipping there.
And that remains the case today. I don't have anything to preview for you, but I would just echo what Speaker Pelosi said over the weekend, a couple days ago, where she said that we weren't going to let resources get in the way of fighting the pandemic. That continues to be our view, but I have nothing to preview at this point in time. But those conversations are ongoing. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and one from my colleague at VOA.
Sure.
My first question is, the administration's response as hundreds of nurses with the National Nurses United held demonstrations demanding for safer COVID conditions, and they talked about there's not necessarily a shortage of nurses, but many are not willing to work in what they feel like are unsafe conditions and feel like some of the protections are being weakened.
Well, I would say first that we believe there should be strict and stringent requirements in medical and in hospitals and medical facilities to keep the people who are working there safe and also to keep the patients safe. And I would just note that yesterday the Supreme Court continued to is allowing for the CMS requirement to move forward, which is an important component of keeping people who are patients safe, but also keeping workers in a lot of facilities safe. A number of hospital systems across the country have implemented vaccine requirements, which we certainly support, and they've been very successful. So we continue to encourage others to do the same.
With MLK coming, is there anything that we can expect to hear from the president? Any type of new strategy, any plan, and what is he going to be doing on that day?
I expect we'll have more details. I certainly understand the interest. We're dealing with Mother Nature here with the storm, and so we are adjusting and making some plans for how he will commemorate a very important day in our history. But I expect we'll have more details for that hopefully in the next 24 hours.
From DOA, just a quick question. Confirmation on that the U.S. has information that indicates Russia has pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine, as reported by CNN.
Yeah, I do have some detail on
Yo,
this.
how did she just drop that? That news is coming across the wire now. The Kirby said that.
As you all have heard us say many
said there's a
times,
brief
we
at
are
the
concerned
Pentagon.
that the
Wow,
Russian government is preparing
whoever that
an
reporter
invasion
is
of Ukraine
good.
that may result in widespread human rights violations and war crimes.
Kevin O'Leary, PG and HD. Let's go, HD, Kevin. Get us some HD in there. It's still going lower. Come on, bring it higher.
And we've seen this before. We saw this before leading up to 2014, just to note, including through sabotage activities and information operations, by accusing Ukraine of preparing an imminent attack against Russian forces in eastern Ukraine, and the Russian military plans to begin these activities several weeks before a military invasion, which could begin between mid-January and mid-February. Again, we saw this playbook before, including the widespread effort to push out misinformation, not just in Eastern Europe, but around the global community. We have information that indicates Russia has already pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in Eastern Ukraine. The operatives are trained in urban warfare and in using explosives to carry out acts of sabotage against Russia's own proxy forces. Our information also indicates that Russian influence actors are already starting to fabricate Ukrainian provocations in state and social media to justify a Russian intervention and sow divisions in Ukraine. For example, Russian officials and influence actors are emphasizing narratives about the deterioration of human rights in Ukraine and the increased militancy of Ukrainian leaders. This is all the spreading of misinformation. These media narratives also blame the West for escalating tension, highlight humanitarian issues in Ukraine that Russian intervention could solve, and promote Russian patriotism to encourage domestic support for military action. And finally, during December, Russian language content on social media covering all three of these narratives increased to an average of nearly 3,500 posts per day, a 200% increase from the daily average in November. So it's important to note what people are seeing out there and to call out this misinformation that is being spread to as a false flag operation, and there's a number of tactics that they're using in that regard. Let me go to the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said today that Moscow have run out of patience with the West. So how passionate is President Biden with Russia's aggressive behavior? And another one, the AFP news agency reports that Ukraine proposes three-way crisis summit with President Biden, Putin, and Zelensky. Are you open to such a format?
I have nothing to preview in terms of the next steps on negotiations or talks. Everybody's back in their capitals now having conversations about that. I will note that the president's view and our view is that this is up to President Putin and Russia to determine what the path forward is. We are ready regardless of what they decide. If they decide they're going to invade Ukraine, there are going to be economic consequences that go far beyond 2014. If they decide they want to engage in diplomatic conversations and talks, we are very open to that, and we're hopeful they will do that. But ultimately, it's a choice they need to make. And so I would suggest you ask them that question. Go.
What about the President Biden's patience with what Russia is doing?
Again,
right now?
it's not about that. It's about Russia deciding what path they're going to take. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, so President Biden yesterday said that he will be providing, or the administration will be providing, high-quality masks to Americans for free.
Yeah.
However, health experts have been saying for quite some time now that better masks are crucial against Omicron. So why is the White House late to making them available for free?
We aren't. We actually have already provided 30 million masks across the country. We have built a stockpile of 750 million masks in the government, and this is about expanding and building upon providing high-quality masks out to people across the country. And I would say of the money that was used from the American Rescue Plan to keep schools open, some of that was used for PPE. A lot of funding that has already been approved over the course of the last year plus has been used for PPE as well. So this is building on those steps. I just want to get around to everybody. Oh, go ahead.
Just one more. So Kamala Harris is put in charge of voting rights. Why wasn't she with the president at the crucial Senate lunch to sell the bill?
Well, the vice president has been selling the bill across the country, obviously delivering speeches, providing, engaging and meeting with activists. She was also working the phones over the last couple of days and has played a pivotal role. No question, will continue to moving forward. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Jen.
Oh wait, actually, let me just make sure I get to everybody and then I'll come around. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Last March, President Biden signed an executive order encouraging federal agencies to help expand access to the ballot. Can you get an update on how federal agencies have dealt with that in the past year or so?
In terms of how they've implemented it and steps they've taken, we can absolutely get you one and get you one from what agency to agency, what they've been doing. And that was something. Yeah.
In Congress, could we expect any more executive orders like that or actions from the federal government that don't require Congress?
I will say we are going to continue to look for ways to protect and expand the rights of the American people to have access to voting. And in addition to that executive order, the Department of Justice, as you know, doubled their funding and support for the protection of voting rights. We also have been working with organizations all across the country who are building diverse coalitions to pass pro-voter laws and push back against those that make it harder to vote and threaten free and fair administration of elections, in addition to doing the critical work to register and educate voters. These organizations have built grassroots leadership at the state level, including among state legislators and across the Latino, African American, AAPI, Native American communities among young people. And they're providing also training, policy research, messaging guidance, and direct organizing to register voters and deploying voter protection teams. So we are working certainly at the federal level, also at the grassroots level, and we will continue to look for ways to protect people's fundamental rights. George, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go back to the first year anniversary and ask you if there's anything that surprised you in the first year. And I'm thinking of a couple things that weren't being talked about. A year ago at inauguration, everybody was excited about vaccines. Now you have anti-vax groups. Trump was being impeached. Now he controls the opposition party. And there was no talk of inflation at the time of
a lot's happened in a year. I would say, actually, if we look back at data, around the time or shortly before the inauguration, only about a third of the American public was willing to get vaccinated, and now we're over 80%. So actually, that's an area where there has been an enormous amount of progress made. There has been some surprising components, including the fact that many people who were opposed to getting vaccinated, we assumed that because it was a vaccine that was approved, one of them at least, under a Republican president, that the FDA had given formal approval in September, and obviously given the dire impacts of the virus, that there wouldn't be as much vaccine hesitancy. But that's one of the reasons that we took a number of the steps we did over the course of the fall. I would say that, of course, you look back and there are initiatives and that the president has fought for that have historically not been partisan. And I don't know if that's a surprise, but voting rights is certainly an example of them. And as I've said a few times from here, there are 16 Republicans sitting in the Senate who have supported voting rights protections in the past. So I'm not sure if that's surprising, but that certainly is not a development in the right direction.
Have you been surprised at the difficulty in bringing Republicans along to his views?
Well, I think a lot of people are surprised 19 Republicans voted for the infrastructure bill and 5 or 6 voted in the Senate and 5 or 6 voted in the House. There are again initiatives and policies that have historically had bipartisan support, like voting rights, that have become unfortunately perceived as a partisan issue. Go ahead.
Back to Russia, just hours before that cyber attack on Ukraine, Ukraine's ambassador here in Washington told CBS News that her country believed a cyber attack would precede any major military action by Putin's forces. I think you touched on this when you were talking about the groundwork being laid, but just to be more clear, does the administration view cyber attacks as a signal that Russia plans to invade?
I'm not going to give an assessment of that from here. I would just note it's also important that to include the context of the fact that Ukrainian officials have spoken to the impact of this specific attack. We know that cyber is a tool that many actors across the world use as a form of warfare. We have seen that only increase in recent years. But in terms of what the chain of events would be or will be, I just don't have anything more for you on that.
Has the cyber attack and the false flag ops that you talked about, has that changed the assessment of how probable a military invasion would be compared to yesterday before these 2 incidents?
I think it gives everyone a pretty clear picture of what we're seeing in terms of the preparations. Now, and whether or not they move forward, that is up to the Russian leaders to decide. But the fact that they are laying out, to your point, Leisha, these false flag operations, that they are sowing the seeds of misinformation, that does give you an indication of all of the preparations that are underway.
And then I have one question on Iran.
Sure.
Because Secretary Blinken was very frank yesterday in an interview, and he said there are just a few weeks left to reach mutual compliance with Iran because they are just a few weeks away from having enough material for a nuclear weapon. So can you talk about what this final push for an agreement looks like and how realistic it is given there are only a few weeks left?
I, of course, agree with Secretary Blinken. I mean, I was going to say he's absolutely right, which seems like a silly thing to say. But I would note, Leisha, that it is a critical time. This is how the president sees it as well. Though there has been some progress made in negotiations, if we don't reach an understanding soon on mutual return to compliance, we will have to consider a different path forward. And the bottom line is the president is not going to allow Iran to possess a nuclear weapon. And as Secretary Blinken noted, they have made progress. And this is no thanks to the decision by the former president to pull out of the Iran nuclear agreement, despite promises that they would agree on a stronger agreement, that Iran would not move forward. They have done exactly those things. Exactly those things they predicted would not happen have happened. That is why we're in the point we are in. But that means several weeks ago, the president asked his team to prepare a range of options. They have done that. And obviously, our preference is always diplomacy. Oh, I got it. Okay, Peter, go ahead. Last one.
Thank you, Jen. President Biden promised to bring decades of
Peter
experience to the Oval Office, but Build Back Better has not passed. Voting rights apparently not going to pass, and vaccine requirements that he likes are apparently illegal. What happened?
Well, first, Peter, I would say if you look back at last year and what we were able to accomplish, that include getting the American Rescue Plan passed, a package that has contributed to cutting childhood poverty by 40%, has helped ensure we are moving at a faster
Cut
pace
real
toward
wages
economic
too.
growth, toward a record low unemployment rate, helped ensure schools, more than 95%, are open across the country. He also pressed, despite skeptics, to get a bipartisan infrastructure bill passed, one that we're just announcing today, the fact that 15,000 bridges are going to be repaired. That was despite many skeptics. And because of his efforts, 200 million Americans are now vaccinated. The work of an administration continues after 1 year, and he will continue to press forward on all of those priorities.
But as you talked about a year ago and working with Republicans, now he is talking about Republicans that don't agree with voting rights. He's describing them as George Wallace, Bull Connor, and Jefferson Davis. What happened to the guy who, when he was elected, said, to make progress, we must stop treating our opponents as our enemy?
I think everybody listening to that speech who's speaking on the level, as my mother would say, would note that he was not comparing them as humans. He was comparing the choice to those figures in history and where they're going to
Yo, you a
position
bitch.
themselves if they, as they determine
You know,
whether they're
but
gonna
like not
support
like
the
a human,
fundamental
but
right
like
to vote
in choice.
or not.
I love
One
you.
last thing. The Bengals are playing tomorrow. I'm just giving it a shout out so that my husband will be excited at home. They haven't won a playoff game in 31 years. Okay, we've got to wrap it up. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's Friday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
With respect to the vaccine mandate, and it was a success. And then one more update on yesterday. Are you guys still making calls this weekend on voting rights? It seems that Manchin and Sinema, even after coming to the White House, there's no hint that they're going to change their position. So, I mean, what do the next few days look like before that vote?
Well, I would say that the president's view, as you heard him say yesterday, is that we're going to continue to press to get this done moving forward. And that means continuing to engage with a range of officials who are supportive, some who have questions, and some who are skeptical. He obviously met with Senator Sinema yesterday afternoon, even after she made a public speech about her opposition to the filibuster. I think that's evidence of his continued commitment to keep engaging. As it relates to the vaccine requirements and what's next, as the president said yesterday, the Supreme Court has chosen to block common sense life-saving requirements for employees. We're, of course, immensely disappointed by that decision. It's now up to the states and individual employers to put in place vaccination requirements. Here are some pieces of good news, and this is a little updated from yesterday. Businesses and other employers have already taken these steps. Nearly 40% of Fortune 100 companies have vaccine requirements. In October, prior to the OSHA rule even coming out, a quarter of workers in the country were already subject to a requirement from their employer. By January, that number had risen to nearly 60% of employers requiring or planning to require vaccines. And since the administration began implementing requirements in July, we've gotten from 90 million to 30 million Americans unvaccinated. More work to be done, no question. It was good news that the CMS requirement for healthcare workers was kept in place. That will impact 10 to 11 million. And there are a number of companies across the country that are good models. We're going to continue to echo those. Okay, I don't want you to be late. Go ahead.
Just real quick, did the president move the needle at all with Senators Manchin and Sinema as it relates to voting rights in the filibuster?
I will let them give an assessment of where they stand.
And you know, I understand you guys think this is a fight worth having, but are you clear-eyed at least, and are you willing to tell your supporters to be clear-eyed that these votes next week on voting rights and on changing filibuster rules are going to fail?
If we believed everything every pundit said out there and listened to that, the president would not have run for office. He would not be president. We would not have an infrastructure bill that is law. We have heard what members have said.
Wait, how do we do that?
About where they stand on the filibuster. The president is going to stay at it, as you heard him say yesterday, because he believes that voting rights is a fundamental right for people across the country. Thanks, everyone. Happy Friday.
That was fun. That was fun. So, no, there is one thing I would say that you got out of it, Russia. Russia is actually escalating a lot. So I don't know if you guys remembered me talking about it a couple weeks ago when we made the oil play. And we talked about kind of mid-January, late January. But that is probably the underlying issue, I would say, that is kind of lurking beneath here. Otherwise, I mean, it was the Fed earlier, and we're going to be battling here within this range. So we're right below it. Yeah, the Bengals thing was weird. That one was crazy. They're like, so did you guys mandate something that was proven illegal by the Supreme Court? Go Bengals. Go Bengals. Go Bengals. So that was a good one, though. But the most important thing of all that was Russia. Russia was it's actually escalating there. So I was surprised a couple weeks ago after the negotiation, but with what we saw today and even how they're talking about it, you could tell they're even having a Pentagon conference right now about it. It's not a black swan. It's I would say more gray swan. It wouldn't clap like fully, but it would lead to definitely it would be a new catalyst for volatility for a little bit. Russia, you're going to play it through oil and currencies, and then even the effect on the market eventually. But what it's going to do, oil, currencies, oil and the dollar again, and those are quite frankly the two most volatile things right now, are the biggest sectors of the market this year, if you think about it, or at least this last 2 weeks. The Russian one is Russian. Very simple. My name's Nico. I don't know nothing about what's going on. Just buy the call. XOM. Good company. Bowen name's David Loftling, Chief 777 production engineer, product and productor. I feel like productor works. Not too bad. It's not too bad today. It's just literally a quarter on the Nasdaq, 1% on the Dow. It just feels eerie just because of the range we're in. Because you're literally at the flush. You could butter at any moment. And I guess how does that put the Dow on the year? I kind of clapped the Dow there a little bit. Dow was our friend. We were playing Jenga. I think we're just again, you also had a big part about today was earnings. I mean, that today's earnings with the banks, it kind of has people a little bit on edge, but it also highlights how any of the earnings moving forward from here, I mean, those could flip a lot of the attitudes here. So there was a couple too. You know, yesterday we had some beats. You even had SAP and a couple of other ones do good, but at the end of the day, it's part earnings, and then there's all these other factors. I mean, thankfully John Williams wasn't too hawkish, but you know, don't forget, you are after this week, you get earnings next week. You're going to get a couple of names like Netflix and some of the bigger dogs, and then right after that, next Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now, you are going to have Powell at the meeting, and that will settle a lot of things, or a lot of debate for a lot of people. Where's my water? Fed blackout begins tomorrow. Does it? I thought it's a week before, I guess. Again, and then market is closed on Tuesday. Keep that in mind. Jeverod on the high. At $9. I don't know why it's closed on Monday. What did I say? How do I always mess it up? Look at that. Why can't I even tell? I can't even tell you if it's closed on the right. I mean, yeah, it's Monday. Market is closed on Monday, but what did I say? We come back Tuesday. Yeah. I said Tuesday. I don't know how I said Tuesday, man. I don't know. I blame the volatility. Maybe. I'm still holding the IMMX. I have pretty much a lot of the names that we've picked up, especially like I'm still holding the down earnings plays. So we got a lot. Anything else, I just take in profit, on any of the smaller plays that's moved. But IMMX, we have a logic with that. Still even in Longeveron as well too. So hopefully they do good. You high as shit. Nah, man, I was tired this morning. I'd be nice. Maybe if it was back in college, maybe on, wake up on Friday morning. But, unfortunately, bro, we have shit to do, okay? We have shit to do. So you should thank God that, just be blessed. Be blessed that you could get high on a Friday morning if that's your prerogative. But, that's good. That's good. I would just be eating all day. I don't think you guys would like Josh if I was. I think I would be very different. Yeah, Marcelo's the only one who gets a pass because he's hella consistent. That's the thing I appreciate about him. That's the thing I appreciate about him. Yeah, he's super consistent. Like, you can't knock that. Like, you can't knock that at all. I still have the MO leaps. Yeah, those ones are weird. They fluctuate a lot just because of the thing. Oh, news quiz. Y'all ready? What did you get, Troy? Are you gonna give me? Will you bail me out, Troy? Can you be like the Fed? You know what I'm saying? Like if you see us struggling with the question, can you just emergency funds? You're like, emergency news facility. Boom. That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, can I get an emergency news facility? I would appreciate that. Chad, too big to fail, bro. Too big to fail. All right, y'all ready? Yo, Chad, you think we can handle it? Spies at VWAP, we got some time. We got some time. It's push-ups, though. You got to do push-ups afterwards, okay? Are y'all ready? Clear the Chad. Okay. Trouble asset relief. Let's go. Clear the Chad. Clear the Chad, baby. It's good. We did good last time. I don't know. Should I try to, like, read it in my head? Is it cool if I read it in my head if we could go faster? Because somebody said that last time and I didn't realize it. Do you think I can? Coin pop. Coin is popping off the bottom there a little bit. All righty. Game time, baby. You ready? Here it is, Chad. Here it is. Oh, Mr. Market. We love you, baby. Kevin O'Leary buying coin. Why didn't he do that to HD, man? Okay, anyways. Clear the Chad. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Federal Reserve Vice Chair Richard announced he would resign this week at the start of this. Oh, I don't even know. What's next week? 2 weeks from there would be January 31st. Yeah, okay. Shit, I knew that one. Why did you give me a date? It's just 2 weeks later. Stupid. Okay, ready? Next question. The U.S. Senators, these advocates traveled to this country, China, Zimbabwe. Wait, U.S. Senator? Was it Ireland? What country? Zimbabwe? CDC said don't travel where? China? Canada? Canada, baby. Let's go, Charlie. I trusted Charlie. You can't. I just knew Charlie knew. That was all Charlie, baby. God bless you. Let's go. Ray Dalio said the U.S. needed a dose of China's common prosperity to tech crackdown. I think common prosperity. Yeah. Okay, common prosperity. Yeah, okay. I was going to go for tech crackdown. That was close. Okay, next one. This company was among the investors, 1.5 in a bit. And Griffin, was it GameStop? Paradigm? Among the investors that ejected Robinhood? I think it was Paradigm. Yeah. Shit, I'm going slow as hell. At least we're getting them right. No, it's Paradigm. It was Paradigm. It's good. Charlie, I still trust you. Even if though you put Robinhood, I still trust you. You came in. Don't worry. This is teamwork. You see, teamwork makes the dream work. Woo! Okay, next one. Anthony Fauci caught on a hot mic was her calling Senator Roger Marshall a what? A fibbergibbet? A moron or a fool? What did he call him? Fauci, Roger, moron? Okay, moron. Wow, that's mean. Why would he call him a moron? That's sad. Okay, we're going slow. Compounds from this plant were found in this study to prevent COVID. Hemp. That's crazy, bro. That shit, I'm fully like, I got that OG booster. You know what I'm saying? I got that booster kush. Let me know. I got you, son. Okay, next one. Spy coming in a little. I thought I was dropping. U.S. inflation at the highest since December. Is it 74? I think 82. Yeah. It's one or the other. That one was at least fast. Flights at some U.S. were briefly halted on Monday due to a North Korea missile launch. I think North Korea missile launch. Yep. Okay, 2 more. UAE Prime Minister apologized for her attendance party in apparent violation of the COVID. Downing Street. Downing Street. Yes! Oh, let's go, baby. I remember reading it, but the name stuck out. That was just word association. Woo! Okay, last one, baby. Let's go, honey. This price of this economy climbed to a 10-year high. Iron, coffee, or cotton. It was coffee or iron. Which one? Shit. Was it iron? No, it was coffee, iron. Chad, cotton? Cotton? Are you sure, Paul? I think it's coffee. Oh, Paul! He knew. I doubted him. You should have closed it. Damn it. All right, we still did good. Top 92%. Top 500. We would have been top 100 if we got that. There you go. Look at Chad. We doing good this year. Baby. We doing good this year. I'll take it. Hide my name in the rankings. Oh, I'm not part of your little club. Okay, that's it. We just like the news. Whew. Man, last time we were top 100. So now we're still top 3. We're doing very good to start the year, man. We doing very good to start the year. It's good. I like it. I like it. That's something to be excited about. I mean, you know, you get in the news. We get in the news. I know Charlie had it. He had our 100 for us. UCO popping. What's it called? Went up too. UNG for a little bit. Love y'all. I say y'all bless you, bless baby. God bless you. God bless you. What happened to DraftKings? I mean, he just didn't get drafted. It looks like $22. Are you serious? Oh my gosh, bro. They said it honestly. It sucks. I don't know. Jim Cramer said this a while ago, and I thought he was just being mean. But then it sucks because, like, people are, like, attacking Kathy in a weird way. We don't want people to attack Kathy because she has some of our stuff. So, literally, like, anything she's bought the dip on in the last, like, 3 or 4 weeks, it has gone down another 15, 20%. So, like, they're hating on her. Yeah, they really are. I think it's, like, an easy... It's just like, it's kind of like a reverse. It's like a GameStop situation before it popped. Like, they're literally like, they're coming after her. Cause like literally she bought Roblo. It flushed. I didn't think Roblo would go below 80. And then DraftKings, she bought the dip on. I think Roku, she bought the dip on, and every single one of them just would fall through the floor. Let's see. Yeah. So remember she did the Roku at the beginning of the year too. And she did all that, like literally they're double tapping her on it. They're like, okay, they're letting the market do its thing, and then Palantir too. So it sucks because like I honestly think it's a little bit overblown, like where I think like literally if she's touching it, they're shorting it. Like that's at the end of the day, because like you see literally even Palantir, that's wild. But that's why I'm like, dude, DraftKings, because I remember she went in and bought the dip, but every time she buys the dip, it's just leading to more. It's not having it's having a reverse effect of what it used to. You guys don't remember like March, April 2021, Kathy would say she bought anything, it would go up 5%. Literally, even if she bought the low of it, it would go up another 5%. Everybody would still buy it. So did she buy Hood too? I don't understand the buying technique all in. No, I agree. I think the problem is that like people just ignore it like when it works or like when it was making the money, you know, like it's just human psychology. Like they're like, hey, you got to wait for 20 years and then everybody's like getting rich in a year and then all these stocks are going crazy. Everyone's like, yeah, we know that. We understand. But then, you know, what your experience is just short-term gains. So people were really, really excited about it. And now I think it's like you're getting the balance of people trying to, you know, those who are really about the model and then those who are kind of who lied to themselves or said they were down for the long term and really, you know, their will was not as strong as their fist. So she crashed my Roblox. I don't know, she didn't, but just like essentially there's like I feel like any name she's buying right now is going to get a little bit extra pressure on the downside just because I mean people are not it's a very clear trend because like there has been there's been names that have bounced and didn't really react the same. I mean she didn't buy Microsoft, she didn't buy Apple, she didn't buy Nvidia and some of those names. So it's like even Tesla even Tesla like I don't know if she bought the dip on it and that's why like people are holding it there, but even like Tesla should have held up from here. When I made that play, I really like again that week how we started with the delivery numbers, that was like the best news on Tesla ever. So it's just like there's right now she's been selling Tesla. Well, there it is. But there's like it's just a negative. It's just a weird. There's like an extra Kathy effect happening right now. She sold Tesla yesterday. Airbnb new low. Roblo's coming down. Even the SPY bounced to VWAP, but it's starting to bounce lower. You could, again, here's just an idea to get some momentum or to view the momentum. I mean, because I don't use technicals. I kind of just, like, do you see how it's starting to trend down? Just imagine, take the top candle and imagine if you had a bouncy ball. How would it look? You know, it'd go whoop, 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 whoop. And then now the ball is going downhill right now. Ever so that VWAP, even though it's like kind of moved up a little bit, the bouncy ball is coming down. So it seems like we just got to watch out for the range. Again, the low of the day is bad if we break below there coming into the weekend. Other than that, if it could hold up or get some momentum, it could be good. Sounds pretty technical. Yeah, I call it a bouncy ball bear flag, or you could have a bouncy ball bull flag. It depends. I invented it myself. I think it's honestly, it's a pretty high. It's used by a lot of hedge funds. It's just a good one. Yeah. So like you can see, if it turns into a bouncy ball bear flag, I mean, you know how those play out. Oh, dude. Don't get me started, dude. Oh, dude, oil's ripping. Dude, they're totally got that gas, you know what I'm saying, dude? They hit that little Fibonacci gas, dude. They're like, oh, dude, Russia, dude. Oh, we're going to take it to oil, dude. New all-time high, dude, for the year, dude. That's not an all-time. It's like a year high, dude. But, like, you just got to check the Fibonacci, dude. I heard Josh talking about, like, technicals, dude. I'm like, what, dude? All you need is the Fibonacci, dude. Little waking fib, dude. Huh? Who's with me on that one, dude? I tell you, Friday, dude. Little waking fib, dude. Enjoy the weekend, dude. No fibs for extra day, dude. That's fine, dude. But, like, Tuesday, it comes back, dude. Start fibbing it. Huh? Mm-hmm. No, dude. No, it'll be glorious. You know what I'm saying? Fib Fridays. Village Roadshow explores strategic options. PJT. How we looking? We looking good. We looking good. It's at least level it out. We'll see. CLX on the high. That's up 1.9 right now. The Roblox plays, I have the Nancy Leap that's down. I had another February I bought before that. That's down 6. They're all down anywhere from 50 to 70. And then Roblo from yesterday is now down 50%. They hate me. They hate me. I might buy it again, though. We'll see. I'm going to play the data. That's for Monday. Hopefully we get the catalyst. Glad to finally be on lunch. Lunch is good, man. Lunch is good. Relax. It's still nice. It's 9:43 for me, but it's good. Went from 1.5K to 200 on BlackRock calls. Do you know why all the banks? So literally, the only bank that did good today, BlackRock had earnings, and they missed on a couple of metrics too, surprisingly. But the only bank that did good today was Wells Fargo, and that was it. So 3 out of 4 banks, dentists do not approve. Yeah, the Treasury yield's climbing up, but it's our bond yield. Other bond yields are what's it called? They're not, the Treasury yields are coming up, but so is the long end. We've been getting some weird flattening. I would be watching the 10-year yield, the real yield, honestly, or the break-evens. Like, this is even what to watch, even with, like, crypto, too. But this is going to say, honestly, I think this is going to explain a lot about the current trend. I mean, if you want to watch us break any levels or not, like the fact that the real yield or the break-even is kind of in the middle at a point that we've kind of been at since October and kind of was the peak in May. This is the key. If the real yield or the break-evens break down, that's going to be very bearish. If they could start to come up, I think the market might like it. But that correlation could flip-flop depending on how the market and the Fed interprets employment data and everything else with policy. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, USB, UBS on Wednesday before market. ISIG SPY's coming down here up to the first green candle here of the day. You still got a little bit more cushion to open. SPY's down 0.5. Dow is down 0.1 almost, 1%, and then tech is down 0.25. JPs are coming to the lows of the day. The plays are barely down. Josh, should I be worried about my long term? It's like I would be more worried about, like, it depends, like, the scenario. I'm more worried about you. So the biggest threat to your long term is you, in the sense that nobody could touch your baby except for you. So the biggest threat right now to the long term is that a lot of these assets have moved. Yeah, you held Snapchat, you bought it at $10, $15. It went up, and now you're seeing it come back down to 40. You know, you may be down on DraftKings, but then hopefully your Abivi should be up 50%. Your Coca-Cola should be up 30%. You should still have some stuff balancing it, and you know you should have owning something with it should be decent. Again, I don't know if you went full EV crazy last year or not, but even then, it's like you're the only one who can touch that portfolio. So it's like it's honestly just it's a fucked up game of poker right now. But it's not because it's rigged if you really understand it. But it's like, so have you ever played poker and you try to bluff, or like you put in money? And this is what a lot of you guys do, because people will put in money and they want to bet on it, but until they get called on it, they start to regret the bet. So what happens is you started bluffing, and now you're 3 rounds in, and now the raise keeps going up. And it keeps getting, you see the pressure's going up a little bit. So it's like, usually you have 2 options. You could either take the loss and fold if you get scared, or you ride it out through. So in the case with the stocks, like I'm saying, it's rigged. You're always going to be better off riding it out. So that's where I'm saying it's just like, if I really wanted to sell, I would sell up on the high. But at this point, it's just like, again, even with me and the names that I'm in, like, some of them, I've already taken so many losses. I was ready when I started betting, but it's like you can't, like, to fold right now. It's just like, yeah, you shouldn't have bet like that in the beginning, but obviously you can't change that now. But the second part is just simply, it would probably make more sense to fold when it's a little bit more in your favor. But I mean, I'm very, very confident about it. There's, only way I'd sell a portfolio is to take it into real estate. SPY coming down again. I mean, I might even just keep the 3-day chart up, because this is the level right here. So we're below it again now, and now you're entering into the lower bound. We were right there yesterday, but that's not looking good. Highlighted on the high-low ticker means 52-week high or 52-week low. Chip makers are starting to give back up, and remember, that's what gave us the boost right here. So you look at, they're coming back down, and now everything's balancing out. Am I going to do dailies today? I don't really like what I'm seeing. I don't like the put premiums on some of them. I mean, I can, though. Oh, my. Where's the other SPYs? See, the 13 and then down 30, it's like the contracts are weird. They're not even, like, good. SPY coming down now. Watch out, it's picking up. That's like 10, 15 candles in a row. Let's see. Watch out. Square 52-week low. Did Starbucks drop again? Yeah. Even HD, Baba, Airbnb on the low. Even MasterCard dipped a little bit. They've been holding but not juicing. They will when it gets red, but it's like, it's just even any put premium. It's like the house is still on fire, so you're paying an extended premium on anything. So it doesn't. I mean, this is going to be an interesting weekend here with all the Russia stuff, and it's going to be a long one. But we're going to see here now. We're probably about to test the low. Get ready for butter. What did I want to see? The Baba. So watch right here. I mean, if we approach this low, if we butter through here, I mean, I just keep watch. You watch this on your VR headset. You see my face? Ha! BAC earnings will be bad too. No, because Wells Fargo did good. I mean, the fact Wells Fargo did, but I mean, chances are a small percentage of banks might do good, but it's very early. These are the first 3 companies. You got to realize if the next 3 companies all do good, now you're looking at a 50-50 ratio for earnings. Half the companies did good, half of them did bad. Right now, 75% of companies and banks, they underperformed. They missed. The dirts, yeah. Wells Fargo sliding. JP Morgan is coming down towards the low too, so our plays are pretty much like there's like 1 penny down or like break even. See, now that's what I'm saying. If JP Morgan breaks through the lows, this is the worst single day earnings day on JP Morgan through what's it called? It's the worst down day since 2011. Yeah, so now the plays came back to break even on the JP Morgans, but those are weeklies though. They were decayed. They were getting weird. Chip manufacturers, some better than others. Some came down, some are more volatile, but some are looking really good. USO, oil's hitting another high. Bro, oil's about to go to 60 on USO. Bro, this is a breakout if I've ever seen one. Yeah, look at that. See, it's bro, this is breaking the 2020 huge gap down. That was 2017. Yeah, bro, this takes back to 2015. Or 2014. Bro, oil is going high. This is actually wild. Because even in 2020, it wasn't even close to this. Bro, it was at $60 in 2020. 10-year pop, SPY coming down, oil's coming up here. What's the dollar doing? CINT resume. Oil, was it tell us exactly? A lot of things, especially right now. Again, because this is alluding to what's going on with Russia, all of that. It's letting you know about even demand and even economic demand in one instance with like some of the news we got with China. But then also now just with the dollar relationship, my first thought I'm looking at is saying, wait, oil's going up, dollar's getting stronger. That means it's really going up in value, right? But then the dollar also the last couple days have dropped, so this might be a carry-on reaction. But the dollar is back up, so that's at least good. I mean, the correlation is kind of it's reversed here today. Yeah, TLT. So SPY's coming down to the low here. Watch oil, though, because especially even then, another factor of it today, it is a leader. UUP leaps. I don't know, because UUP should get stronger, but the minute there is that trend that usually once you start cutting rates, or once you start raising rates, ironically enough, the dollar starts going down. I say ironically because it doesn't really make sense. You would think higher rates would strengthen the dollar, but usually it's people selling the news once because then they start anticipating the future, kind of like what we talked about with the bonds. Our bonds and equities today. Well, that was a common trend of 2021, and even today, and what we're getting through, it's just I think when bonds and stocks moving together and doing all this stuff, I think it just highlights volatility. And again, a lot of things are getting correlated. That's why the dollar's up. Today's not that bad in a weird way, because if the dollar was down, bonds go down, stocks go down, everything goes down, that is correlation, right? That's what you don't want to see. Remember, we talked about that the other day where I said just go look at every chart, and if they all look the same, that's a problem. So like if I could look at a material company and a tech company and their chart is trading exactly the same for the day or a week, and then the bonds are following the exact same thing too, that means several asset classes are highly correlated. And when you have a high correlation, that correlates to high uncertainty, because then that means the stocks are just moving off of each other, and they're not really responding to individual value fundamentals or anything about it. It's just literally people are it's like, okay, if that one goes, we're going, and then everything stays really the correlation is very high, and that's what you're seeing right now. Yeah, it's kind of like dominoes, exactly. So that's one of the things happening right now, where it's like, if when you get a high correlation of stocks and bonds and everything, and they're all moving like that, that's increased volatility. SPY scalp for downside. The premiums are weird. I'll check the dailies. But I want like the real, like what we really need, if you really want the easy short, is you need a fat rip. Like otherwise, this looks more like fear. It doesn't look like volatility. Does that make sense? You could borrow up to 1 million at 5% on Coinbase. Is it based on how much you own though? Because they be giving me stupid offers, bro. They like borrow $50,000. I'm like, what do you mean? I got way more than 50,000. Man, fuck you, Coinbase. And then your collateral is marginable. Option trading extremely risky. Financial advisory collateral can change. You will need to provide more, and we could clap you out or close you out because of margin. Thank you all the day. It's crazy. I honestly, like, I wouldn't take any crypto loan, even if they paid me. Just be careful. Just because it's a structured as a different type of loan. So you have to think about it. It's the only loan where they could ask. It's like a margin. That's all it is. They could ask you for more collateral, so it's not fixed. I think this is the bottom. No, I think this is a very key level. If we hit the low from here and break through, then it's bad. But if we do bounce from here, I mean, it's all about this range that we set. This was like the close on Monday, and then the opening, and then the breakout there on Tuesday. So it's this range right here. But honestly, we're already a little bit lower. So if it bounces, it could be a bottom. But if it breaks through, it's gonna get ugly. Yeah, you see a little pop. The JP Morgans went up for a second. What is the number? Everything down, even TLT. Everyone's selling everything. In that case. Let me see. I guess there's like some that are these. Everything sucks. Maybe I'm just being too picky. Who's buying if everyone's selling? Somebody. Somebody is. And that's why too, I mean, that's what sucks though, because the more and more it trades like this, it creates wider ranges and levels, because there's some probably dealer or broker picking up a large supply at certain prices. Yeah, it's kind of like October. That's where it's like you could see here, you're getting a little bit of that. It's very, very rare that you've had the double bounce essentially. But then again, you did that at Christmas time too. But I think it shows a little bit more volatility. Kind of looks like September 2022 or 2020. CRM coin fetch final trades. Shop for the long term. Depending on how cheap it is, it could end up being a little bit better at these levels. But their earnings will say a lot. The plays on Roblox is writing those out till Monday if we get the catalyst. If not fully clapped, then the only other catalyst I'll have is earnings, and then I will cry until then. I think that's the strategy. Could be very effective. Can you hear the sensation of touch? I don't know, man. I feel like I'm hallucinating now. I literally can't believe it. Don't worry. All you need to do is believe in yourself, baby. That's it. Is it too late to get in Baba? Baba, I'm not confirmed on that yet. So, like, I like the play, and I love what we talked about yesterday, if you watch the watch list. But I'm very, I don't know what China's going to do. Like, China could be assholes, or they might just be China. And, like, that's why I need to make my video. I have like 3 different theories with it. And I think it's quite fascinating. I mean, I think what we got going on here, so it's with the yuan, but if it does break below, that's the key. But now, too, depending on what the dollar does, because here's the thing, if they peg their dollar, like what they've been doing since here, so as their currency got a little too strong, like do you notice this year how much the currency was moving? And then do you guys notice here since October, do you notice what's happened? Like, doesn't it look like a little bit more calm in October? Even, honestly, even around July, too. Do you guys see it? What do you notice about this chart besides it looks like every growth stock in Alibaba? So a little bounce here off the bottom. What do you notice? There's something kind of happened. And this is what happened in 2014, 2015 too. It's very characteristic. You can see this in other countries as well. But China has also done this too. It does keep strengthening, and that's a problem for them. But they've done something. We talked about it a little bit. I mentioned it today. Squid Games. Yes. I thought nobody was going to get that answer. That's amazing. You've been reading your macro books. Exactly. Squid Games. South Korea is going to just that's what they do. No. Is this theory or tin? No, this is real. This is factual. This is not any I mean, it is factual. Obviously, the China government may or may not explicitly say it, but in this case, I do believe they have explicitly said this. They're weakening there. This isn't a weakened currency. This is a strong currency. Since it's a currency pair, it's reflected different. So, do you see how big the moves were here? And even then, even through June to October, it was very, very big as well too, but it did kind of chill out. But what do you notice now about the range once you get into October? Do you guys notice anything about this window, or this little circle right here versus the rest of it? Do you notice something? Like, again, do you see how large these fluctuations are? Look at how the little ball is bouncing, right? Because that means every day it's moving a lot. Like, look at that. That's huge, right? And then it kind of chills out here, but it's still wide range. And then all of a sudden after October, what do you notice? Look at the ranges. It got bigger around here again, and every global markets are tripping out right there, right? It's not consolidation. It is more stable, but this is a global currency, and this is also China we're talking about. Lucid Apple rumors? What? Y'all know just how to get... wait, was that real? Hold on. Where are the Lucid rumors coming from? That's old. That's what some chads are saying. We'll finalize it. Hold on. 52 seconds. Torque News. The Lucid thinks that could potentially be crowned the next maker for Apple. It's just an opinion article. It's from Torque. Yeah, Troy has the link. Okay. Lucid busting. Roblo 77. What in the name? Bro, that's wild, actually. So we're at like, what, 69? But that's so close. That's just so different. It is just so different. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I will add to the long term, though, if it gets to that price now. Because remember, we never grabbed it in the long term. So at least, you know, perspective. You know what I'm saying? Huh? No? Okay. You're still crying? It's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. What's sunshine with no pain? What's joy without some rain? You know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, Lucid is popping. That's in the top right. But back to the China chart. So this little consolidation, you could call it, what they started doing is because they needed, their currency was getting too strong, and any attempts to get it stronger, you could see the volatility, or excuse me, to get it weaker, it didn't last. And then it would weaken and then quickly get strong again. Same thing over and over and over. So what they started doing around late October, early November till now, and it makes sense with some of the moves we've been getting, they have pegged their currency to the dollar. So even though they don't want a strong currency, essentially what started happening is that they say, yo, listen, we just need we can't keep, they don't want it to get any stronger. Otherwise, it'll affect them a lot. So what they started doing is saying, let's just peg our currency now to the dollar. Because what would happen if the dollar started weakening in value? What would end up happening to the Chinese currency? Does anybody have an idea? Dollar gets weaker. What happens to number one trade partner in the world? Anyone? 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 It would make it stronger, right? So they don't want it stronger. So they say, hey, we're going to peg our value to the dollar. So just they pretty much are going to do a temporary fix on the dollar. So then that way, if our dollar gets weaker, their currency gets weaker. So pretty much whatever it equivalents to the drop, they're going to manipulate the currency and open market operation to have it equate to an equal dollar. They're going to peg it. So that's what they do for a little bit but that's the thing, you can't do it forever. Because depending on how long you do it for or whatever, if the currency gets really volatile, it could really mess up a lot of things. So that's what they do. It just open market by buying and selling yuan on the market, or they set a daily fix. That's because they don't want trade to break down, and I mean whatever else we don't know about and what's going on there. That's where the unholy trinity comes in, exactly. But they've already been pushing it for a while. But the point is, it's just everybody knows this with China. This has been look at this age-old problem. Do you not? This is a 10-year chart now. Do you not notice anything? Shit gets too strong, they have to weaken it. You have a problem. They buy themselves 2 or 3 years, and then even the new level is too strong for them. They have to weaken and weaken and weaken, and then it turns into a problem. Then it starts strengthening. 2018, 2019, massive volatility in China and the stock market. They got to start weakening it again. You cannot have a strong Chinese currency. It is do you see the problem? They are going through a decade-long deflation, and they need a weak currency. Otherwise, it's again, they went from emerging market. Again, China was just a different place 10, 20 years ago. It went from poverty-stricken to what it is today. So that's the whole logic with this play. And it goes deeper than that. There's a couple of other things, but that's why I'm saying it's one thing to notice the correlation between China stocks and this, but it is telling you something. So SPY's making a low. Yeah, JP Morgan breaking through. Our place should be up now. Yeah, you got 20% now on the JP Morgans. No one would trade with China. That's part of it. And now it's just the problem is when their currency makes all these moves, it affects everybody because they have so many trade partners and people next to them. So what's going to end up happening is that if there's a massive repricing of the China currency, it creates a massive ripple effect, a domino effect that could hit a lot of things. So SPY coming down now again. New low, you were breaking that level that we just talked about. Honestly, your next level now, we're at 460 flat. I think it might bottom at 460, but if it doesn't, I mean, you open up a range to 467. So you're either going to have a little bit more here and bottom out today, or if it flushes through, you could look at another 2 points to the downside on the S&P. I'm making this is just a guess, but take that as you wish. Is Biden talking right now? Yeah, bro. What? What do you think I'm going to tell you right now? Fuck your S&P. Huh? Go get an mRNA instead, you prick. Come on. I've been here for a year. Okay? Okay, what? Your loans ain't paid for. Yeah, man, polluted your loan, huh? What? You're not happy? I got these motherfuckers vaccinated. That's an accomplishment. Okay? What? Your house costs more. Fuck, who cares? You still got a house. Huh? What? Stood in a line. At least you're educated. Kind of. Still. Join a union. You get what I'm saying, you prick. Come on. It's just the beginning. Okay, what? You can settle with it. I promised a lot. You get a lollipop. And a smile. Stop dicking around. Okay? Build it back. We're going to later. Okay, we're changing it. Build back later now. Build back next week. Just give me some time. Gosh. Okay? You know, last year, 2 years, Trump got in the way. So I couldn't do anything. Now, you just can't do anything. But still, we're doing something that's not happening. Okay? I'll build back later. I'm done.
Sourced. We've also seen the impact of extreme weather, taking down transmission lines, leaving cities and communities dark for weeks. So the Department of Energy launched a new initiative to speed up our efforts to strengthen our energy grid with new and upgraded transmission lines and towers, keeping the power flowing for Americans with cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable energy. And that's going to happen. It's going to make a big difference. I also want to be clear. We're in this to win. And, you know, there's a lot of work underway. It's going to create a whole lot of jobs. And that brings me to the announcement I want to make today. It's just part of the infrastructure bill. My bipartisan infrastructure law includes the largest investment in our nation's bridges since the creation of the interstate highway system. Bridges to connect us, bridges to make America work. Across our country right now, there are 45,000 bridges, 45,000 that are in poor condition. We're seeing photos of some of them behind me in all 50 states. And I've had a chance to see some of them myself as I've traveled the country. I was up in New Hampshire, visited a bridge where, if it's not upgraded, weight restrictions could mean that school buses and fire trucks would have to travel an additional 10 miles out of the way to get to the other side of the river to deal with getting to school and or putting out a fire. In New Jersey, I just visited the busiest rail bridge in the Western Hemisphere. But because it's not tall enough for ship traffic, it needs to swing open to let barges through. And sometimes when it closes, the rails need to be manually sledgehammered back into place. This slows commerce, increased cost. I went down to Louisiana and saw the I-10 bridge. I stood with the mayor and looked at that bridge. It's 20 years past its planned life. It's handling more than double the number of crossings. It was
Yo, Abivi Renovat. Wait.
It's 2 lanes narrower than the interstate that feeds into it.
Yeah, shut up.
Backup
Hold on. Check if it has the black box warnings or not. That's what I'm going to be looking up right now. If there's no if they did anything to roll back the black box warning on Rinvoc, this thing is going to skyrocket. But that could be very, very positive news. But I'm going to check that right now. Here's your president.
Birthday. We're also reminded that too often bridges and highways were built through the heart of historic communities, particularly black communities, cutting off families, churches, and businesses. We're going to use our infrastructure investments to reconnect communities. One thing I'm certain of, everyone out there knows what I'm talking about. People have written me about bridges they depend on. One man told me that the bridge he traveled on every day is a tragedy waiting to happen. One woman wrote that a bridge near the center of her town had to be closed. And now drivers and tourists bypass downtown, consequently devastating local businesses. And one person wrote to me to say, quote, This is your chance to show the people in my area that they matter to you. End of quote. I hear you. I hear you. You do matter to me, and we are going to get it done. My infrastructure law includes a total of $40 billion in funding for bridge improvements. $12.5 billion of that is going to replace the most economically significant bridges in the country. These are bridges like, and I've seen them, the Brent Spence Bridge connecting Ohio and Kentucky, the I-5 Columbia River crossing connecting Washington and Oregon, you know, the Blatnick Bridge connecting Minnesota and Wisconsin. But about 2/3 of the bridges in need of repair in this country are considered what they call off-system because they're not directly connected to the interstate highway system. These are the bridges that are often overlooked when decisions are being made, but they are essential for small towns, rural towns, farmers to get their products to market, small businesses to be able to serve customers. These are the bridges that, when they're closed, shut off deliveries and routes to school, work, and home. They create longer delays for first responders when every second counts. So we've included $27.5 billion for smaller bridges, including dedicated funding for those off-system bridges I just described. And because maintaining these bridges is often the responsibility of counties or towns whose budgets are stretched thin already, we decided to get rid of the requirement that counties or towns share in the cost. The federal government is going to pay for 100% of the cost for repairing these small bridges. Today, we're releasing the first year of that program, which is $5.5 billion. $5.5 billion to states and tribes to repair and rebuild bridges.
Yeah, don't trade it. I mean, I ended up taking the Abbey Vi.
This is an
I
investment
read the
that's gonna help
it has
connect
warnings,
entire
but
towns
there's
and
no
regions
black box
to new
warning. It could
This
ease the
investment,
other one. I
we're
did
sending a
February
message to
calls.
those
They're a little bit
communities,
up. Don't
the
trade it.
people
Not a
who call them home.
recommendation.
You matter.
So it just depends on the price because they had a
building
little
back
pop.
and
It lagged
building
for a little
better
bit. I was a
with
little
you.
late, but it
We're
might be
making
decent at
sure
least
you're
as
not
far as
left
today.
behind
But it
or
could
left
be
out.
very, very volatile. It's FDA news.
I'll end with this.
Don't trade that.
These
Please end.
investments are consequential. We're just getting started. We're building back better than ever before. Clean water for every American. We've never done that before. Now we're going to do it. High-speed internet for every American. We've never done that before. Now we are. Connecting forgotten communities, capping wells that are dangerous, strengthening our power grid to make it more resilient to extreme weather changes. These are investments our country has never fully made. Now we are. You know, and we've arrived at this by a bipartisan agreement. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. When we get this done.
Again, Abbey Vi, this will be a play for today. I mean, watch the volatility, but also I made sure I got time. This one you might be able to swing into next week. Again, they've been holding up and only had one bad day following ex-dividend.
That's going to mean more jobs, good paying jobs, safer communities, lower cost. We can do this. This is what a better America is going to look like. I want to thank you all for listening, and we got a lot of work to do. And the reason I asked Mitch to do this is because he knows how to get things done. I want every penny watched how this is spent, just like when I did the Recovery Act in the last administration. It matters. It matters. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do you have a message for Vladimir Putin?
I went pee. Usually someone said answer questions. Man, asshole. I didn't go poop. I just went to go pee. Yeah, it was awkward. But like usually, back in the day, we would hear questions. Honestly, it's crazy. And like what, the last like 60 years, You've heard less there's been less media appearances by this president than any president in the last, I think I'll be conservative. I say 40 years minimum. So I don't know. What the hell? They just kicked me off Bloomberg. Why? What the hell just happened? I just got kicked off. Josh, you pushing P? I'm pushing P. I mean, Jen Psaki definitely ain't pushing P. Yeah, I don't know about the I don't know about the current admin. I don't know if they pushing P, bro. I'm just saying. That's it. Definitely not P. Definitely not P. I'm pushing PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Like PHILO's pushing P all day. Like PHILO is definitely P. They don't feel me. Don't worry. I'm only answering the chat comment. I'm not really that serious about it. Okay. Because there's always gonna be some hardcore person in here and be like, "What you saying, Josh? You don't even know what that means. What are you saying, huh? You ain't P. Why you think this?" Like, chill, bro. Relax. We're just, I'm just saying. But SPY's coming down now. JP at the low. We'll see. Abibai might get affected, but low ticker, it's running right now. It is definitely running. Yep. This is getting into crazier levels. Again, 460. Like I say, if we break 460, you're going to have 2 more points left in the tank. Let's see the other premiums. No PHILO just yet. And today's going to... Yeah, even then, though, here's the shitty part about today. Look at this. So, these are even the dailies, and this is what I'm saying. Some of these plays, you haven't even broke out from the range. So, it's not as if, unless you're totally buying the tops on any of these bounces, which takes you to the higher point of the range, you're not really getting the best price on these. So, it's good that it's fluctuating, but we got to see. News hit anywhere of relevance? It might, but again, this is going to be short term as well as long term. I mean, I didn't see a black box warning on Rinovac, and then it's related to a younger demographic. I think it's a different setup than the original Rinvoq that they already have approved. But I mean, for the most part, Rinvoq is a very, very big segment of theirs. Rinvoq was the reason why Abibai dropped when we had the pickup there. And it's just and they dropped after X dividend. They've been holding up. So there's a lot of good things with it, but I wouldn't, if you're trying the day trade, I don't know about the day trade, but I'm going to be holding this play in. But I did keep it smaller. I didn't play too much because there was that volatility. SPY is coming down now. Some of the premiums are starting to break out. The Ubers are now up on the puts, so that means that broke through. Where is it? The SPY, so 45% on the January puts now. That's the highest they've been today. And then 36% down on the calls for February. Let's see. This is it, 460. Watch, like I'm saying, this is either going to be your bottom or this will actually turn into a new top in a weird way. But it depends on if we flush. Volume is looking awful though. Or in terms of the high-low ticker, you're pumping on the downside. iSig. Let's see. Amazon. Apple. Microsoft was the leader. They could come down a little bit. There it is. 460 is now barely broken. Watch for butter, or watch if it only breaks like 1/10 of a point and then bounces right back up. TSM coming down. Yeah, TSM, I don't know where that plays at. The TSM play is still up 15%, surprisingly. So we'll see again. The JP Morgans, you got some gain now too. Or no, they're break even. AMC, I have not checked AMC. Is AMC actually still up? Because that was a sign of hope. Dude, AMC's below $20 now. That's wild. I feel like that's a very, very big psychological level for him. Yeah, right. Wasn't that $20 the first? That was the first pop. It never got past there, and then it broke. But watch, because if AMC or any of the like hype names kind of come back up to life, it could really get some people excited. Abivi popping again. I don't know if it's because people are talking about it now. That looks like it probably hit news somewhere else. Starbucks below 100. Peloton kicked out of NASDAQ. Yeah, we heard that one earlier. It's selling off like it's not selling off. It's chilling. Then some of the banks are chilling there too. It is actually, Amazon looks a little decent comparatively. Some of the other names are down a lot. Etsy's on the low. Even Wynn dropped a little bit. I feel bad for the MOAS community once AMC diluted. It's just the CEO sold out. I can't. This is what I don't like with like some of these CEOs. Like it's not even just AMC CEO. It's like what's his name, like Matt. Like it's just I don't know. Like a lot. Like especially when they do appearances to specifically talk to us. Does that make sense? Like they're not like they know who they're talking to. Like they make their appearances. Like bro, UWMC. Like they made the Meet Kevin appearances. They would go up on all the TV shows. Like they know who they're talking to. But then it's like, yo, how are y'all gonna dilute and sell into the like low? Like you know what I'm? It's just ugh. Yeah, that's the part that's like, come on. Like it's not like remember I sold out right with the first sell from AMC CEO. That's when I got out. But think about it. That the stock was at almost $40 then, and from then until for the next 6 months. They kept selling lower and lower and lower and lower. So same like even UWMC, that's why I was like, really? You're going to offer a big share block at the fucking low? Really? They think we don't know. But the sad part is some people don't know. Like, let's just be real. Like, again, like even yesterday there was like an AMC debate on Twitter with everybody, again, like they were arguing over the AMC CEO selling. And some people are like, oh, it's fine. Oh, Sam on the low, killing me. But some people were like, they just, I don't know. They, like some people defend it or some people don't really know about it. But then it's just like, but some realize that some people are saying it's like, no, like most of the people who owned AMC, it was people who just bought it cheap. It's people with not money. And like these guys are just selling like $20 million blocks or like they're getting millions at a time. So it's like it's just pretty wild. And then some people said, "Oh, he's an old guy. Like let him retire with money." I'm like, it's like, oh man. I just have Sam shares, an old play. I'm down like 25K on it. It's ugly. Ugly. Everybody's still again. This news could potentially be very, very big. But I'm just the fact that I don't see any over excessive warning for Rinvoq for children or whatever they got approved for. That's a good sign. And anything Rinvoq related. I mean, again, we're long-term Abivi shareholders. A lot of people like Humira is where they make their big money on. But Humira is eventually getting phased out here in a couple years, or they're expected to not make as much money. But Rinvoq has showed up as a secondary. Like real, like pretty much, I think 30% of the future growth in Abivi is going to come from Rinvoq. So if there's Rinvoq in it, that's in Rinvoq and Abivi, and any good news with that, that's going to point to a lot of upside for them in the future. That's why it's good. Look at Vail Resorts. Yeah, he was also the CEO, I think, of Carnival too. He's like a serial Wall Street CEO with history in Wall Street. But again, it's not just him though. It's just a lot, but it just sucks. You want to his hate just caused some bearish. Again, I didn't even when I sold the play out too. I mean, I'm not even trying to hate on. I understand who holds the stock. Like I don't want anybody to lose money. That's why I'm like, damn, like to hype up so many people on that and then just dump on him. Like in that sense, it's just like, wow. But he said he's going to be holding. He has another like $50 million worth of shares that he's going to hold. But we'll see. I don't know. A comment down 1650 in the comments. I hate flooded in. I mean, all I did was tell you guys that I sold. So when I sold out of AMC, I remember I got like 7 emails, and then I was told that I'm not a real believer in Christ for selling AMC, and that I'm going to hell because I sold AMC. So I think we got out. I think I sold out at $38. That's when we got out, and then we bought in at $5. Some of you got in at $3. They said it was blasphemy. Bro, that was like crazy. It was crazy because like, I mean, I don't get it as much anymore. And like, you know, shout out the Cult Real Estate team and the other people who manage. You know, some of the guys help me with the emails, and they make sure I don't see any of the trash. But that was like when I sold AMC, it was literally. I haven't had that many hate emails like instantly show up like in a while. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I was like, that one was a wild one. One time I had a dream. I was in heaven talking to this guy, and we were saying, damn, yeah, if we had only held on to a few of those AMC shares, though. I would trip out, though, honestly. Like, I feel like God is funny, though. Like, I feel like when I get up to heaven, like, I feel like I'm going to show up at the gates, you know? And I feel like God know my sense of humor. I feel like he going to be like, yo, man, everything was chill, but that AMC sale... And then he's just like, you gotta go to hell, bro. My bad. And then it's like a trap door. And then I fall through, and then I start following. And I'm just falling. I'm like, ah. And then boom, I just land up in heaven at a Benihana's right next to Tupac, Paul the Apostle, because I like Paul a lot. I look up to Paul a lot. And then even David too, and Solomon. I'm like, what? He's like, I'm just kidding, man. You good, bro? But you should have diamond handed. I'll be like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I would trip out. Oh, man. I would be like, yo, this is crazy. I don't eat at Benihana. You can get whatever you want, though. I don't know. I feel like Paul, the disciple, David, and Tupac, I feel like Benihana's would be the place. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Benihana's would be the place where we collide in heaven. I don't know. I just feel like that would happen. I don't know. We'll see. Or it could be a really bad joke, and then it ends up being the devil. And I'm like, what? You like, man, you idiot. Why would Tupac be in heaven, bro? You in hell now, son. And then all day and then I just have to listen to AMC for the next eternity. And then that's all it is. And then it's just like Kathy Woods clips. And then it's like Bitcoin and altcoins. And then a bunch. I'm like, what? I'm like, why is there so many NFTs in Oh, wait. No, this makes sense, devil. This makes sense. Okay, never mind. I'm like, what? This is crazy, bro. I'll be like, this is awful. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. You know damn well Jen Psaki gonna show up. I'll be like, yo, this is getting worse by the minute, devil. I'll be like, I need her. How do I repent in hell? I can't. No, man, this is crazy. I have to get what before you let me in the hell? What? I'll be like, y'all even got a mandate in hell? Oh, this is bullshit. I'll be like, wait a minute. Is there not? Man, shit. Y'all got OSHA in hell? How's this? Is this legal? All right. I got to go. Bye-bye. Spy bouncing around at the bottom here. We're doing the bounce at the bottom. We'll see. We'll see, though. If it breaks through, again, 460, you had a little bit of a crack, and then it bounced, but you came right back down, so it could quickly go down. Apple's about to hit a new low. Abivi's chilling out. Premiums are still a little bit up. Watch if more of the banks slip, and then, honestly, watch if XLE slips. XLV is already in the gutter. I think transports are already down as well, too. Yeah, I'd watch XLF. If XLF drops, or XLE, excuse me, that will be the final dagger, but it's holding up for now, but still big tech and some of the others could weigh a little bit bigger. What's the date today? Why do you think UMC is out of favor? I think it has to do with its rates. Mortgage rates are going up too, though now. But it's going to end up. I'm blaming half of the management. Honestly, that's it. And it didn't have that performance. But there is very, very bullish mortgage catalyst coming up. Well, mortgage rates have already gone high. That's something. Do you guys realize that too? So when you look at TLT, here's a fun fact to learn. Any big move after like TLT can only really move 1 to 2 weeks at a time. Do you guys realize that? So if you know, like, look at, like, you see them, like, that's why it'll make a move and then stop, and then it'll chill. Like, literally go through the last year, you'll notice pretty much bonds can't really move for more than 2 weeks. Why? Because the 10-year, the longer dated bonds, they're going to be linked, they're going to have a correlation to mortgage rates. So what ends up happening is that the 10-year adjusts, and when the 10-year is volatile, you have to, the mortgage lenders, they're 2 weeks behind. They're 1 to 2 weeks behind. So they all have to adjust. So when the 10-year starts moving, and then the longer dated bonds start moving, there's a delayed reaction on mortgage rates. So then the mortgage rates move, and then however the mortgage rates moves, then the bonds go and make another move. They'll either reverse or not, but then they price between each other, essentially. So it goes bonds and then mortgage rates and then bonds, and then they're pretty much pricing off of each other after certain moves. So that's what's happening now. So right now, mortgage rates have skyrocketed in the last 2 months or the last 2 weeks. So, and they're up, and you see what happened with bonds. So now we're going to get the next leg probably soon. But this is what I'm saying is that usually the rates going up would be bearish for mortgage companies and it'd be bearish for real estate. But now what's happened? Pretty much you're talking rate hikes and you're talking rate hikes and you're talking volatility. So mortgages might be a little bit better here for people, even though it raises the price for some borrowers. What's going to end up happening is that a lot of people, you're going to be like, well, shit, the rates are already up anyways. Half a basis point move isn't going to kill you, especially if you're like, well, shit, real estate's it's been the most stable now on top of everything. Walmart merchandising chief to retire, customer chief to leave. Walmart, some staff exits. Stock is moving off that a little bit, but I don't know if it's just with the SPY. Abivi is approval of Rinovac in ages like 12 to 15. Picking up more puts. Rid Tuesday, then rip. I don't know. I wonder how the weekend will be. I'm worried about. I feel like China might be a little bit better unless they lose control of some stuff. Otherwise, Russia is going to be a little bit weird. And then Viacom and Discovery are popping. Check Viacom. 12:15. That's old. Russia. Viacom is making a big move. So is Discovery. Again, we saw like even the Dish stuff too. Let's see. All right, I'm seeing, bro. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a coat. Viacom's still going. Is there anything on that? No, it doesn't. I think there was a call sweep 10 minutes ago. That was it. Man, we were those other players. We were just what? We were. I said I wanted those for what's it called by the end of the year. I thought 2021, but that's good to see him come up. Spies bouncing again. We might do the bottom there. We'll see. It's already 10:42. Actually, I don't know. Should we get the bottom in? I know how we could probably bring the bottom in, but it's risky. Should we do it, Chad? I think we could. I just need to get a carbo. I got down the carbo. You know what I'm saying? If we down the carbo, we could buy some time on the market. I don't know. It's risky. I didn't think we were gonna get philo today. I was scared, but it's that 460. Let's see if I get the carbo and drink the carbo and we're not hitting a low by the time the carbo's done, I think we'll be good. You know what I'm saying? I think we'll be good. So hold on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Contractor in there. Hold on, I'm sending a text. I'm smoking. You want me to smoke? You want me to smoke and show you? You want to put this to rest, bro? You want? I don't know. I don't know what kind of mood. I'm excited actually. Okay, I'm trying to get some work done. We got some real estate. I'd rather smoke some PHILO, to be honest with you. You don't feel me? Yes? What kind of friend are you? That's it? So you just want to accuse me of doing stuff, and then I'm going to say, "Oh, should I go do these things?" And then you're just going to say, "Yeah." That's it. And then what? Thanks for the support, man. Thanks for the support. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Man, that's crazy. How you gonna play me like that? Smoking on that hope. I'm gonna need an ounce of that. I want you to be happy. Oh, God is good, baby. God is good. Okay, it's good. Josh, don't get mad at me, but I would love to smoke a J with you. Nah, I don't. I think you can say that. I've known you for so long, Babinski. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. So I hate to give Babinski special treatment, but that's a vibe. That's a vibe. You know, maybe one day. Maybe one day if the stars align. When the stars align, we'll see. We'll see. It's just because I feel like at least Babinski, you know, I know Babinski's like a true OG. Babinski's like a father figure. You know what I'm saying? So that would be like an honor, honestly. It'd be like, because he got the wisdom, he got the experience. I'd be like, man, that's crazy. I'd be like, where? There you go. Mama Answers might be listening. She might be. We've had a lot of arguments before. I've talked to her about it. But what I would tell her is like we would just get in like stupid YouTube chat arguments. You know what I'm saying? Like we would just get in like I wouldn't really like make a point. I wouldn't really make a point. I would just like play devil's advocate with her just to see. And she would I would get slapped every single time. Even then, the last time I was like 27 years old or something like that. Last time, or like I was like 25. I think that's like in recent times where I was like an older person, and like she just slapped the shit out of me. I just kept saying, I kept asking too many questions. I was like, "Mom, what about this?" I was like, "Well, did you know that the National Science Institute said that if they discovered cannabis on a planet and never heard of it, they would hail it as the greatest medical victory in the world?" She said, "It's good. Miss Ice Kalam. Miss Ice Kalam." Why? When did you join Al Qaeda? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's good. Like, damn, what? That's crazy. Why do you have a T100 in your garage, Mom? What? So also, parents can't handle modern kush. They're used to the brick weed. Man, again, these are just like conversations with my mom. Like, do you think I'm pulling up to my mom who prays like 18 hours out of the day? You think I'm like, "Hey, yo, Mom, yo, you see this shit, bro?" I'm like, "Yo, come check Mom. No. Don't knock it till you try it, Mom. Like, look how sticky this is. Here, smell it." Nah, that's not like that. These are just like conversations. I don't like, you're crazy. You're crazy. Oh, that's white people fan. Yeah, I don't, dude. I'm still scared of my mom. Y'all are crazy. I love her. It's more respect now, but like, even then though, like some of y'all ain't scared of your parents at all. That was y'all haven't been scared of your parents since 6 years old. You know that? Some of y'all have just been, y'all dominated the household at age 6, and it has stayed like that. That's it. So just, for me, this is the other way around, bro. You know, my whole life, you know how many times I've had people just be like, "You're 18. You're an adult. Why are you so?" I'm like, "You don't get it, man. You don't get it." She'll come from nowhere. Bro, the scariest thing, bro, growing up as a kid, the scariest thing would be spotting my parents' vehicles outside. Like, I had to know the identifying factors. Like, my mom's car had, like, a Jesus fish on it. You know, the Jesus fish in the background, right? And, like, that's it, bro. Because I wasn't allowed to go outside. So if I was, like, outside or if I was doing something wrong, like, because clearly I was doing something wrong, clearly, I would just be like, oh, shit, bro, we would dip. You would dip. That's it. And then I got another story. Actually, it's funny. No, this is part of PHILO because I am going to give you a story about my parents for PHILO. It's actually really, really good. Kind of. It's kind of sad. But there was another story. Spies bouncing. It's looking good for PHILO, baby. It's looking good for PHILO. Is LRCX at a new high again? Oh, wow. Very strong. Very strong. Very strong. But there was one time, this was in the Prelude, when I had the Honda Prelude. And my dad, he needed the car for some reason. I remember he took my Prelude and he was driving back home, and like one of my friends saw my car, and my friend thought it was me. So like he started following my dad because it was my car, but my dad was driving it. So my friend is like following him, like just being like an asshole and like following him. But here's the thing. My dad is like super tinfoil. Right? Like he used tinfoil before tinfoil was cool. Like my dad's favorite movie was Enemy of the State with Will Smith. Like, so think about, if you know what that movie is, I want you to think about how old that movie is. And I want you to just think about the storyline and plot. Like he was all about that life, bro. Like straight up, and I'm telling you, like I'm speaking like 1999, dude. Like 2002 shit. Like, like, bro, no, he was like straight, like he was always on the lookout. Like, I was like, dude, like, you like what? Like, this guy is just like, he reads the Bible every damn day too. I'm like, dude, you were like the most unassuming person. Like, what the hell? Like, what? But like, oh, bro, he always was like, just like, nah, everything was tinfoil. And then my friend was following him. And then my dad, he picked up on it very quickly that somebody was following him. So he was like, hold up, someone was following him. Then he like made a bunch of like quick turns, and then he found a way, and then he said that he got him to follow him into like a corner. He like went to like a side road, got the car to follow him, got out of the car and like cornered. I don't know how he did it. And then he goes up to the door, and my friend is just tripping out at this point. Like, yo, what the... Oh, yeah, no, he did like evasive maneuvers and then turned it into following him and then trapping the guy's car into like a corner. And then and he's like, why are you following me? He's like, I'm friends with your son. I thought. I'm telling you, bro, it was wild. Yeah, my boy was like, he was tripping out. He was tripping out. Yeah, my dad is wild. My whole family's wild, bro. Like, I don't think like people really understand it. Like they're straight from Egypt. Like, no exaggeration. Like, they were straight from Egypt. Like, our culture, and just like, even then, we're still adjusting. Like, I have another. I tell you the story. Did I tell you the first time I heard Mickey Mouse? See, this is where we even learned to hustle a little bit. That was when he what's it called? We needed to get like, he had like, obviously my dad just like, he thought it would be a good, like, again, this is typical Arab shit. He just one day he was like, yo, I'm gonna buy one of these like Ford Econoline RVs. Right? He didn't need it, you know, but it just like, it sounded like a good value investment for him at the time. So he was like, yeah, let me get this. Oh, it was like a 1982, I think, or 1985, like a Econoline E350, E250 with like just like a big camper thing. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? So he buys it, and I remember he got a crash into it. So how do you think we fixed it, Chad? See, I'm teaching you how we learn some things. What do you think was his plan? Yep. No hesitation. We went straight down to fucking Tijuana. This guy fucking took his wife. He took his 5 little ass kids, bro. And we just went straight in this big ass. I was like, bro, we ain't coming back, bro. Like, no way. We went straight to Tijuana, bro, just to try to get this car fixed. He got the car fixed. I remember it was like 9 hours. We were walking on the streets of Tijuana while they were fixing our car, bro. Oh my gosh. And then it came back with the worst job ever. I remember he was about to like get in a fight with the Mexican dude fixing. He was like, "What is this? It's a Mickey Mouse. This Mickey Mouse job. This Mickey Mouse." I was like, "Oh man." I was like, "Dude, you paid $70 for it." Like it was literally just drywall with no paint on a car. I was like, "You just drywalled the car." I was like, "I don't know, man." And then that's the first time I heard Mickey Mouse. He said, "Mickey Mouse job. Mickey Mouse." It was crazy. It was crazy. Bondo, no, I honestly, I think it was drywall. Like it was, like no way, like he full on drywalled the whip. Like it wasn't anything. I don't know how to explain it. Bro, it was like $70. Like I don't know. Like he was happy with the price. He wasn't happy with the work. But hey, I remember we made it home at like 3 a.m. the next day. I was like, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Let's see. This Spies up, baby. I think it's time. I think it's time. I'm going to tell you, though, right now, this one, I hope you guys like these stories. This was a good intro to PHILO. This is a very good intro to PHILO, what we just talked about. Trust me. Okay? How old was I? I don't know. These are just traumatic memories that you never forget. So, flashbulb memories, you go through so much trauma that you remember them specifically. So I have no idea how old I was. But I remember Tijuana. What? Ooh, it's nasty. Ooh, it smells good, but nasty. It smells. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful day, man. I love you. I hope you're blessed. I don't know. I feel good on Friday. I don't even care what the market look. I feel blessed. Like, I don't know, man. Can y'all say that out loud? Can y'all just do that for me? You could type it if you want, but please, use this opportunity to use the voice, man. You could say, thank you, God. Even if you want to leave God out of it, you heathen, just be like, I feel blessed. Did you be like, you really just call me a heathen real quickly like that? I know. I learned that from Biden. You could slip anything in if you say it fast enough, So, no, I'm just messing with you. But for real, though, man, I feel blessed. I'm having fun today. I hope you are having fun as well. And honestly, this is going to be a crazy PHILO, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, this PHILO, one, depending on who you are, because quite frankly, man, I'm very thankful for a lot of you guys. Like I always say, just to be able to share everything with you, even these stories and everything else, man. It's just beautiful. And like I know some of you guys, like thank you, honestly, for always holding it down and being here and even giving me the opportunity because I will talk about a lot of things, and I don't know if you guys realize there is consequences to it. I don't know if you guys get that all the time, and that's why some of you have stuck by. I just try to speak what it is, what I really believe, and if I do think it is helpful, I'm gonna spit that game, and you got to pay consequences with what you say sometimes, both good and bad, especially in this world. But just big shout out to the people who've held it down and always been here regardless. So God bless you and thank you, and that's why I'm telling you this is that. This PHILO is going to be very triggering, okay, to some of you, to some people. That's why. But I know I'm thankful for my cult man and some of you guys, because I know some of you are going to vibe with this and you're really going to understand it. But I will tell you, there will be a triggering factor, okay. Number 2, are you ready for this one? This PHILO is just about PHILO, right? And I want you to focus on your mindset and a lot of different things. But this PHILO is about real estate in a very, very weird way, actually, specifically. So, are you ready for it, Chad? Are you ready? Honestly, I'll tell you. It starts with one part. That's not what I'm focusing on. But it does start with one part. Okay, if you don't want to listen, the first thing we are going to discuss racism. So if you back out now if you can't handle it. Okay, just back out now if you can't handle it. Even if you don't back out, it's fine. But I'm just telling you now. I'm just telling you now. Oh snap! Yeah, racism. 100%. 100%. So actually, it's related to what we talked about yesterday. Right? You guys were in the chat. You saw the FHA lady, and they were nominating her, and they would ask stuff about racism in real estate. And people in the chat, and hopefully you guys know, this is why, I'm going to talk to you on this a little bit. But I don't view anybody everybody, if you don't know something, I can't hold it against you. And this is why education is so important. So this is no judgment towards anybody or any way, shape, or form. So please don't ever take it like that. And there was people who responded in a way where they're like, wow, why is everything about race, right? Why is everything, how is real estate and racism, yibbity-dabbity-doo, but it is very true, and this is sadly the sad part, that I have to give you disclaimers and we discuss about it, and this is where I think some of the problem happens, just because it's when you're quick to call everything something, the real issues can get overlooked, and racism in real estate is actually huge. So before I tell you this story here, I want you to understand what this PHILO is about. This PHILO is for everybody. This PHILO, it has nothing to do about your race or your color or anything. I just want you to get the main point. And honestly, it's very biblical. It's about the land. Every single one of you needs to go and get the land. And now especially, listen to me right now, especially if you are a minority, if you grew up literally in a foreign family, or you are a minority, my friend, I need to tell you what this PHILO is about. You will not die on this earth without getting land to give to your family. Do you understand that? That's what I'm trying to get across here, right now. So yeah, it starts with that, but I will give you a little bit of the story. But do you hear what I'm saying? Seriously. And it doesn't even matter. Even if you're not a minority, same thing applies to you. For real, because not everybody was born into a rich family. Not everybody was born to get the education or anything like that. So this is for everybody. And honestly, I mean, that's the thing you'll notice if you go to certain neighborhoods, and I've been in certain neighborhoods where it's it has nothing to do with color, right? I know white guys who live the exact same as the Arabs. Literally, it's crazy to think about. But this is where I'm saying, if you are gonna make a change, man, every single one of you needs to go and get land and own property. And this is what the PHILO is about, because have you ever read the Bible? Have you noticed how many times in the Bible it talks about taking the land? Come on. Seriously, for any of you who have read it. That's the fun, and that's why I'm saying maybe if you haven't, but this is a very, very big concept. For literally and there was a lot of drama in the Bible too. You know that? There was a lot more discrimination back then. It was wicked. And every single time how God would move in people's lives, right? And when he would say this, he would give them quote unquote promised lands, the land of milk and honey. He would say, possess the land you're going to take. Oh, it's all about land. Woo! So, but let me backtrack. Real estate is racist. This is why you need to learn it. Doesn't mean you stay away from it. Doesn't mean you say, oh, I don't have an opportunity. No, you learn it because guess what? I figured this out at a very young age. And that's what I started to do. That's why I could tell you how the process works. That's why I say, no, you're not going to take this person's house because this. And then there's this law, and then this is how it works. And then I watched a lot of people fail. I watched a lot of different things. But I asked my mom this question yesterday, right? Somebody said this, and I remember my mom telling me something about this. So I asked her, I said, Mom, do you think real estate is racist? Do you know what she did? I said, were you ever treated racistly when you first got here? She laughed. She literally laughed at me. She said, she laughed because she said, is that even like a question? And I said, what happened? She said, well, one, even though my dad even got a real estate license, she said more often than not, even back then, it wasn't a competitive market. They couldn't even get their offer accepted. She said, I think out of like 20 houses, they would maybe get one accepted, and then they would counter at a much, much higher price. Because again, my mom, we grew up in a certain area. She was trying to move out of there. It was difficult. Then the other thing, she said she would go to houses, and she remembers one specific story. She went to a house, and this is back in the day. I mean, this is like early 2000s. And she went to the open house, or she went to go look at the house, and the neighbor came out and said, you're not moving into this neighborhood, and spit on my mom. And spit on my mom's face, literally. This is the story my mom is telling me. Okay, this isn't, I don't know if y'all know Mama Answer. She'll keep it real with you. Again, she's went with a lot of different things. They literally told her, they said, you are not living in this neighborhood. Get out, get the hell out of here. Oh, yeah, it's wild. It's wild. See, this is where it gets crazy, though. Again, I said it yesterday with redlining, and a lot of people don't know about this. Do you guys know what redlining is? And this is where it's sad. This is where it's sad, but maybe it could explain to you a little bit about what I know. Do you know where redlining came from? Do you want to know where the original racism of all of that came from? I hate to break it to you. It came from your industry. It came from what you are in right now. The financial markets. It was banking. 100%. It had to do with how they would give access to money. And honestly, you ready for the crazy part? It relates a lot to yesterday. It's actually the FHA. So go look it up. Back in the 30s, the FHA existed. And then what they would end up doing is that they would create maps of places to give money for loans, to say, hey, we are going to facilitate your loan because this was following the Great Depression. Right? They wanted to make sure that there was low interest rates that could be provided for houses so people wouldn't lose their homes. So then they created these maps. And these maps were color-coded. So yeah, they would have red lines, but there was yellow areas, there was green, there was blue, and all of that. And every color, it didn't represent a race or a creed, but it did represent the level of safety of that investment. Oh yeah, y'all don't feel me. So literally what ended up happening is that all of these places where certain communities would live, they would, if they were in an area that would be quote unquote risky, a risky investment, Money wouldn't go there, and then boom, you had a lot of different things created from there. And what would end up happening, I mean, it makes sense. It was places with factories and places with all that in certain communities. And then that's the thing. A lot of people think it has to do with one race or color. It's not. This would affect Latino, Asian, Middle Eastern, anything at these times. There wasn't that many Middle Easterns, though, in the 30s and 40s. But what they wanted to live by their work. It was like the American dream. So then what ended up happening, it created these little districts, and then people weren't able to get money. That's just one part of it, though. Let me ask you this. Did you know that in LA, at one point in LA in the 1900s, that literally by law, black people couldn't purchase a home? And then the Supreme Court said, yeah, that's wrong. Let us change it. You want to know what they did? They said black people could buy a home, but they can't live in it. And then from 1905 to about like 1930, there was still more. Believe me. Oh, I'm telling you. I got a couple more facts for you. But even then, from 1900 to 1905, yes, LA was the prime reason for this. LA set the whole real estate trend of all of this. And what they started to do was that literally they would have segments. They put it on a deed. It was a special type of mortgage deed that was based on discrimination. So then literally, they literally had it's called a restrictive deed. And if you were a certain color or ethnicity, you were not able to own or live in a certain area or house. So literally, this was like for 30 or 40 years. And then what happened after the FHA fucked up with redlining, then there was civil rights by the 1960s, right? So then they just said they're going to do it quietly, because now it was harder to fight it publicly. But again, people adopted these covenant deeds or these restrictive deeds, and it spread throughout America. And that's why you had suburbs. That's why you would have these little communities, and it was all like picture perfect. And like then they would say they would keep people out. They would make it look a certain way. They wouldn't allow people to buy it. Literally, I think at one point you would have a neighborhood of 60,000 people, and less than 5 of them would be not white. Okay? So... And then even in 1960s, even with inflation, again, it kept going after it. People, they were mad at FHA for it. But literally, even the next 30 years after that, they just quietly, a lot of real estate, whether it was through lending or these restrictive deeds and how they would set up these places, it was just all based on keeping certain people out of real estate, even to this day, to a degree. It's changed a lot, but just think about that. Okay? So then in the 60s, 70s, all the inflation, you know what else would happen? At one point, I think, what was the number? I'm blanking on it, but you could have, I think there was only like out of 500,000 homes, you had maybe 5 offers accepted to a family that wasn't white. Again, I could go down the list with this. And my point isn't to say America is bad, because I love this country. Again, I came here. I mean, my parents came here, and we are not really typical, and we were able to do a lot here. But how? It's by owning the land. And what I'm just trying to say is, I want you to understand this situation, just so you realize it's there. No one's getting attacked. That's why I'm like, I hope you realize it. Like, this doesn't, if you feel a certain way, please do not condemn yourself or let whatever. I'm just telling you what happened. The whole point I'm trying to say right now is y'all got to get the land. This is for everybody. And then I kept thinking about it in the Bible. That's what this PHILO is about. This PHILO isn't about, oh, be sad about this, go argue with someone about this and that. I don't know how the world's going to change. I know the only way we could do it is if everybody knows this, gets smarter, and you don't need to go and cry about it. You got to go and do it. Go fix it. How are we going to fix it? By each one of you getting a house. By you changing the trend. By realizing there is a divine right to the land. And there's something in there for everybody. So if you may get annoyed when I talk real estate, some of you might, I know you want stocks. I get it. But I hope you really understand why I keep bringing this up. And again, I'm not operating in an industry where I'm the top dog. Since the day of birth in this industry, we were underdogs. It didn't stop us, though. That's why I like the freedom in this country. Do you hear me? Let me tell that to you again. We were the underdogs still to this day. But you could change that right now if you want it. If you learn about it, that's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But then again, let me just read you a couple of things. Right? There's two groups of people. There's one group that has land already. You know that? Some of you are lucky. I hope you realize that. Some of you, somebody in your family bought property and they were able to pass it down to you. And then honestly, this is where we help a lot of people with real estate. You want to know why? Because somebody buys a house and then it gets passed down. But if the next generation is not taught how to keep it and preserve it, you lose it. That's the nature of real estate and investment opportunities. It's not that situation all the time, but a lot of the time. All these properties had some other owner. Right? So, then there's people who've never had it. So, I like this verse. 2 Chronicles. If my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sin and heal their land. Interesting. Heal their land. There's two parts that the Bible speaks on. It's either God giving people land and bringing them into land, or the other situation with God and land, he's healing people's land and he's making sure whatever they had and was passed is either restored or made sure that it's steady. Again, there's more. Deuteronomy. You shall therefore keep the whole commandment that I command you today, that you may be strong and go in and take possession of the land that you are going to possess, that you may live long in that land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give to them and their offspring, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land you are entering to take possession of, not like the land of Egypt from which you've came, where you sowed your seed and irrigated it, but the land you are going over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, which drinks water from the rain of heaven, a land that the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord are always upon you from the beginning to the end of the year. That's Deuteronomy. And see, and you know what he says too? I like that verse. Because he's saying, you got land, it's yours, you're going to possess it, you're going to take it, take the land. This is why God is moving you to take the land. And he brings up a very good point. Because some of you guys are going to be like, I need the land, but you're like, oh, look at where I am. I can't get land here. He said it's not going to be like your land that you may have grown up with. This land may have hills. Oh, the promise is very broad is what I'm trying to tell you. He's saying some of you got land that you need to possess right in front of you. Some of you guys are going to you got to get ready to move. You got to get ready to move. Oh. It's not talking about physical land. I'm sure they were talking about the metaverse back then. Nah, this is land. Even then, again, the whole point I'm trying to say with this too, go look up land in the Bible and just see how many times land comes up in the Bible. It's a very wild concept. It's everywhere. So, I don't know, man. Do you see what I'm trying to say? There's a lot more verses. There's a lot of this. The meek shall inherit the land. I'm telling you, there's promises left and right. Even if you go to the Jubilee. Like, have you ever heard of the Jubilee? And they say like every 50 years you forgive the debt. That's Leviticus. The land shall not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. For you are strangers and sojourners with me. And that's explaining how it works. And even in the whole book of explaining the Jubilee, it talks about how to get land. And he's saying, I give you this land. Sell the land even between yourselves too. And make sure you and your family is always having it. Ah, man. So, do you understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? I like this PHILO. Because I think you could learn a little bit. I think you could see something, but I'm just trying to tell you something. And it's something we stand for and that we're behind. And this is why I want to talk to you guys about it. That's why I talk about it so much. And y'all think, like, do you think it's just for money? Like, do you think it's just, like, come on, you know what I'm saying? It's not. The last thing I want to see is some of you have this opportunity now, live your life and going through all of this where you never end up taking the land. And quite frankly, if you believe what I believe, the land is yours. I'm just saying. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, come on. Some of y'all, if you got the belief, that's what I love about it. It's not saying, what's your background? What's your color? This, I said, do you believe? Get out of here. Come on. Do you believe or not? If you believe, that land is yours. That's why I love God. Thank you. For real, thank you. I hope some of you could really feel what I'm saying. Because if you believe, you will change your life with it. But this is it. I don't think you've came across me, and I don't think we've came across this philo, and everything has developed to this point where you walk away not doing this. Some of you, I think you ran into me for this reason. A big part of your life is going to make sure you are getting some of the land. That's why we're here this year, right? We're excited. We're disciplined. We're ready to go. Amen. A lot of philos with it. A lot of motivation. You could get excited. A lot of spiritual. Well, great. Can we make up our mind that we're going to go get the land this year? Because guess what? If we don't do it, because we're really diverse in here. And this is for all of you. All different kinds. Just think about it. If we don't get it, what's going to happen? The same situation will persist. It's that simple. What do you think is going to happen when you get the land? You, my friend, are going to become a leader. You don't think you getting that is going to inspire other people? You don't think the people in your community and the people you're close to are going to see that? Come on. Come on. And then, okay, they might ignore it for a year or two, but what happens when it keeps going up too? Just like the long term. And they're like, okay. But this is it, man. I'm telling you, what I'm trying to explain right now is that this opportunity is really a divine gift. And I need to make sure some of y'all take it. I hope you feel what I'm feeling and that it calls you to it just as it has for me. Because we got to get in this game. That's why it's like, it's funny how we argue about certain things and people say this and that and this, but it's just like at the end of the day, I don't care about that because I just know if y'all get the land, we're going to start fixing problems. Things will get a little bit better than you think. Watch. But do not waste your life and waste your time listening to other people and then getting in the middle of arguments and not owning the land. Oh, come on. You see what I'm saying? There's so many things stopping you from getting to this, but I'm just trying to tell you it's divine. If you believe it's yours, I need some of you to start operating in this mindset. Come on, do you believe in God? Seriously. Some of you don't, I don't care. But if you do you believe in God? You believe it is God, then right? You believe God made you. What else did God make? He made the earth. So then therefore, that means this is his land, right? Okay. Good. And you're his son. Okay, how does a deed and a will work? Okay. Word. Do you see what I'm telling you? It's yours already. Honestly, I believe it. Some of y'all, you may not own it yet, but your house is already waiting for you. It's already standing up there. Somebody already built it. Promise you. Wait till your journey matches up with it. And some of you, it may happen if you understand what I'm saying right now. But this is what I need from you moving forward for the rest of the year and the rest of your damn life. I need you to have this mindset that it's already yours. You see what I'm like? If you really believe, it's saying, yeah, that's mine. I'm going to get it now. Stop. You're thinking too much. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in your mind where you're not worried about things and you're like, okay. It's because it's mine. I know it's going to be mine. This is my goal. This should honestly be your primary goal for all of you. I'm telling you, it's ties to a lot of things, and it's very, very divine. It all starts with the land. So, I'm excited, if you couldn't tell. Because it's good. This is good to get off my chest. It's good to be able to vocalize it and put it in words. You know why? Because I know this is what we need. I know without a doubt. And like, this isn't about me just talking about real estate all the damn time. Like, do you not see it? Y'all could go and do it. We've been talking, everybody, in any way, shape, or form. Let us help however we can. Because I know if I'm going to be a blessing, it will be in this area even as well. The long term is great. The news is great. Everything. Thank you, God. But I know with the house, it's going to be insane. Like, for real. And that's the big, big impact. But it has to do with your mindset, too. I need someone, literally, I could put your name on a will. But if you don't believe it, you'll never claim it. It's crazy. It's crazy. And honestly, some of y'all want social justice. Y'all want to fight back. You know how you're going to do it? Go buy the land. That's the control every single person needs. Doesn't matter who. And like I'm saying, everybody could get it. All this has to do with is belief. So please, please, this is what we got to get going on. And I hope that you can unlock this with your mindset. And I encourage you to look it up. Go look up the laws if you want. Go look up the history if you want. And even go open up the Bible and go see how many times it talks about land. Literally, you're going to come into this land and possess it. Bro, God is weird. If you really think about it, God is weird if you don't understand this. Because he keep talking about taking the land. So I don't know, man. I don't think it's a coincidence. Why wouldn't he could have said anything. He could have said just go here. Wait here. He could have said wait here. He didn't have to say possess it. He didn't say take the land. Why does the Bible discuss so much about business and land? Why does Solomon talk about it? Why do they explain a process for transferring land and then a multiple 7-year cycle? Do you know that? Oh, y'all think I'm playing with you, huh? Here, let me pull it up. Bro, I'm telling you. They think I'm playing. You know that. Do you know your 7-year cycle comes from the Bible? You know that, right? Multiple times. Even then, the one I already read you with Leviticus, and he's talking about selling the property in perpetuity. And he made sure, he said never, literally, when the prophet is talking to the people of God, he says, don't sell your property in perpetuity. Do not give up the land forever, ever. Don't do that. You're not allowed to. The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai, speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land I'm going to give you, the land itself must observe a Sabbath to the Lord. For 6 years sow your fields, and for 6 years prune your vineyards and gather crops. But in the 7th year, the land is a year of Sabbath rest. Do not sow your fields or prune your vineyards. Bro, this is thousands of years ago that this was written. You ever heard of a 7-year cycle? Word. Again, and most of that verse only talks about land. Believe it or not. Whew. So ladies and gentlemen, man, I hope you get it. Yeah, it's already written. Amen. And it is written. You are going to get it, man. And I really hope you understand what I'm saying. But I really hope this unlocks something. And I hope listening to these words opens up a window to you. And understand, like, yo, we're operating from an underdog perspective. We always have been. Seriously, go look up the history. Like, it's not like I'm running around here doing what I'm doing and just for shits and giggles. Like, we're still the underdogs, man. So for all of y'all, you got to get your head in the game with this. And do not cheat yourself nor your family or your future. This is how we're going to do it. And the education of this and knowing of it, it goes a long way. Honestly, guess what? Do you realize how crazy this is? Because if you really understand what I'm saying and you bring it to life, which is your divine right and it's already promised, what's going to happen when you have kids? Y'all don't feel me. How many of you are in here? 3,000? And then you're going to have, guess what? Your kids too. And then you pass it on to your kids. Not only do you pass on the property, you pass on this knowledge. You let them know there's going to be a lot of stuff in the world. It's going to be a lot of this. You're not always going to be treated right, and they will judge you, my friend. There's going to be a lot of this. Oh, but you know what you got to do? This is what you got to hold on to right here. This is going to be the thing. This is yours. And when it says it's yours. And no one's going to take that from you, let alone the knowledge I'm giving you today, but also this deed, this title. So let's go, baby. So I love you all, man. And I hope this wakes up something. I don't want you to be woke. I want you to wake up what is already yours and take advantage of it. All right? So let's get it, man. I think this is a year for the land. And it may not be this year. It may not be next year. Each one of you is going to have your own time, but I'm just telling you, I need this at the forefront of the focus. Because it will go a long, long way. FTC is probing Meta's Oculus competition practices, Facebook OTC stuff, but I love you all. I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. I love you all. I think I'm going to play one normal song, and then I'm going to give you the old uncle, because I think it'll relate to this weekend maybe. Wait, is it not playing? Play, my friend. It's not playing. I think I broke it. FTC again with Facebook. Why won't it play? It's not playing. This is weird. Are they gonna make me like pay for it? Yeah, it's not playing. I'm just pressing play and it's not playing. Oh, you would hear it. It's okay. It's okay. You got this.
I said it's fucking play that motherfucker.
Up in a foreign, rapping about, that should get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna short it, mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her I got a coat, need me a castle. I want a moat, financials are fragile. Watch it real close, the technicals lagging. That shit a joke, this shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast, I got me a strap, I play it on both. I always watch candles, come get the smoke, yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscing, PHILO 607 switching, then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy where fear exists. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy make China in emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, that was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising, lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Or invert the curve and set the leader. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw from meters. Now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. apologize for instances. Call me Lil Buffett, been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice piss but don't do nothing. Pull up dripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fire. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the market, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. I'm buying gold in Africa, I weigh it, I don't count it up. The factor in the tax enough, you asking me, I'ma laugh it up. Yeah, man. Is it called 2019? Holla at me. Aye. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in they face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo guys, I'm pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah, they talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's the blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them lessons but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam rhymes. Saying bombs is jihad. Don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man defined him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah.
I got mountains that need moving around them lions and they drooling. God is good, baby. We're back. Uncle Answers, all streaming platforms. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. That's it. I told dog. What I tell you about the PHILO bounce, huh? What I tell you about the PHILO bounce? That looks like it looked like it worked a little bit. It looks like I'm telling you, that PHILO. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That actually worked a little too well, but at least we bought him at 460 like we were talking about. Otherwise, it was about to be it was about to get messy, but you still got an hour and a half. I mean, anything can flip. But not bad. Not bad. That's the bottom, the true bottom. No, but I feel like it could have went a little lower. I guess this one was kind of a flush. You didn't really get panic after. That's what I was saying. Like if you panicked from this move, it would have been hideous. It would have been just like this one. So like maybe that was kind of more fear gauge, but I don't know. We'll see. We will see. One of my favorite PHILOs. I mean, it's a weird PHILO because it's just saying, get the land, man. Get the land. I hope they feel me. I hope. Oh, the land is ours. Amen. Amen. Facts, bro. Facts. Yeah, Abiva, I don't know. The contracts, I paid a little too much. They're up 10% though, it looks like. And the JP Morgan puts are surprisingly holding. Too much hype on Ford. I feel like, do you own Tesla? Yes or no? I feel like I've heard that out of so many people who hold Tesla, and I'm just like, really? We are all such humans. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, look it. Why do they do that? Why do we do that, right? It's like, I didn't like Tesla, but I'm like, all right, Ford, I could kind of see it. Then everybody who owns Tesla is like, nah, that move is crazy. It's like, bro, what the fuck happened to Tesla? What? What do you say? Ford is at $20. What? That's crazy. That's like, what? So it's like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't get Tesla in the beginning, but I do like Ford. I mean, we only started picking up Ford. We had some back in the day when it was higher, but, ever since that EV, like, hype and now the recent recovery. But I like it. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It's like, just everybody. I mean, Tesla was like a $2 stock, or like Tesla would go up like $200 a day or something, and everyone's like, yeah, just chill. And then they see Ford go up like 50%, and they're like, dude, that's fundamentally not sound for this invest. I'm like, what the? Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, but I like Ford. At least that's the only EV play I could say I have. It's called the Tesla effect. But I thought Tesla was like supported. I thought everyone wants EV, but I guess it's just, I don't know. I see overstock. I know last time I checked it was down like 15%. 48 looks very appetizing now. Dude, they all fucking got clapped. What's that? That was from March or September. Good low. I got a little bit lower to test. I'd say everything is just going to come back to, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of them come back to some of these like really like key breakout levels, and then that'll be the final one. Why is my sister sending me this article on Reddit? She sent me, I am a self-indulgent and minimally productive, and I'm okay with that. Questioning the American work ethic. Jesus. No, that's what she texted me. I think we'll see. It's okay. Too long didn't read the traditional American work ethic. While admirable and perhaps good for collective, can be unhealthy for the individual. I don't get it, but okay, we'll keep going. Many of us would be better off if we embraced the degree of self-centered self-indulgence and devoted ourselves to self-actualization instead of productivity, paid work for the greater good. That's the too long didn't read. I think just find balance, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Indulge a little bit and then work a little bit. Is that fair? Can we, you know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all. I'm all about balance. I'm all about all of it. I'm all about all of it. Sounds calming. I just like it may be good for everybody collectively, but then as an individual, it's like, wait, hold up, but we are individually gonna make up the collective in there. So it's like, what? It's like littering, you know? It's like, I don't know. That's cool. My favorite artist right now besides Uncle, I don't know. I like a lot of people, but like all-time favorites are like Jay-Z and Ludacris, or excuse me, Lupe Fiasco. Not Ludacris, but I like Ludacris, but he's not up there. But like Jay-Z, but like Lupe is probably one of my favorite artists, you know, in a very, very weird way. Yeah, if I was like Ludacris, you're like, what? I don't know. Something about move, bitch, get out the way. I don't know. I don't think we could, there's nothing that's really hit like that in like 20 years. There's just something so lyrical about move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Like you know, and it's just, I don't know. There's something about it. I couldn't shake that from my top artist. Like, for real, that's a good song. Like, I don't know how it's so effective and so simple. But, nah, Lupe Fiasco for sure. I love Lupe. Like, Lupe is, like, crazy, bro. Like, Lupe is the only, like, real artist, I think, ever. I don't know. But, like, I like a lot of different music, man. I don't know. Like, I have a lot of good favorites, I would say. But, like, Jay-Z, Lupe Fiasco, I still listen to this day. SLR3. Bro, SLR3. SLR2. That one goes crazy. That one. Lord, have mercy on my banana clips. Give them half. Call that shit banana splits. But my halves is really like a banana six. Do these bananas have any idea who they on the planet with? Apes. Dog, it's crazy. It's crazy. Something to Vanna to the grapes. I know, I forgot, bro. That song is ridiculous. If you really go listen to the SLR2, if you go listen, I'm telling you, go listen to it with the lyrics on, and then you're going to just be like, I'm stupid. That's what I feel like when I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, it's wild. It's wild. It's wild. Tribe Called Quest, yeah. I like old school rap is good, but then, like, you know, some people will lie about liking old school rap. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people will be like, oh, I only like old school rap. And it's like, do you know what old school rap used to sound like? Like, Tribe Called Quest, they were good, but if you go, like, in that same area, it was like, yo, I got a hat, and now I'm back. And then we bibbidi bop. Like, so it's like, old rap wasn't really that dope. But there was a little development period afterwards, and then it started to represent culture and a lot of things and be used in very different manners. But like, some of the old shit was not, I don't know, it wasn't any better than some of the stuff you get today. My hat is blue and I left school. Like, it was MC. Rap started as MCs. Like, when they started rapping didn't start to drop tracks with lyrics. It's MCs and rapping. It began at house parties. So they would just have someone come on stage, hey, ho, hey, ho. That's all rap was. Like, it was just, like, it was for party and stuff like that. And then it developed. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. Look what I started. Yeah, but I like Lupe. That's it. Do these bananas have any idea who they on the planet with? Oh, it's good. Ford. I don't know, man. I bought Tesla. I bought Tesla at like $2,000, but I don't know if this is sustainable. What the fuck, man? This is crazy. What do you mean? I don't know. There's $25 off Ford. Something about it. I don't know. Let's see. What is their PE ratio? Do they even have a PE? 36? Tesla's at a comfortable 335. The fuck is going... I'm sorry, I won't... Okay, we won't talk. I'm just saying, do you see what I'm saying? But, like, I won't say any more, but, like, do you see what I've said already? Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I hope you get what I'm saying without me having to say much, because I don't want to... I already know there's, like, 5 fanboy... Yeah, I get it. You're going to be like, you're going to give me, like, 2 or 3 points, and then you're going to be like, well, why didn't you buy it? And then you're going to... That's it. You're going to hit me with, like, 2 or 3 buzzwords, and then after that, you're just going to personally attack me in any of my decisions in the last decade. But again, I'm just I'm just comparing the two. I know Ford is a high valuation. It still has again, the price goes up higher. The earnings aren't moving with it. That PE ratio is 36. But Tesla, even right now, after whatever 20% drop it made in a week, is still at 335. Okay? So that's fine. That's it. That's fine. I think Ford is fairly valued. What's GM? GM probably has a killer PE ratio comparatively. Yeah, GM's at 8. That's what they're comparing it to, because if you look at a legacy automaker, you're like, well, shit, 36 compared to 8 on GM. But GM doesn't really have, like, they're pretty whack with the EV. Lucid doesn't have a, bro, you can't have earnings if you can't have delivered a car. That's the crazy part. The PE ratio, I don't even know what we call it, honestly. I don't even know what we call it. Stellantis is 860 PE. Now you're talking. See, so that now Tesla's not the highest in the peer group. Don't sleep on Ford. It's good. You might wake up dead. Nah, you'll just wake. It'll just be up in value. And then you'll have the right to make fun of people for a little bit. And then that's it. And then there'll probably be another new trend by then. That's fine. And then as long as you got the 5 other runners at the same time, that's it. If Ford goes to 1 million or whatever, there'll be a lot of other ones. What's Solo? I don't know. I don't know any of the other cars. Most cars aren't going to have, I mean, you need earnings to have a PE ratio. So it's very few. But that's why it's cool, because at least Tesla earns money now, which is great. But Ford, again, in their valuation is crazy. In terms of, like, they actually make money. I mean, that's it. It's just even size. I even like Volkswagen and Toyota still, too, a lot. Like, that's the fire. Sisters LT, I haven't looked at it yet. Let's see. It's the chat, but hella busy. Haven't been able to chat much. Always listen. Man, that's crazy. I feel like you are still here all the time, though, man. So I love your contribution, bro. We felt like you were here either way. Hard! Oh, that was a loud one. Solo in the malls. I know. I remember I said I saw one. I took a picture. It was cool. I said the only thing about the car, the only thing about the Solo car, I saw every time I see it, bro, I have an urge to trip it. Like, that's the only car that I feel like I could actually trip. So, like, if I saw it, like, driving on the street, like, I would stick my leg out and I feel like it would just flip. You know what I'm saying? And I would just like, got him. That's the only thing. But it's real. It's real, though. That's the only thing I tripped out on. I didn't think, like, that's the one thing that I'm actually, like, pretty shocked with. They already have it. Like, it's a real car. I don't know how to explain it. Besides that, it's just like, it's real. Like, I don't know. That's very good. That's a good catalyst in this day and age. It's real. So long term down. Damn, year to date. Oh, Snap is killing. I was like, what the fuck happened? Long term? How'd you do us like that? But let's see. Colt sister. She just went negative here today. 0.73. Abivi still up 23%. Airbnb still up 6.8%. Uber, only thing killing us is UWMC. That's it. So we losing some of the gains, but she pretty much break even. But that's not a bad result, considering when we started it. So we started this when? Like October? September, October, right? Yeah. Or August, September, October. Yeah, at the top. That's not bad. I'll take that. I'll take that any day. So like August, September, October, this is where we're at. And then now everything's break even. We probably would have been better just buying the SPY. Some would say. If we bought in October at 430. You'd be up to 460. That'd be like 10% almost. But I like it. UWMC is just the only piece of trash. Everything else is still actually up, which is good. Again, that Uber, that one I thought we were up more on that one. I know when did I get the other pickup? That 13% from that last Uber. But yeah, I mean, either way, at the end of the day, all the portfolios are still up. Like overall, it's not as much as we had, but I mean, think about it. You've witnessed a lot of carnage. So you remember, you still own all of these. Like that's why it's like, so we got a lot of power on the upside too, and then with anything else. So this is your money. Do you realize that? So it's like this is still, I don't know. I could still have a slight gain. It's still like what? It's like an annualized 10% return still, even at 20%. It's just intense. You had a lot more money on it. Again, we were up like what, 60%, 60, 70% at the peak, and then now it's up 20, 23. And that's after, again, like we've witnessed a lot of, you've held through a lot of pain. So it's eventually the odds will start tilting in our favor a little bit more, but it's still, again, even if you want to imagine you wanted to get a house, you see what I'm saying? You wanted to do anything like that. I mean, the money's still there. You even still got a gain. You did beat inflation. I mean, realistically, even if you got 10% over the last 2 years, you still outpaced 7% inflation. But it's still, it's now any upside. Hopefully that's where we start to get a good year. Fools, Aaron, bro. Why do you do that so much? Like you get really weird. Like I won't ban this new account of yours, man. But like, can we just like keep it chill? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want me to talk about like your gamma spreads or something? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? You let me know, man. Just keep it peaceful. You could encourage or discourage people however you please, but just, you know what I say? Just calm down. That's it. Just calm down. That's all. You have 4 emails, no stream alerts. Send another one right now, and I can make sure someone gets it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. MO going sicko. Damn, I'm like, yo, like, just chill, bro. Like, let's be friends. And then Eagle Eye is just like, fucking get him out of here. Well, I tried. It's the timeout. I know. These moderators are losers. Bro, come on. You want to have an intervention? Let's sit down real quick. Come on. Just take a seat. 1, your YouTube name is Common Sense Ideas. Okay? You already uploaded like a profile picture and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't realize it? We're all losers. Okay? Just humble yourself. That's it. We're all losers. We all sit on a computer all day. That's it. You know, honestly, some of us got lucky and like we have like some social skills, or we convinced some good looking girl to like go out with us. Some of y'all got married. Y'all got beautiful families. You see what I'm saying? But we're all losers. So it's just not like just humble yourself a little bit, and you'll realize that it's not that deep. Like it's straight. Like we all in here like straight up fully conversating in the chat room. Like, okay, and then we scream at the end of the day, and like we go crazy. Like, dude, do you not realize what is within arm's reach of me? Like, I'm a grown ass adult. Like, like, bro, like I got a killer portfolio. I'm like, we're all losers, bro. Just get to the bottom of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I think once we all realize that, it's like, like there's not much tension, and it's chill. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know. So it's good, man. We love you. It's peace. Just keep the peace, bro. Just keep the peace. Like, this isn't high school anymore. Like, what is, like, who, like, do people still try to be cool? Like, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a loser in my, like, I don't know. I just hang out with me and my loser friends here all the time. Like, but I'm just like, hold on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, does anybody, like, we try to wake up and drive. Like we got, like, some motivational bullshit and all that. But, like, is anybody that, like, do people, like, wake up and they're like, I got to be cool today? Like, dude, is that like when you dress, like when you put on clothes, like? Because I know some of the Chads got swag, and I don't even know if they do it on purpose like that. But are you like, I wonder what this person gonna think about me? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's good, but I don't know. I haven't thought about being cool in a while. That's it. Because I'm like, I'm not cool. I've told you, Helman, you've heard me say that more than anything. I've been a loser for a minute now. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy. Even my growth stocks are losing. But yeah, we love you, man. It's all love. Shout out to Chad. Oh, Netflix? Oh, what the fuck are you doing, Netflix? Let's go. Check Netflix. Check Netflix. That's a big pop. What are they doing? 1457, introducing investing action plan. Check it. It might just be a pump, but that looks like news. That looks like news, but it might just be price increase. Netflix price increase. That's easy. That's easy. I'm just going to do it. I think. I don't know what the premiums are at. Netflix price. Oh, wait. In Canada and U.S. starting today. Let's go, earnings. That's all we need. That's all we need. You know what I'm saying? That's all we need. That's all we need. Let me check the cost. Wait till it drops, though. Wait till it drops a little bit. But people might. I think we definitely got that early. It looked like it. What? Oh, some of those already jumped heavy. Oh, you're going to have some trouble snaking that one, my friend. You are going to have some trouble snaking that one. Hold on. You get some of them pretty much after premium. You're going to buy. If you buy it right now, you're going to turn into a animal. No, you're going to get a, what's it called? If you buy it right now, it's the same price as yesterday. So it just wiped out all the downside to that. Chest of the sun, baby! I love you. God bless you. Hold on. I'm looking. Okay, hold on. No, there's a better one. No, the chains are fucked up, though. You could take advantage of it. You could take advantage of it. Oh, never mind. Wait, my chains aren't updating. Oh, that's why. I hit the other ones. No, it's still slow, dude. It's moving really slow, though. Let's see. Okay, I made a play on it. It might not hold there. We'll see, but I'm down with the pre-earnings and that news. I pretty much just paid the same price as yesterday. A little bit high. Actually, no, I paid a little bit. Man, they keep scamming me. You could go for the week. I might go double dip on a weekly if it comes down, but it usually gives it a pop. No, I scooped Netflix calls. I mean, I said I was going to wait a little bit more, but that catalyst could mess with it. So I grabbed February's. Don't trade that. Not a recommendation. It's usually that's like the easiest Netflix catalyst ever. Like usually they went up a little bit, but we'll see. A lot of the February further out the monies are kind of clapped. So if we do get some momentum, but it did send it up. The premiums are high. Like they're not like cheap, essentially. That's good. Hopefully it brings up my other ones, scammers. Where's the other one? Yeah, the other ones are still down, but that shot them up a lot. I got snaked. I did too. They're gonna wait till it's gonna move like Alibaba. So you remember? No, you didn't get scammed too hard, but just remember what happened with Alibaba. Right now, the spreads are widening. Like literally, when it gets a red candle, the premiums are going to go up. They plan to raise 15 from 13, increase 1 to 2 per month. I'm up now. Yeah, they're going to jump, but watch. When it comes down, the bid is going to come back up. So that's what I'm saying, but it's just still, you got to be careful. I mean, we could easily get wrecked on it. I mean, it doesn't have to last, but I just think ahead for next week. Remember, their earnings is next week. So if it gets any momentum coming into next week, we may start see the premiums going up, but wait till the premiums like chill out a little bit and you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, the news is a price increase in Canada and United States. So you've seen this a couple times. Anytime they've increased prices, it's usually a pop. Banks, Ford is still up. That's a big increase. Yeah. I mean, think about it. They have at least 1 million subscribers, or you're talking a couple 100 million every time. That's all we need. That could bring to life a lot of our Netflix plays. Well, that's it. Yeah, 4.4. So what? $2. It's another 8.8 million a month. 24 million extra a quarter. Or 200 million subs total. Again, $2. That's another 400 million a month. HRB negative. Square launching free tax filing service. So it's coming down. Again, watch the premiums. Oh, mine dropped. So even the bids didn't come up with that. Remember, they're still being a little bit worrisome. Let's see. Oh, no, they're still holding. Watch Intuit. They do taxes too. HRB's reacting to that news. My bet Netflix has. I like Netflix. I feel like I've been impressed with what they got. Remember I said it back in the day, bro. There used to be no shows on Netflix. Like at one point in my life, I watched everything they had because I had it back in the day. How far? I went far out the money on those because remember, I have old Netflix plays. See, look at they shot right back up. Did you guys see that? Right on the candle, they dropped the premiums, and then now watch. If it holds after this, the premiums are just gonna stay up. Like that's the key with this one. And then once the bid starts coming up, you'll be good. So now CNBC is dropping it. Yeah, it's gonna just be a wild ride for now. I mean, I am a little shaky on it though. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but we'll see when coming into tomorrow and the rest of the day. But they fucking needed that, dude. Like what Netflix needed a wake up call, real bad. CNBC covering, they're saying they don't see it. Squid Games, Netflix Catalyst. They said they're doing, again, like the foreign shows. But Squid Games has kind of already died down. Squid Game's priced now and will cost them more. Yeah, for the next ones. For the next couple seasons. That will be the key. That will be the key. Now that I remember, they made like a billion off of it. It cost them like 20 mil. It is good. It is a very, very good one. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm watching the premium. It's not bad. It's not the best. It's not the worst. We see TLT big volume at the bottom. $5.45, 45. The Friday, the weeklies on those went crazy, but now the other ones are starting to pick back up. February's closer to the money you're moving. Watch that TLT sell-off. That's the thing. Yeah, the only jumped 70%. That's huge. So all those plays that we were down on, they just got a 40%, 50% jump off of that. So yeah, like you're only down 30% now after taking, like I'm down 30% on my Netflixes, which is wild considering we had some of them right here. So that's like 10, 20 bucks lower with time decay. So it's actually like now it's getting back to the pre-run up level. Like that's going to set them up perfectly for the earnings. Because again, earnings is next week now. If you get this momentum and any sort of market bounce, I mean, it's gonna look good. It's funny. You're gonna get everyone's worried about inflation and then all that, and then the companies are like, "Yeah, we're raising prices," and then everyone's like, "Buy the dip." Oh, okay. That's what happened last time. I mean, that's why it's been a little bit more stickier now. That's all. ASML, AMAT, they're still going. You're talking about I've been talking about Netflix week after week, and I just kept getting clapped on it. But I like it. That's what I was saying. I'm down with it. But I held those plays. I just said I was going to wait closer to earnings. I said I'm going to wait day before to average down again. But now that I had the catalyst, I said just give me it right now. Call it a day. It's good news. I mean, this is the easy news that they get. Roblox user numbers, we didn't get them today. But, I mean, hopefully by Monday, we get a similar reaction. I think it's the play here. I think it is now. I mean, if it holds up by end of the day and Netflix keeps going up, then that's all the pre-earnings plays are going to come right back to life. I'm almost down 20% now. 30% on the other ones. Yeah, I still have a USO up 20% on that. That one's till June. I want to hold that for a little bit, or I might I might have to get out of the what's it called play. The how you say? What's the other one? The PSX. I got 25% on that one. You know, I like the PSX more. I'm going to sell the USO. Because I'll play was hard one. 420. Okay, I sold out the USO at 420. And then I'm going to hold my PSX. Because that's what I want to do. But I'm going to come back and double dip on that. I still have the TSM puts. They were small, but I'm still in them. Even the JP Morgans, even though JP's on the low, the puts aren't going up anymore for some reason. We need a little bit more of an update there. The TSMs are still up 21% somehow. That's weird because it's moving so slow. Check the AbiVis. Please hold. AbiVis, they're up 8% or 13.5%. I'm riding AbiVi into next week. I like it. I think it's, again, think about it. It's been up all day and we bought the contracts at a fairly low price. And then you have positive Rinvoq news. I mean, let people sit on the Rinvoq news for a weekend. But and then I kept that play. That play's a little bit bigger at 500, I think. Or no, I kept that at like 300. And then Netflix coming up. Spy, it's getting to the high of the day. I don't want to get too excited. But we'll see what happens. Not bad. Dude, that's crazy, bro. A lot of plays right there. Or at least a little bit in that last like 5-10 minutes. Bro, that was Netflix came up to life. Some of the other plays, I mean, if we get JP Morgan and if the premiums can adjust, that play is difficult. JPM, watch it. Maybe if banks bounce off the bottom, it could be good. President Memo goes crazy. I'm watching hard. Is it doing what it did last time? It's power answers. What? Power answers? Yeah, we grabbed AbiVi calls off the Rinvoq news in the morning. Shit, my bad. It worked. It wasn't working before. There you go. The February chain, it says only 3, but we need more out of it. It's weird. Spy is going. Like I don't like the spreads on it. Like the February, you want it like right before they add more. It is at a key level though. Let's see what we're working with, baby. No, too expensive for me, Habibi. Too expensive. Netflix was just doing bad. I mean, it was just part of the tech sell-off. That's good. I mean, bro, if this is a solid, bro, if you get this type of close, if we could run up into the close and then Netflix and big tech kind of picks up a little bit, this could be beautiful. But I don't want to get too excited. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. You expect good earnings. I don't care about Netflix's earnings. This is all I want. All I want on Netflix is whatever, like that sell-off before. All I needed to do is just have a couple of green candles and just come right back to where it was before the last earnings. Then that's it. We're good to go. And then I sell out. And then we'll play it afterwards. But we're almost there. We're still down. Still got to hustle a little bit. Waiting for that Costco increase, yeah. Walgreens up 50. Am I holding it? I think I sold all my Walgreens place. That's dope of you. Yo, Shopify now too. Yo, Shopify price increase? I don't know. Shopify's moving. Check shop. Shop is popping like it has something. There's a Bloomberg poll. That's it. I'm waiting. Nothing came across the wire yet, but shop is moving. No news. Yeah, the spreads are wild. But watch out. I mean, if shop goes and everything else, tech, look at the high ticker right now. It's absolutely gassing. Low ticker is frozen. This could be part of it. You have the February. I don't think I have any of those, but that's good if you held them. Well, I was looking for a double dip on those earlier today, actually. Why are we up right now at the 460? Remember we said it earlier. We're like, this is either going to be the bottom or it goes crazy. Shop again. There's no. Let's see. Yeah, nothing on Shopify. It's just popping. It's on watch, but there's nothing. Yeah, those plays just doubled on there. It's a wild option chain. You have to have big cojones. Huh? Yeah, it's hard like it's just like the Netflix one. They already went crazy. Let's see. If we break out the highs, it's going to be fire. But if not, I mean, I just don't get too excited just yet. Let's see. If anything, though, the SPY's catching up to the dollar. TSM, wake up. We need Roblo to wake up. Roblo, you next, man. You next. Let's see. So we got out the USOs. The USOs even went up. Yeah, see the Netflix. The other one's down 40. The other ones are now only down 30 or like almost 20. Okay, we could do this. MO, the leaps are up 20. So still riding that out. All right, we're not bad. They play it. They play it, bro. That's crazy. There's no other news on Shopify, though. I think that was... I honestly, be careful. Because if it bottoms from here and by next week goes crazy, do you not realize what all these pops are? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you know what it is? Not the 3-day weekend. Nah, this might be the pre-earnings run-up. Think about it. Out of nowhere, you just went from bear. Even if it was a discount, and then all of a sudden... You hit the other low, and then Netflix and everything next week, and then everything just starts shooting up $20 at a time. So, again, don't get too crazy, but that could be in the cards. Not over till the Fed says it's over. No plays on Hood. Shopify's still going. Don't know what's going on with that. It just things are starting to pick up. Pre-holiday run in Tuesday. We'll see if it goes. If today you need a closed green. That's it. Tech is up, but the SPY has the ability to fight. Dow, you could justify Dow just because banks were down. But if you close green and if you get these continued run-ups, I mean, you're gonna leave a good taste in people's mouth for the weekend. Can I go back further? Let me pull it up on Bloomberg. See, so here is so remember the last one was December 15th, and that was for the last update that you got. And then look at around the 15th and 14th, they also have Investor Day, and then they gave what's it called? Look at all the price targets that came in, but I'm pretty sure around here is when they gave the mid up. Though again, the market's going to be closed tomorrow, but I think when we come back, we'll see. And oh man, I didn't even see it. Germ! God bless you, bro. Germ, we were in the middle of a lot. My NFT killer, baby. You've already shown me mad love, bro. I appreciate you. God bless you. Oh, nah. Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes, baby. And the NFTs, bro. The NFTs. Honestly, that's been the best crypto hedge. My crypto got clapped with all the volatility, and then damn NFTs are the only thing that stayed up. I said, what? That's crazy. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel it. They don't feel it. Man, we have so many, what's it called? We have so many, low-key NFT killers in here. You know that? There's some guys in here. Some of y'all, move NFT weight. That's just, it's crazy. It's crazy.
At Circle K, we love your vehicle's engine.
Circle K. They love your engine. That's crazy. Yeah, we had the music, the background. We've been trying that lately. You don't understand NFTs here. I got a great analogy, and we could do it's perfect here. What you got to do, send me $1,000, and I'm gonna send you back nothing. And yeah, now you have an NFT. And then now you just got to tell somebody else that, but then you tell them $2,000. Okay, and then that's it. It's just pretty crazy. That's why we love it. You know what I'm saying? We're like, yo, this is crazy. Microsoft now, there it is. One step at a time. If you fall, I will catch you, and I will be waiting. Time after time. All right, man. Don't hate me. Please don't hate me. Well, you guys, if I do something, just don't hate me. Okay, just don't hate me if I do it. All right? Just don't hate me if I do it. Don't hate me if I do it. Oh, they changed the price on me? What kind of scammers are these? Okay, I got it. Did I sell AMC again? How can I even do that? Time after time. I learned last night NFTs. People are working on building blockchains. They're building blockchains, chain cost a block, call it crypto. They do it a lot. It's wild. It's still early in the development stage of it, but do not trade this. It's not a recommendation. I didn't go with Microsoft again. I'm not buying it into the high. I'm going to take advantage of me getting clapped, baby. Okay, this is a pure gamble. Just do not trade this. This is a pure gamble. I don't know. I feel like I should do it. Okay? I don't know. I like the potential. Yep. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I grabbed more Robloxes for next week. Yeah. I'm sorry. I did a lot too. So I have at least 100 Roblox calls for next week now. It's just full gamble. But I'm with it, especially if we get any sort of like good tech in the earnings run up here. If it does come to life, I mean, I'm taking it. Yeah, I'm down bad. I'm like still up on it, but it's just not what I was up. But I just, just run it. Just run it and call us, see what happens. That's it. They're either going to keep shorting it or they're going to pay us. I don't know. We'll find out on the next episode of Roblox Clap Me. You gonna get 200? I'll get 200. You get 200? The shit. What makes me... I'm buying it because the premiums are clapped. So even the ones I bought yesterday, those shouldn't have been down 50% after a 1% move when the stock... like, they would move 50% down after a 10% move. So I'm like, all right, the premiums even super clapped on it. We still have the potential to get an update. The only thing I don't like about it is the timing, but let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Shop came down. And a couple things are popping right now, and they haven't got a pop, so... That's it. Earnings, early market on. Wow, only 30 minutes left. I went far out the money. I bought 50 contracts. So I bought 50 contracts yesterday. Go look at the watch list and go see the contracts that I bought yesterday. And then I went closer to the money, but I bought 50 more since the prices went down 50%. Oh yeah, it is a short week. That's why. So I think we're either going to get clapped, or I think most of it's priced in at the downside. But then if they have a good user report, that's it. It's game time. So we'll find out by Tuesday. Netflix, they raised the price of the service in Canada and the United States. Did I say 08? Oh, I meant, my bad. Oh, I did say 08. I paid 16. You really staying? No, I got in at 16. I was like, shit. That's crazy. Fast type. Yeah, I think I could do like at least like 70 or like 100 words a minute or something. I don't know, I type really weird. So like my left hand, I could use it normally, right? So like my left hand, I have like 4 fingers on the keyboard, but then my right hand, I only use 1 finger. It's the weirdest thing ever. All of my computer friends make fun of me because I got some nerdy friends in type. So like I could type, my left hand is normal, but then my right hand, I pretty much just use my index finger and then maybe my middle finger every now and then. It's weird. So I type super fast on the left side, and then the other one, I just one by one. Yeah, it's wild. You do the same. There you go. Wow, there you go. That's good, bro. Yeah, bro, they hate us, bro. I think it's the game. I'm quick with it though. I could still run it and do that, but it's just like it's just weird. I'm not a lefty, no. I'm righty. I'm ambidextrous in a lot of things, but like I could write with my handwriting so bad. I could write right hand and left hand, but I type crazy with the left hand. My left hand's perfect. I don't have to look. I have 4 fingers on the keyboard, but then my right hand is just like my index finger just stamping around on the right side of the keyboard. Forging, making blades. I'm a hammer. No, I'm anything dangerous. I stay away from. I'll probably clap myself. Now we need Roblox to open at 100 next Tuesday. I know, but here's the crazy thing. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, Roblox, and again, don't get hyped on this. This is already the play we're going for. But it's like, if they have their, if that user report is fire, I don't think it would be unrealistic to say it could go it could probably come back to 90 in a second, essentially. If that user report beats expectations and it comes in hot, that's it. So it's worth it. But then if it doesn't, it's already clapped, so it's already, yeah. The user report is potentially next week. I don't know. It's like it's not something confirmed. It's just like if you follow the stock and know, they give a mid-month update usually, or they give last month update on like the second week around there. So ever since the stock and they had their positive earnings on like, it was like ever since like October really, they every like 14th, 15th of the month, you would either get an investor day or you would get a update on where they're at. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they even did it in October. They gave a company outlook. Yeah, I got a couple of it. Let me see. I'm trying to go back in time. Yeah, it's on the 15th. They did it. September 15th and everything. So even back to September. So September didn't really cause much. Then October 15th, you could see the trend from after there. And then 10/15, and then the earnings. I'm going back. Yeah, their earnings is every 3 months. That's the Roblox, what's it called? March, April, May, June, July, August. No, yeah, that's the earnings. Or is it? No, actually, I don't know. Maybe? It might be. That's why I said it's not confirmed, but I'm thinking you have something a little bit here. Because then that would have been the last one. Because they gave the update on December 15th, but then they did it before too. And then the other time they just had, it was with the earnings run up and then all the upgrades. But then 10/15, they also did it. Yeah, the last earnings was November 8th. So they didn't have one they didn't give an update. They gave the November earnings came in on the 12th. And then they also did it in September. But then that would have been a 3-month delay. So it might be every 3 months. But I don't know. I think it's 50-50 as it relates to the earnings season. There's no Roblo news. It's just anticipation. Yeah, June. Altria, yeah, the leaps are going up on that. June 15th. See, then this was another one. It brought the company down. High ticker is ripping now. We'll see if anything starts to wake up. Well, Baba puts I do like. It will be a risk still. I'm still in those. And the MO leaps are up, I think, 20%. Yeah, but it's a wide spread too. You should be able to get more. And it's been a weird play more or less. The Netflix is chilled. Even the Ubers did. Spies coming towards the high of the day. Ah! Airbnb puts. Depends on the price, but I mean, at this, I don't think they'd even have that much down. Like if they dropped from, you already took the downside. That's the thing. Depending on where it was, that's why I'm like, I mean, it could go lower, but at that point, it just, even whatever their report is, if they drop below that, I mean, I just think it's easy money to buy, just because it's like the future growth in this, the fundamentals of the company have changed so much. Let's see. There it is. A new high on the day. S&P is green. Dow is even recovering despite the bank stocks. This could get good. This could get good. That is wild. Wow. Even Coca-Cola, value names, high tickers gassing, low tickers kind of moving, but not really. Yeah, oil is going crazy. I sold the USO, but I'm still in the PSXs. Again, do you see how I'm slowly trimming each one leg by leg as it keeps going up, and then really I'm going to hold PSX to like a 90 test or 86 test, and then if it comes down from there, we're going to double dip oil again. The win is coming up. Let me see. Yeah, the PSXs are 250%. No, MO weeklies I flipped out yesterday, 50%. So I'm about 5 million of contracts for May. Uber is it's in the middle. So the puts now, today's move, you saw that the puts that move is just going to bring the puts back to life. It's decent. Excuse me, how much time? We only got 13 minutes? Bro, today flew by. What a Friday, man. What a Friday. And, bro, that last 30 minutes, this last hour was absolutely insane, actually. AT&T's now on the high. I mean, let's go if it holds up here. This is decent. SPY just went red again, but this is at least it could be some short covering, but then it's also you're going to have people people are definitely going to react a certain way as well too, because it's not we need a green to really get us out the hole. But it's decent. This will at least calm some tensions unless there's any developments. $10-minute rig. All right, I need a 10-minute bathroom. Not like 10 minutes. I just need to go to the bathroom. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Netflix came down. What are you doing in there for 10? No, it's just a 10-minute bathroom break. But it's not a 10. I'm just going to go pee at the 10-minute mark is what I'm trying to say. It's what I'm trying to communicate. We in the game, baby. God bless you. God bless you. In the game like EA. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the call. Hey, happy holidays. Woo. Man, oh man. I'm tired for a Friday. I'm like, wow. Today was a long day. It's been a lot of excitement. You know what I'm saying? We did it. We made it. Indeed, but just how you. We did it. Oh yeah. I'll let you guys pick. I'll let you guys pick one. Here. You can pick one. You got my first. You got Uncle. SPY's hitting a new high. 10-minute rigged. You got Great Year. One for the money. Small good decisions. Roblox. Ends low. Breakfast. Smile. Rolly. And World War III. It's up to you. It's up to you. You could get one. You could get one. You could get one. You get half of one. Maybe. World War III. You got World War III. Are you sure you want that one? Are you sure? Are you positive? Are you sure? I think World War III seems to be the one. Roblox. Our Roblox. Since we did play Roblox though. I feel like Roblo might be appropriate. SPY's hitting a new high. It's back to green. I don't think the Dow is going to make it, but, I mean, this is going to be good enough for the weekend. Go back to the bat. It worked, huh? Okay. Okay. I ain't spike on CUR. I'm waiting on this. This just needs to move. This just TLT. Dude, TLT got wrecked. It's funny. No one's even watching it as much. SPY is fighting between green and red. We close it green. All right. Well, you're gonna have to wait still. We gotta close out this glorious day, man. Discovery. Watch Viacom too. Remember that was running in tandem. Yeah, Viacom's up there. Dude, this is a lot. This is a lot going on here. If it could keep holding here, this is a way better move than that other day where we opened up green, because you didn't open up green. This had some fighting involved, and then you double hit that bottom there at 460. Okay, am I going nuts? So this is at least a lot healthier of a move, especially if we could just solidify a green close on 2 out of 3. I wouldn't say this is euphoric at all. Nothing was euphoric about this. We were fucking tripping out. You're still at a low level, but it's getting you back into the range. You had to I don't know, this the other day, this felt euphoric. You know what I'm saying? These last that's where after the CPI or during the CPI, but this one I think was riddled with a lot of fear and doubt, more or less. So a lot of things are going to start moving here. They already are. Woo! You hear that was a good crack. Good crack. Abby Vi. Joshua, come on, SPY. You can do it. Yes. Amen. 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 Did I hear that? What? Abby Vi is going to be good over the weekend, I hope. Marvel's up there. KB's coming back, but struggling a little. Where's MasterCard? He needs to go. Is Shopify? Where's Shopify and Amazon? Shopify is going to make the next leg. Netflix kind of already led the way and it's lagging, but SPY's good. If you get breakout from here on the SPY, I mean, that might confirm it. You got 6 minutes left. Yeah, Airbnb's waking up. Even Roblo's staying pinned in there. The premiums are still up, though. Not Apple. Apple's there. It's up 0.5%, but it's definitely slowing down. But it's not moving just yet. Not moving just yet. Nice way. It's good. This is what otherwise the weekend. I mean, this is good for the weekend. This is good for the weekend at the very least, Mr. Gotelli. Keep it up. Keep it up. Go. I like it. I like it. The little lift-in sticker. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. More lift. What's the volume like today? Even good. That's what I'm saying. Today I had a lot of moves with it because even the volume was just as high as yesterday. So it's not as if this was a low volume green day. You see what I'm saying? That means you had sell volume into it. Again, bro, people were dumping everything. That bouncy ball. Remember the bouncy ball technical? It flipped. I just want to say, appreciate the journeyman watching for 6 months. Love the show, man. You still a young Chad too, baby. Hopefully we see you at 6 years. Let's go. It's still only the second week. Horn. I love this horn. It's great. It's great. Young Chad, you don't need to feel down. I say, young Chad, you get the long term now. I say, young Chad, just go by long term and hold your whole damn life and buy some land. It's fun to hang at the CHAD, yeah. Trying to sing at the CHAD, yeah. You could go and get mad, or you go and go long. Either way, it's a family. I'm seeing it's fire, bro. It's fire. It's fire, baby. It's fire. So there it is. SPY 0.10, 0.1%, 0.5% on the Dow. 4 minutes left. Bring it home, baby. And good volume. I mean, this was not, today was a 50-50. I mean, go watch the live video again. And you're like, look at the VWAP, bro. Even the VWAP has flow. Like, you could even tell with how the VWAP traded, it's not as jerky, and it was just kind of the momentum definitely flipped literally middle of the day. Cross the goal. He just needs to get it. I know it's a good run, but he needs a touchdown. He needs to get past the pylon, my friend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. on Tuesday. You're going to have our airlines closed down here on Monday, but by Tuesday we should be good and taking off from sunny San Diego, California around 6:10 a.m. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 77 and sunny, looking like a beautiful day out there. It's cool wind out there keeping you cool, but it is just a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend there. So shout out to Martin Luther King out there, but hopefully you enjoy it. Unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. He's crossing the goal line. I think he's going to do it. Just no stupid sell-off at the end. Your tech is woken up. I mean, by Tuesday, it might be different. I don't know. Maybe we'll see how the attitude is. You're getting some things moving, baby. Oh, man, it's moving. Get ready. 1 minute. Bring it home. It's crossing the goal line. 0.10. It has to be a 10 for a 0.10. It has to be a 0.10 for a 0.10. Let's go. Come on. What are you going to do? At least NASDAQ, 0.5%. Oh, the Dow Jones was only held down by the banks. How we looking? How we cooking? Oh, man, wrap it up. Less than 30 seconds. You got a day off on Monday, too. So weekly contracts will be cheated out of that extra day. But it is earnings season next week. More banks, more tech. Get ready. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's a short week. Oh, you got less than 10 seconds, baby. Less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Oh, let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. Oh my gosh. We did it. We made it. And these bitches say, oh my, we did it. GG. Come on. Come on. I know you feel it. Let me get a GG. Today this whole week needs a GG. Imagine spending the whole week, bro. 7 days. You at the same spot. 5 days from Monday. You at the same. Nothing happened. Nothing. Let's go, baby. Come on. I don't care what happened in the chat. I don't care who you are. Whether you got clapped, you didn't get clapped. I need a GG. We need the good sportsmanship. I'm telling you, you're going to need a GG today so you're ready for Monday. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, bro, Monday's going to be wild, so I need a GG now. You better, come on. Clear yourself of all your sins in the chat. Come on, GG. GG. Come on, GG. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. GG. Let's go, baby. GG. Listen, I feel the chant. It's Friday. Friday. I love you. I love Jesus. Hey, that's what's going through my head. You know, that's how I read it, man. I'm hyped. Are you not hyped off that good game? Y'all did good, man. Good game. GG, clap it up, man. Clap it up. Get your GG. Have some love for everybody. That's it. We made it through the week, baby. Oh, that felt good. Victor, GG. Let's go, baby. Hard. Oh, yeah, bro. I just lost my voice for the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Let me get a water out here. Oh, that felt good, though, huh? Did you feel it? I felt it, bro. That's how it sounds in my head. It really brought the moment to life. You know what I'm saying? Like, it brought the GG. I hope you experienced it. That's how it really is, though. You know what I'm saying? Y'all all got a voice, bro. So thank you. Thank you for the GGs. Thank you for the likes, baby. All of you. And just I need to drink water. I'm just trying to tell y'all thank you, but I love y'all. So God bless you, baby. Oh, water. Oh, the holy water. Oh, my God. I need more water. Oh, man. GG. Woo. Woo. Is the market still going up after hours? Hold on. I think you are. I think you're getting a little after hours move, bro. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Yeah, we did it. We made it. That's it, baby. That is it. Look at SPY even after hours. You got another 0.25%. Oh, bro, they're loading up for. Oh, man. If this is how they did the pre-earning, I was right when I started to be like, right when I was like, all right, I'll just wait a little bit for earnings. Right when I was like, I'm gonna wait a little bit. Oh, they pulled this out. But listen, man, I love all of you. God bless you. Before you head out, I mean, don't worry about the links and what you need to click and any of that, man. I just want to tell you thank you. God bless you, and just thank you for being here and giving me this opportunity. And like I said earlier, man, just big shout out. Don't matter if you have a membership badge, stream alerts, anything like that, bro. Even some of the haters, bro, because like I said, you're probably a Judas because, I mean, if you ended up on this stream, especially after this year, it's very unique that you did. And I just think it's a blessing, and I'm just very grateful to be surrounded by some of you every single day. I hope you guys realize that, because it's just being surrounded by people where I could actually talk to you about what I want to speak. And, I'm not afraid to speak my mind. Again, we've been punished for it. So to have people who just hold it down and still stay there every day, and we get to share these moments, man, I'm just so grateful. And if you guys have found a way to make it positive and brought that into the chat and supported everybody else in there so we could all get the same experience, you know what I'm saying? And just come in here ready to learn, ready to have good discussions, and just, even at no matter what it was, just even at the end of the day, regardless of how whatever plays out, whatever is said, y'all find a way to just GG it up, you know what I'm saying? And then get back to it, and we always keep moving, you know what I'm saying? We've had a lot of ups and downs. Sometimes it's good and bad, but at the end of the day, bro, it ends with the GG, and we here in the morning. I don't know. Do you know how much of a blessing that is? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, though? Like, for real, it's just like we got people who are just, that's it. It's like some days good, some days bad. You could get mad, you could get happy, glad, sad, whatever. But it's like there's going to be a GG at the end, and then right there in the beginning, bro. Right there. And we going to be here in the morning, man, God willing. But usually we are, and we're ready to rock. So I'm just very, very thankful for that. Thankful for all of you. Again, I'm very hyped and excited about this year. I really hope you got the PHILO. I think there's a lot of blessings. I mean, don't go with what you know, man. Don't go with what you feel. Don't go with what you see. So I don't care what the market look like, anything. I really think this is a year filled with a lot of blessings, and I think it's going to be exciting for all of you. So make sure you take advantage of these opportunities. But all in all, man, just thank you for being here and coming with just whatever you got and coming with enough. And big shout out too if you've been fighting, you know what I'm saying? Because I said this on the watch list the other day. It's very, very simple. It was literally just if you're new, man, even if you're not new, just keep your head, just keep your helmet on. Stay in the game. Don't be afraid to take it slow. It's like it's super, super easy. Just don't be afraid to take it slow. As long as you're in here, as long as you're staying alive and just in the game and mentally not giving up and just letting it come to you and not beating yourself up, man, it will take you a very, very long way. So God bless all of you, man. Big shout out to all the members out there as well too. They support the channel, and it's even doubly blessed and humble. I mean, I'm thankful for everybody, because I know, membership or not, there's names that I really know, but even some of the members, bro, it's just some of these guys have been here with me for years, and I look up to a lot of you guys. That's what I'm saying. It's different. Like, some of y'all will say stuff to me. I've known you for so long, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm really grateful for the relationship that we've built, and just to be surrounded by people for that long, because like I'm telling you, man, I've seen a lot in my life, and I've seen a lot in business, and quite frankly, a lot of people will say nice things, and people will treat you a certain way, but the time is what weeds everything out. Time weeds out the fake. Time weeds out a lot of the disingenuine and everything else. You know what I'm saying? So I see some of y'all have put in the time, and it's great for that tree to be planted. So God bless you, baby, and thank you for supporting the channel and holding it down. Big shout out to all the stream alerts as well, man. And maybe they're not here right now. We still love y'all. So God bless you. And just have some fun, man, and just enjoy all of it, and just get ready, bro. It's going to be a beautiful year. So I hope you got the PHILO. I don't think I can match it after hours with the same intensity that I came with earlier, because I really, really felt it, and I really, really believe it, and I just think you should go listen to the PHILO for today, and I really hope y'all take advantage of the opportunity and realize we here for stocks. I show up every day for the market. You got a lot of people here, and we going to run it up, man, and we going to work, and we going to do this day after day, year after year. We got really, really big long-term goals. But above all else, man, I don't care who you are, what you are, where you from, anything, man. All you need is belief, and it's yours. But we got to go get that land for real, okay? For real. We need to go get that land for real. I need y'all to understand. Like, think about it. I just want you to own the land. It's not like I'm not going to own it with you. It's going to be you. I'll show you how to get it. We can find it any which way we want. But I'm just saying, this needs to be a real big goal. It needs to be at the forefront. And you need to operate in the mindset that the land has already been given to you, my friend, okay? It's already been promised to you. So let's take it. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's take it. Let's get it. This is for all of us. This is how you change generations. So let's go, baby. Hard. Woo. Woo. But that's it, man. That's it. So which one do you want? Which one? You final decision. You could get Roblo or you could get World War III. And then we have Bible study. So we got Bible study for a little bit. Honestly, I got to leave. But we're going to do a little one. Breakfast. You can't get breakfast. No one put breakfast on the list. World War III. Oh, shit. World War III, that. I told Uncle he might get canceled for it. But I was like, nah. It's like, just because people don't understand Uncle. When he makes music sometimes, like when Uncle, like he tries to get the whole scope. So pretty much he makes fun of everybody in a weird way. But he goes after, like, it's a literal thing. I don't know. There's artistry with it. But I said, Uncle, they may not understand you. You know what I'm saying? I'll just give you a little bit of both. Let's just see. Honestly, and two, I need to sound test these. So let me know if how the levels sound and everything else, if they sound good or bad. Okay? Oh man, what just happened? But then I got to go get a drink for Bible study. Here, I'll play the first one a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah, we like this one. Got blast like Nancy, tips like Ramsey. Wish a motherfucker wouldn't, you could call me Kathy, Ashley. All these bars I feel like Johnson Matthey. Damn me, then you'll buy it later with a taffy. I ain't worried about a dip, I'm never selling. I ain't worried about a bitch unless it's yelling. Why you ticking and you talking like you did it? You was bitching, I was shopping while it's dipping. Hope you know not everybody make a lion. They some shit, but that don't make your ass a lion. Think it's cheap, but they don't know what price implying. Think it's like, but they don't ever mention timing. Feel like World War II, we know what that shit look like. It's a call, baby. Aye, yeah. Feel like World War II, but we know what that shit look like.
YouTube.com/stock market.
Unless you get time, people buying everything so they can sell it online.
YouTube.com/stock market.
How that ADD turn into PS5s and TVs. Another enemy that can't be seen, but just believe me. Everybody lying, but that truth ain't always easy. People without the money ain't freaking out no more. Long as you qualify, then you don't pay back the loan.
World premiere. YouTube.com/stock market.
Whoa, this shit getting obvious. They don't really give a fuck, they care about if they profiting. I ain't never been the one to bitch about conglomerates, but this shit getting ominous. My mom won't come outside again. Some days I'm waking up and I feel hustle. Days is kinda jumbled. I know it keep me safe, but it ain't keep me safe from nothing. It left me by myself, that in itself was kinda troubling. This shit really puzzling. How a piece of paper on my face protect the public when the public is in disarray and don't follow instructions.
YouTube.com/stock market.
Trying hard to see this, but it's mutating to something. Damn. So all the points I'm bringing up is sounding kinda pointless now. Why you think I do not give a fuck? It's sounding poignant now. They really test me everywhere, my patience and appointments now. I guess you never miss it till it's gone. I never had so many people tell me I was wrong. They don't want shit in your head, but they want shit in your arm. I wish a lot of bigger problems had the same alarm. But nah, you hearing what you wanna see. Started out with little shit, but now it feels like everything. Everybody wants to meet.
YouTube.com/stock market.
Still a leaf fell from the tree. But you can take your time and shit. We all gon' fail without objective values. I'm gonna rhyme the shit. It's been a year, we feel the same. We still on Trump and Biden shit. The people change, the issue same. We just turn a blind eye to it. Damn, conformity is crazy. All I gotta do is lie to you when they would pay me. That they could stop the views if the truth could make them angry. It's crazy what we do in co-world like it's the 80s. So hate me, I would hate me too. It's easier to believe a lie than believe that we've been fooled. And I would love to blame the next guy, I'm just like you. But all of us to blame, we left out God in how we move.
All of us to blame. We left out God in how we move. Woo! That was a good, I don't know. It's a good follow-up, I think. He talked about a lot. He talked about a lot, bro. He talked about it. Yeah, that's good. That's good, though, right? That's good. That's so. Hey, let me see one more. I'll give you the other one. A little bit.
Take it to the gym, I could. It was like me before I left Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take it to the gym, I could probably be a truck. Take it to the gym like Sailor. Take it to the Kramer, coin a Birkin. Why? Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take it to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked me for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term aging. Face it, y'all could probably do a little maintenance. Those are the requirements.
Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Oh! That's I wouldn't know. That one go. That one I like. There's a lot of ones. See, oh, you got the affirm line. I love you. Thank you. I told Uncle to repeat it back a couple times. The first time I didn't get it. I said, what did you say? He said, word was always firm, but I never paid later. I said, oh, okay, Uncle. I was like, you know what that is? I was like, yeah, you're pretty old for that. So we took it, but it's good. It's on the way. It's on the way. It's on the way. It's on the way. It's on the way for you, okay? Just be patient. It's just be patient, okay? But now that we got that out the way, okay, I have to go soon. I'm about to be smelly as hell on this plane. You know what I'm saying? Horn! Rosario, baby. God bless you, Lil Urk. God bless you. Skulls SRT, baby. Late GG because of work, but let's go. Don't give up. We all go get blessed, baby. Amen. Hard! Oh, man. I'm going on a plane. I'm going Uh-huh. I'm going to be smelly as hell, too. I'm going to make sure they smell me like here. I'm going to be like, Middle Eastern. I'm going to wear all my Middle Eastern stuff when I go through TSA so they stop me because I know they still like that, but I'm going to be smelly. I'm going to be like, yeah, go ahead, pat me down. That's fine. Go ahead, get up in there. I'm going to make sure it's sweaty, too. You know, he going, whoo. I'll be like, yeah, son, what's up? What's up? What's up? Nah, honestly, yo, isn't this bullshit? I'll tell you, I'm going to go, I have a house flip in another state or another, place. I don't know where it is. I can't disclose the location, right? But, so I have to go in, I got to fly there. So I'm going to go see it. Wait, who was what? What happened? Why is everyone saying what? Wait, why is everyone, who was that? What was what? What was what? My voice? I was drinking water, or I was drinking my thing. What was what? Your voice went crazy? What do you mean? What? Another voice cut in? Do I have anything open? It's like, brought to you by Ralph's. Oh, did I burp? I probably burped. Did I? I don't know what happened. You said, aren't you tired of this BS? Did I say that? Or is that you just being a hater? I think I was holding him. Oh, no, I said, isn't this bullshit? Yeah, no. I think I just burped halfway. Who was that? That was me. What do you mean? That's why I was like, why is everyone... I saw so many WTFs. I was like, what was that? Huh. Anyways. I don't care. I'm going to tell you this. I'll tell you a story. Isn't this... I said this is bullshit, though. Okay? This is bullshit. All right? Because I'm going to go to this house flip, and I have to go, but like... And then thankfully we have a day off, so I'm like, okay... This counts as vacation, right? So even though I'm going to spend one of the days just looking at the house, all I got to do is just talk to people, see the house, and like, you know, check the area out, right? You feel me? That's still vacation, right? That still counts as vacation, right? Right? Okay? Okay, I need to vent to you for a little bit. Because I told my girlfriend, I said, okay, I said, you could come with me. I said, just come with me then, that's fine. And I said, it's like vacation. Because she says, I never take a break. I said, of course I'd never take a break. No, I'm kidding. But I said, okay, it's not a business. I said, it's vacation. I said, what? She said, but you're going to be working. I said, what am I going to be working? I said, I'm going to be in a car and I'm going to go drive and we're going to see a house. We're going to look at pretty houses. How is that? So I don't know. I need y'all to back me up on this. I need back this. This counts as a vacation, right? I think it's. I won't even take the tax write-off. It's vacation. I said it's vacation. See, sounds fun, right? Wouldn't that be fun? I know. It's take her to dinner. That's what I said. I said that's fine. I said if it's not vacation, I said then I'll treat it like work, and then you could stay, and then I'll just come back a day early if that's the case. I said, you know what I'm saying? I said, that's fine then. If you want to, I said, because this shit's fun. I said, you get to see a whole new world filled with houses and condos. I'll say each price isn't low, but it will go to the moon with all the inflation. Thank you. That's what I said. Joshua did. Why? Just call me Aladdin. Do you realize that's what I was called in high school? You know that? You know how many of my friends just called me Aladdin? And then one day, I'm sorry if you're listening, Mom. Don't listen to this, Mom. It's not that bad. It's a hookah, okay? This was when I was young. So do you know how this is how you know I was on the cusp of just I knew enough, but and then people some of my friends, they didn't have the experience to do it. So we grew up in the swap meet. You know what I'm saying? The Kobe swap meet in San Diego. Shout out Kobe swap meet. So when I was 16, 17, I said, okay, you remember I tried hookah and I was like, oh, this is dope. So I found a way to hustle. I went to the swap meet and I bought a hookah from the swap meet, right? And I had this huge hookah. It was huge. It was gold and purple and green, right? And it had this huge box. And then me and my friends, we would go somewhere and smoke it, right? If they they would have their parents didn't love them and would leave them home alone a lot. I was like, yo, how y'all always got houses? I was like, your parents just let you stay do whatever you want? I said, this is crazy. This is crazy, bro. How do y'all, some of y'all, you know that, right? You lucky. It's wait, what do you mean? You don't have 18 people living with you and you could just have the house by yourself? What the fuck? Oh, that was, yeah, I was wait, hold up. That's wild. You don't have a grandma, uncle, cousin, brother that lives here still? That's really? What? Wait, y'all got 4 bedrooms and 2 people? How does that work? Wait, so it's just you and your parents But why you got 4? You got 4 bedroom? No way. That's crazy. We got each one of us gets a quarter of a bedroom. That's why we got. So it's like 4 people to each room. That's how we did it. But anyways. But I had this hookah, and then the first time I pulled it out for my friends, like I thought it was a flex because I was like, yeah, I'm the only one with the hookah. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I thought I was the plug, right? I really thought I was the plug. And they just start laughing at me right when I open it. And then they just start calling me Aladdin. And that's where it originated from. And then they would just be like, bro, you look like Aladdin. And then they'd be say, hey, is Aladdin coming over? That's it. It even turned into a code word. But then that's it. Like, I thought I was so cool. And then I walked away becoming Aladdin. Yeah, it's a good joke. It was a good joke. I was like, damn, that's pretty funny though. Like because they were laughing. They thought it was really funny at the. I was very disappointed. I was like, what do you mean? It's like, y'all don't see this blessing we have? I said, I just got us access to this. And then they're just like, Aladdin. Oh man, I was like, this is crazy. This is crazy. But enough. You guys got a lot of stories today. You guys got a lot of personal stories today. So, I mean, tell me, do you guys have stories? Can I get some childhood stories here? Usually, I would ask you about what you're going to do on the week. Anybody have any stories? Can we reminisce on some old classic stories or anything? Rubs lamp vigorously. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm gonna get lit this weekend. That's not a story, you dumbass. Okay, Hector, you're back. I remember you, Hector, okay? I love you, bro. I'm just saying, that's not a story. As I said, tell me a story about your past, okay? You diluted yourself to the point you're like, I'm gonna get lit this weekend. That's not a story. You can't even, maybe on Monday you could say that's a story, but right now it's not a story, okay? Tell me a childhood story. Tell me something funny. Give me a good one. I'm sorry if I cut off your other one. Mama Lozano clapped me while I was getting milk. I got shredded after that. Wait, what? I don't know if is that like appropriate or what? What happened? We used to ditch senior year every Friday, and my friend has the house to himself all day. Yeah, I had a couple friends like that. It was great. It was great. I took my dad's hookah from the basement before the plug for everyone. What happened? Did he ever find out? Like, I need to know what you did, but I need the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, that one, you have everything. You have Arab parents. You stole a hookah. Like, bro, this has to end with a beating or something. Or your dad thought it was like a vase or something. All of us. That's how it would play in my life. That's why I'm like, wait, how does this story go? I went to play backyard wrestling. Went to the doctor, and they're talking about taking me away from my parents. What? Oh, they've done that to us though too. Like, do you know that? Like, honestly, like, this was back in the day. My mom said it. Like literally, like, these, like, white people at the church were trying to get us taking away from my parents. They were like, yeah, they're not, they're like, they can't raise these kids. And we're like, ah! It's scary, bro. It's scary. We rolled joints, no hookah. That was my hookah plug. My box was red. One time we put cannabis in it and gave people unwanted trips. You are the devil. Jesus, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. First time we had an earthquake on the East Coast. My friends and I were listening to dubstep. We thought it was the bass shaking, and then we turned off the music. Yeah, I was like, yeah, bro. Yeah, like, bro, this kicks. Wait for the drop. One time they took the car, I almost flipped it. Pop a tire, told my dad I roll over nail. I really went up one wheel for a few moments. It popped it. You're like, you almost die. You're like, I ran over a nail or something. I don't know what it was. It was chill, bro. It was chill. You need to meet my dad. I mean, here, I know how to tell you, like, who my dad is. Like, my dad is legitimately the Arab version of Michael Scott. Okay? Like, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. I mean, like, religious. Like, I'm telling you, like, what his knowledge of the Bible and, like, spiritual, like, it's borderline unmatched. Like, The guy, he literally has a PhD. My father has a PhD in theology. Okay, I'm like, listen, buddy, it's not worth shit in this capitalistic world, but that's cool. You know, no one cares about it, a PhD in theology. But I said, that's still dope. He's still got a PhD in it. But in like a social setting and outside of that, he's like an Arab Michael Scott. Okay? He's an Arab Michael Scott. That I'm telling you, like that's like all of any stories I have. All it does is it just turns into I mess with him. I make a lot of jokes. He's funny. My dad's funny too. Like he could actually like take a joke. He's not like, I don't think I've ever seen my dad like, he's like Michael Scott. Like even if you said something mean to him, I don't think he would like process it mean. He would be like, oh, okay. Like he wouldn't, or I don't know. Like he does it. He's always taking jokes. I don't know why. It's actually pretty wild. But nah. So he's like Michael Scott. Otherwise, that's all the stories were. Imagine my dad going hardcore parkour. I couldn't have him doing that. He's a good dude. He's a good dude. Take me gun shooting. Oh, yeah, he likes guns now. He wasn't always like, I told you that story. It's weird. All of a sudden, he's like, yeah, that's good. Wendell! What's up? Why y'all, are you guys listening? If you're becoming a member after hours here, please don't be a heathen, because this is our after hours Bible study. So we got to make sure. What other stories? Is there any other, and then do we have any other good stories? And then I want to, listen, I want to go over your Instagrams, but are you guys ready for this? And this is what I'm saying. I know the person is probably here, though. But, like, I want to do the Instagram thing again. But, like, it just sucks we have, like, weird negative people. Because any of the profiles I already put up, you already have the people who stalk me. They're already going to your profiles, and then they're trying to find stuff, and then they email it to me. And they get, like, hella weird about it. I did not follow you yesterday. So you see what I'm saying? Like, they're going to try to, like they're, I don't know. It's just weird vibes. You see what I'm saying? Like, literally, so the weird guy who, like, bro, I'm telling you, like, you don't, that's why it's like, I want to keep you away from what I have to deal with. But it's like, no, it's like hella weird. No, it's not fake accounts. It's like, there's like one or two people, and they're really, they're like obsessed with the Chad, but it's in a weird, it's like a weird way. Like they're like they don't like us, but they like us. Like they're here obviously all the time, and they listen to everything. But then they want to terrorize people. Like they try to they try to annoy me and bother me. But then that's why yesterday when I had the opportunity to show your guys' profiles, literally they're gonna go through everybody who's tagged in your photos, and then they're gonna try to they get weird with it, bro. It's like, it's wild. You can't clap them. I mean, I've clapped them many times, and I know they're personal. Like somebody asked me that because we have like a tech guy in the cult, and there's he's like, I have a really good nerdy tech guy, and like this guy, like he loves it because like he'll be in the emails and he'll be like, Josh, I could find them if you want. He's like, I could find them for you. I could get, and he did. He could, like, this guy, like, he could just. He could track IP numbers and like all, that's what he did. So like the other guy, like I know where you live, like the dude, he's probably listening. He lives in Seal Beach, California. I could say his IP. I know his mom's name. I didn't get it. Like that's all my tech dude. But that's why it's just like, I don't like I don't want to, like, I don't like putting those vibes out because it's just like, it's just not like, it's weird. But yeah, so that's why I want to show the Instagram portfolios. Straight docs. Like that's it. I mean, I've done that before. Like I did it years ago, back when it was Yosh. Like I had somebody messing with me once, so I just called his mom. Like I legitimately did. I just called his mom and I said, "Hey man," I was like, "Do you know what your son is doing?" Yeah, that's it. I was like, "Can you just tell your son to stop?" And she's like, "He's doing," and she had no idea, and she like flipped. And she said, she thanked me. She said, "Thank you" to me. I said, "Wow, thank you." Yeah, but this was in like 2016, 2017. I was like, all right, fuck this, bro. And that's it. That one, he was just obvious and blatant. Like, I didn't even need my, like, I don't know how the tech dude found it out, dude. This guy's a killer, bro. Thank you, but I don't know. That's what I was saying. I want to do the Instagram thing, but if I do, I could do it without showing it. But if I do, even then, we got limited amount of time. But that was like, they're gonna like, there's just gonna be one or two. Like, you guys have to realize that with the Chad. Like, no matter what, like there's like a small group of like just weirdos who just act like that. I don't know what the goal is, like, and that's why I don't like talking about it, because I know they like get their attention from it and like it. But honestly, I've always been like straight up. I'm like, listen, man, even if you are a weirdo like that, like, the Chat is the closest you're gonna get to probably finding someone who's gonna vibe with you. Otherwise, it's like, I don't know, like, we are not your enemy. Like, yeah, we're really gonna pray for you, and all of us, like, we all get down pretty we're all pretty weird for the most part, so it's good, you know what I'm saying? I love the trolling back. Yeah, but like, that's what you don't want to though. Like, it's not worth your time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a real big like, what's it called? Like, you don't like think about it. Bro, we have a cult. You realize I could just put this guy's name out there one time. I could post his IP and let you guys go to work, but it's just like, I don't want you to go through, like, it's just a waste of energy. It's like, you know, you got to know the like, I'm here to fight the market. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Like, you just got to, that's what it is. So, honestly, if you're ever in that situation, I hope that you never, honestly, the best thing is just don't engage. I mean, you could always show love. That's why I know the person's listening here. We love you, man, no matter what, bro. I'm telling you, it's just cool. I don't know what it was that pissed you off. I probably forgot about it. Somebody else did. It's just simple as that. And just get to it. But, like, to try to go after, like, random innocent people for no reason, like, yeah, I mean, God is watching you. I snitched on you already. I already told God about you. And he's watching, and you'll see it. Because one day, you're going to laugh. You laugh about it now, but, like, y'all know how the God hits, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Because that's how, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm saying? Where you feel good, and then all of a sudden something bad happens. Then in the back of your mind, you're like, is it because I did? Is it because I did? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It hits you hard. So that's what it is, man. But I don't wish that on anybody, and that's why I'm saying, man, it's just all love here for real. And at the end of the day, man, we got some great people in here. And that's why, too, even if anything, I hope you guys never get discouraged by people out there. And that's why, man, for real, I'm gonna just jump back to the PHILO now. Y'all need to get the land, and I'd rather put our energy towards that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, there's people out there listening, whether they make the most of it or not, man. But, like, for all of you guys who really hang out here and you end up making it this and y'all hold it down through thick and thin, like, yo, we got to get the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get the land, and that's all it's about, bro. Like, for real, we should be using our energy and efforts. And again, the stock market's involved with it. I hope you guys don't think I'm not trying to pivot away. Okay, I'm not using this, and I'm not saying this to pivot away from stocks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying it's just like, I need that. Like, I need you to believe that the land is already yours. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you went through. I don't know where it is, but, like, again, I know the history that probably led to molding a lot of people's minds, whether they realize it or not. Like, the real estate industry and history of it is wicked. It's like crazy when you really, really look at it. And that's why I'm just saying, man, you just gotta, like, just, do you believe in God? It's his land. Did I ever tell you that? I think I've shared this with you. It should sound familiar. I said it today. Like, literally, like, do you realize at one point, like, I remember when I was like 18, and, like, that's when I first started I met some people with real money. Like, I'm talking, like, money I've never seen in my life. Like, dude, I'm telling you, to the point, it was the first time I've said this. Like, my main goal in life, bro, I'm telling, for a majority of my life, I think statistically, my main goal, if you told me you would have had a job that paid $100,000 a year in a BMW, no lie, in like a normal house, like a box cutter house, rented or owned, I don't care. I like, literally $100K a year in a BMW. That is what I thought was like the pinnacle of success. Do you realize that? No lie, no exaggeration. This wasn't until I was like, I always wanted stuff, and I was in stocks early at, like, even at 14. But I'm saying up until like even like 18 years old. Like, I was just like, it was like 17, 18, I would say. It was like in the cut. It was like, I'm telling you, my like 18, 19, it was crazy what I saw in those years and change. But it was like, I really, really thought that was the pinnacle of success, right? And then I remember I met some people. I was like, what? I remember seeing like the first Lambo or Ferrari, and I was like, yo, what? Like, there's one of those? And then I remember, like, I was up in LA, and I saw people with like 7 of them. My mind was shattered. Bro, I was tripping out. I saw people with 7 cars that were all worth $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. I saw houses that were bigger than my whole entire neighborhood. I saw one house bigger than my whole neighborhood. Literally, it was the same size of 10 houses lined up. And I was like, what? And it got shattered, right? And I was motivated by that, and I saw a lot. But it's funny because, I mean, thank God, I don't know, like, how when it all started work, because, like, later through the years, I got exposed to a lot of different stuff. But then I just remember when I really started reading the Bible again, and it was saying, like, I don't know why it clicked. But it was saying God, it was like God's land. And I remember my dad would tell me stuff about that. And he would tell me, he was like, it's God, like God owns everything. And then I started thinking about these people I met. And I was like, damn, like, have you ever met, like, think about it. Somebody, like, imagine Jeff Bezos' son or something, right? Or daughter, right? Like, he's probably chilling, right? How do you think, like, Jeff Bezos' son is? You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that one. Like, how do you think Jeff Bezos' son views the world? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. Like, do you think Jeff Bezos' son is like, oh, like, think about how he views a lot of things, probably. He's probably like, what do you really think he's tripping on? Or like, nah, whether he's spoiled or not. He's just going to be like, oh, well, like, he's like, well, my dad owns Amazon. He's like, yeah, my dad owns that. Oh, yeah, I could get that. I mean, if I ask my dad, I'll probably get it. Right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? He probably had no doubt that he could get whatever he wants. See, and this is what helped me not worry. Because I remember the verse was in Luke, where it said, it doesn't matter how much you worry, it will not add 1 second to your life. And I remember this thought came to me because I was like, well, shit, if that's how people, if someone would act like that, where that was just Jeff Bezos being your dad, right? That don't lead to depression. What are you saying? No. Because then I realized the truth, and this is the truth for all of us. I said, wow, that means God is my dad. And then that means he owns the whole entire world. So what should my attitude be like? And then that's what I realized. I said, God could give me everything. It's his. I said, that's it. I said, my dad owned everything. That's all. Once I realized that, oh, man, it was a game changer. So that's what I said today. I said, do you really believe God? Like, do you really believe God is God? You think God made you, a human, way more complex than land, but then therefore, that means the land is his as well, too. And it's like, do you believe what he's saying then? Who is there to give you what is theirs? It's only God can. So it's like literally the land and everything in it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying the whole PHILO and what you need to believe is this mindset that, bro, like it's already yours. So I'm saying, yo, get real estate. It's not saying it's gonna be easy. Again, they had to travel for 40 years just to get the land that God promised them. Oh, they don't. Come on, man. Oh, you see what I'm saying? It's not getting. That's why we gotta learn. You gotta get educated. Thank God that we have people around us to help, right? And you're gotta learn. You're gonna be a journey on it. But you have to believe, like, the mindset has to be like you. It has to click that it's like, yo, this is my land. Like, no, like, I have a divine right to own property and to get it. And like, no, and I have it. Like, it's different because you're not going to talk to me. You're not going to talk to me about prices, what you have and what you don't have, if you genuinely believe your dad owned the earth. Oh, y'all feel me? I hope you do. That's all I'm saying. It just hits a little different. It just hits a little different. So I hope you feel me, man. I hope you feel me on that. And that's something I need your mindset locked in. Like, honestly, you are a child of God, right? You know that? Do you realize who calls you that? You know that. Honestly, I love it, Cole. You should be smiling. I'm smiling right now. See, I love it, man. And we got mad love for you because you know why? Even my own mom, she says that about you every day. Let me say that again. That's facts. If I called her on the phone, she would say it. She might be listening. She says that about you guys every single day. You know that? She said, don't matter if I say anything, even if I say something mean, rude, always she'll be like, just don't forget, they are a child of God. She says, each and every one of you are a child of God. So they're like, do you really believe that then? Then there you go. I don't, that mindset, we need to flip the switch and really believe that because it comes with the land. On it, isn't that crazy? And then that, like, it's wild because I'll see people cheat themselves out the land and they will never adopt this mindset. And I mean, think about it. That means they're not really realizing the truth of who their father is. Oh, come on. Woo! So let's go, baby. All right? Let's go. That's all. That's all I'm saying. It's yours. Yeah, you just got to believe it. So let's get it, man. Okay? Let's get it. That's all we need. But I love you all. I don't know how 40 minutes went by. It felt like this was really, really short. You know what I'm saying? It felt like this was really, really short. But I got to go. I got to go catch a flight. I smell like body odor. I think I pooped today. I think we'll be good. But I love you. I'm going to try to get a weekend video. I'll be traveling, so we'll see. But maybe we can make something fun for you. But either way, you'll get your watch list Monday night. And then get ready. Again, market's going to be closed. And Chad, just enjoy the weekend, okay? Really enjoy it. Take some time. But can you just reflect this weekend on what I just told you? Like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you? What family are you in? And, like, do you really believe it? Okay? Maybe you got to go imagine if you were Jeff Bezos' son. And that's why you shouldn't get depressed because I'm just saying you're in a family where someone's a lot more important than Jeff Bezos. I'm just trying to help you realize that, okay? So that's it, baby. You know, just let it sink in. Let it sink in, baby. All right? But I love you all. Go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. Please read Proverbs. Go do it. Go do it. Last chance. Last chance. Start off the year great. Download the Bible app. Last chance, bro. That you got 2 more weeks till this month already over. And that's it. Almost 10% of the year will be gone. I'm just saying, you better start it off good, baby. You better just go. You better start it off good, baby. Look at all the people. They say I downloaded it last night. I did it last. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting the people moving right now. Hard. God bless you. Thank you, bro. Thank you for real. I'm telling you, I'm excited because I know that's a potential killer right there. You ain't gonna murder people, but like you go, like I'm just telling you, you finally like if you've been rocking with me this long and you haven't even downloaded it, you see what I'm saying? Thank you. We gonna awake some inner beast. That's all I'm saying. People are moving. That's all. That's all. We hitting point. You say, okay, all right, I'm gonna do it finally. I heard this motherfucker said this for years, but all right, fine. That means something's changing. You see what I'm saying? Come on. That means something's changing. Come on. Woo! So if you want to stay the same, be my guest. Be my guest. Otherwise, start off the year. Go download Proverbs, baby. But above all else, man, don't forget why we here. Why we keep going, why we keep grinding, why we keep pushing it, and why we believe like we got a family member running this. Why do we know who our real father is, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. But I love you all. God bless you. I'll see you over the weekend. And I'll see you there on Tuesday morning. Peace out.